I'll drop dead. I know you heard about what I say, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? That's too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been on my life frame? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love, or is that too much? Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You on in the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole my trust. Now this time is through. My heart it weeps for the love you shared. I gave my soul to the time you cared. These days grow tired. I walk alone with tears. I break the sounds of the darkened fears. My love, it reached for the time we lost. I paid the price. My soul became the cost. All I asked from you was time together. All you gave was hurt. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. What's it gonna be? Now I'm lonely, I'm ready for this love. Don't set me free. I gave my love like you asked me to. You stole looking out across the sea, reaching for the surface. And when I let it go, you bring it back to me. nothing like this. Feast your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to death, crush the game. Always know champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. You gotta keep on, keep on, keep on. Don't let them stop you when it hurts. Keep on, keep on, keep on, yeah. Don't let them stop you from winning and winning and winning again. I was born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. I'm a winner. I'm a winner. Born a champion. Got the heart of a winner. And I'll never give up. No, I'll never surrender. 'Cause I'm a winner. I'm a winner. It's a long way to the top, but I'm good for it. It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I know.
试试看，不过有推到平正的留住了 Minji， 搭上船长的大绝，将对手给分割。台北战队是分成2-2的上下逃跑。这边的鳄鱼还在蹲点，在后面看着对面 FAK 人没有事情，但右边 FAK 的筒子已经火烫烫开炸，
有，这一桶就超过100分。
炸到瞬间小龙的位置瞬间被切盘，台北战队人因为血量都剩一半被留住，而且学历被留到，直接被秒杀了。进场的 NA 也死去，没有 AD 的一个团战瞬间打起来，但船长好像是老大，直接杀到了后排，被3个人给包围，但他持续拿下了一个下道，被定了起来，没有举着球员，他也没有死，活着站到了最后。抓个机会，
要不要抓一下？
但被开了 ，X 抓到这边的雀巢，雀巢是瞬间被秒了，路线上太高，
这个水球
而滑到脸上的 Eden 还没有死，左边位置女选来了，直接要开锤。虽然哈纳比也到，但后面 Driver 也来到了现场，这一波依旧是 IP 的人多打人少，拖了一个大，哈纳比赶紧往右边退。做了一个尝试，但失败，同时要付出代价。但是下来直接面对了 Holo， 被留在了原地，想要过墙吗？被苏海教练给限制了，但看起来没有想要退，变动了 Taco 变回来，瞬间直接举起来对面的 AD， 直接死了 Taco 吃了一个治愈还没有倒，右边位置包围往来，红儿看对面3个人选择先抓 Holo 用手下的攻杀防壁，后面没有技能了 HPS 的人员选择要退吗？没有太的选择过来，同时不愿的用大绝做一个限制 ER 的 combo， 他 Q 竟然没中，在一定的回头 Taco 在前面一滴血情况下没死，闪现过去想杀，但不真的没有杀到，人头由泰的拿下。
今天感觉是Taco Day。
要来偷龙了，
要有视野，要有视野，给个视野，
帮照一下。
6.3，
有没有人可以看？但立凯想要来推人了 ，BYG 这波不想要来跟拼8龙。
这小动物变得好，
有一个小动物先拼，但他好像是有被偷的。下来开团，无极风暴转了很多人，这个8龙偷到了，猴子偷到了8龙 ，BCG 开始全面反击，鳄鱼也是距离停下，这是一个 double kill。
莉亚在找盖墙的位置喽，
轮到我了，
没有闪啊，西威尔，
我 DCG 又有偷牌了， 直接硬控西维尔，西维尔要做一个护盾，被抬了回来，西维尔被秒了。哇，这一波又是一个墙壁立下的大功，杰利收了一个 double。这场比赛 ，DCG 的中野配合看似完。
你觉得谁是对霸？今年变那么瘦，
角度啊，
角度啊，
不是啊，就那个热胀冷缩啊。
跟这样说，那现在夏天你会放回来？第一次登陆职业，你有什么感觉？
希望可以赶快打出来。
你会紧张吗？
没有。
这像下巴的阴影。
不行了，最近能不能再吃宵夜了？好胖。
内许听说你这次在 PCS 有新的职位，
我现在就是新小编啦，大家好，后勤教练编啊，以后所以我就是后勤教练编。
到底在拍什么？我有交响权。
还请说出 PV 率3个优点。
来不及啦，讲不出来啦，记啦。
你觉得今年我们会第几？第一啊。
我都看人家打了。
以新人姿态出道，你觉得哪个 AD 比你强？
不是，我真的不知道有谁。
好啦，你这样说，就不知道有谁没有。
所以他没有放在眼里。你要留胡子哦？对啊。好帅哦。有啊。你想对其他动作什么？
屁股喜好啊，
屁股喜好。那你觉得猫还是你的心魔吗？
我不太是啊，
不太是，不是你的对手。
不好说。
胖了。
变胖很多哎，幸福肥。
爆大头，在偷拍。
你觉得 PSG 的对巴是谁
有吧？
？U 吧。PSG 的对巴是谁？
啊，没有对吧？
刚有些人有给答案，
不是我啦。
不是你哦。
对啊，不是。
那你觉得谁？
可能是下路位某蛙吧。
你下一个头发要染什么颜色？
有人帮我出钱，我就染。
啊，这个头谁帮你出的？
张文丽。
你们两个觉得谁是对吧？你有什么话想说？
没有，
你是吗？
我不是乱讲。
不能乱拍的，
再弄一次，再弄一次。
不能乱拍的啦。
多累。你们怎么挑片头拍摄的选手？
你说为什么是选我？
对啊。
那其他4个没什么用啊。
第一次拍有什么感觉？
挺开心的。
挺开心的，很热，很冷。再不讲话。那你为什么今天是你来看？
因为他们选最老的。
那应该是小安。
哦，对，小安
你是选最帅的。
最帅的也是小安了。
哎，你怎么没有走？没有在走？
我是要捧杯的。
哦。好，3位中路准备好吗？你们觉得谁最强？好，你们觉得谁最烂？
直接比方来。
你们觉得谁会去联赛？你怎么看？
你这是故意的。
故意的。 说你要改名叫优宝，
很可爱啊，
你本来就很可爱啊。
再更可爱啊。
打到肩膀了。他真的说姐姐送你礼物，
哎，有寄钱过，就是可能红包会寄个什么数字666，
他几百万你会收吗？
哎，那一定收。
Nice stun actually connects on the Minji, but Lucian dashing forward. Okay, the gangplank goal is good.
Minji's slowing down.
Renekton maybe has a flank here. He's looking. I think J-Team, they have it in the bush. Solo kill, big flank. Oh, another massive barrel.
Oh my god.
He's just 1v9ing the game at this point.
Yes.
I think with control of this choke, it's going to be really hard for J-Team to come back in. Pretender's doing a great job of zoning them out here. A fight forward from Horror actually hits it, and the flash shot onto Bruce. He goes down. Not Minji. Eminem, he dashes too far in. Aryu, he's got a good flank here. Solo kill actually Prowler's claws onto Minji. If he's too far in, he's actually, it's working though. He's getting kills, and there's no damage left. He just cleans everyone up. Pretender, can he get anything more? I don't think he can. Okay. Might end up, yeah, okay, Nessie gets engaged on Dive. The cleanse has the ghost, but it doesn't end up mattering. I think Alan might go down here as well. Manages to flash out, lives very low. Cruscado can't quite get the kill, but he's kiting back. Hanabi's in here as well. They have a pretty strong front line here, but Driver is on the back line. I think Cruscado will get taken down here by the Fiora, and I think this is going to be a Hanabi.
A blunder, but I don't know if
Now Vice behind him, actually in the pit without flash, and Malphite's on him. I don't think there's any help here. I'm pretty sure he's just dead. Yeah, I think everyone else is moving to this. Ooh, okay, so Tide actually comes down. Oh, Tide is so low. Wow. Is he actually going to get out? The Lulu actually ends up saving him. The Akali can maybe carry this fight. Does have ult. I think Akali needs to look to flash in or something here. There's no cooldowns up. Okay, Akali is going. I think there's definitely low health bars.
That's not enough.
Nice combo out of Pretender, but doesn't quite have the damage. I really feel like Akali played this fight way too slow. I think she probably should have ulted in way earlier. Would love to see a replay of this.
Misty is around though. He does have the Weaver's Wall available. Kind of looking for a flank as well. 5k health on the back.
Turn. The flash goes in, but it doesn't really help that much.
BYG.
Hana has potentially the ability to get in and steal this. Okay, he gets the Cyclone. A lot of people knocked up here. Actually, huge damage coming out, and Hana manages to steal it as well. I think DCG, they just managed to 4v5 this fight.
That is crazy. Hana finds a huge angle. BYG not.
Feng has flashed very shortly. Can they punish while it's still down? The Reaver's Wall comes out. Feng is actually flashed. He gets flashed on by the Renekton. I think he is going to go down here. Really nice shot coming out from the Talia. Lots of damage going through. And Zeri, I think they actually might just clean up this fight. Maybe clean up the game.
I'm not like you, I work till I make it. You give up on your dreams and you only like 3 days in. fight for what you want. Don't quit at the weigh-in. Don't treat your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes. You don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it. I know so. They messed up. I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now because they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. You want it bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, 'cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it a bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some commas, can't tell I'm a comma chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face. You should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that stretch skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt. You heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, 'cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Hey. The sweetest thing, yeah. I love all the joy you bring, yeah. But I'm coming back, knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Oh, I have a It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starve, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys that never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their grave. I'm trying to bury him 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain close, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. I've been knocked down, but never out. I hit that canvas, but never seen more than a 6 count. I'm the reason they packed the arena. I'm the reason these young girls is at the top of their lungs screaming. Camera phones flashing, everybody clamoring. These clowns jacking my style, they wanna be him. Before I blew, I told them what I'm about to do. Now watch the SHOW. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, Dr. God. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the show. Touching on me, I'm feeling so good. Go write that check, cause I'm feeling too much confidence on that heavyweight flex. I've been learning and working, everybody want this. I'm untouchable, stacked up, we got. I got the thunder and lightning, energy rush. I've been winning and winning since the day I was made. And she wanna be like me. I'm always on top of the game. Ain't never gonna touch second place. Nah, never. I'm always on top of the game. You know that I win. dropped it. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes on you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so darling, darling, yeah, oh, you've been running, running, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? That's too much. Baby, are you down, 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 down? When you touch down, yeah, tag me with the pound. You owning the town, 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 town. Tell me when you touching down, 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 down. So I could come around, round, 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 round. I know that you don't mess with no clowns. I know that you down, down, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy when you know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So, baby, where you been on my life when I was always down on the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final day of Week 2. We've had a lot of good matches yesterday with CFO, PSG Talon, and of course Frank Esports pulling ahead to 4-1 each. And, you know, straight off the bat, we've got Frank Esports going up against S9W for our first match tonight. I'm Amel, joined once again by Shock. OC, any words tonight for the fans out there?
Any words? What words are you looking for?
Anything you want to say, man?
Oh, well, I would just say look forward to some pretty exciting games today. I think Game 3 especially is going to be a pretty big one.
Yeah, for sure. Impunity versus PSG Talon. Now, Impunity obviously looking a little bit weaker in the past couple of days, whereas PSG Talon kind of the opposite, looking really strong. But, of course, you know, big wins, hopefully for both teams. Of course, Frank Esports coming against S9W, you have to feel that Frank Esports are the sort of clear favorites here. S9W still yet to pick up their first win.
Yeah, so Frank Esports enter this coming in at 4-1, and something I was actually checking before the game is that Frank Esports, they have, I think it's an average of 2,000 gold ahead at 15 minutes, which is pretty dominating. We'll take a look at some of the previous results from yesterday. FJ team taking out S9W. PSG Town as well took over the Hell Pigs. Flying Oyster and Frank Esports both picked up wins as well, and our final game from yesterday, Beyond Gaming took down Doish team.
Yeah, not too many upsets this time around. I feel like most of these, you know, were relatively predictable. CFO versus Deep Cross Gaming was a big one for CFO to pick up. As you can tell from the standings, you know, sitting up at first place must feel pretty good 2 weeks in. Whereas some of the teams lower down, Deep Cross Gaming, Impunity, and Taipei J Team sitting at 3-2 each. Mega Bank, Beyond Gaming not too far behind, but then our bottom three starting to feel like they're in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, Impunity starting out week 1 3-0, you know, uncontested first place. Now really slipping down the ladder here. Now on a 2-loss streak, and potentially could lose this last game and go winless in the second week, which would not be good. You have to think that that third game, PSG Talent do kind of look in better form than Impunity, and it's been a big surprise because, you know, out the gates Impunity looked really, really good, and they also had a really solid game plan, and I think teams already are just realizing how important Mission is to that success, and now that they've started targeting him, Impunity's going to have to find a way to respond.
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like each of these teams, you know, in the second week, they have sort of started to figure out what works for them. And of course, today's matches, Frank Esports coming up against S9W for the first match of the night, followed by Hellpigs versus Deep Cross Gaming, and Impunity Esports going up against PSG Talent. That one's going to be a big one for both teams. And our last two matches for tonight, the US team versus CFO, and Megabank Beyond Gaming versus J Team as well. That one should be exciting too.
Yeah, I think that one is that's a game where it's kind of a chance for Megabank Beyond Gaming to prove that they actually do kind of belong closer to the top, because they started off, you know, very strong with that first game. They kind of, you know, really had a rough patch in between, but they're starting to climb back up, right? They're sitting, I think now, what, 2-3. If they can manage to pick up this win over J Team today, you could see them slowly trend back towards the top.
Yeah. Let's take a look at the Frank Esports lineup for tonight. Solar Kill, Hollow, Pretender, Eminem, and Kaiwing. Same, you know, usual culprits. I do want to highlight that Solar Kill has really been an instrumental part of, you know, their last few wins. I feel like we've talked about it before, but his day one performance really left a lot to be desired, especially, you know, having a lot of hope around him coming from the LDL. But he has quickly picked up that slack and, you know, has become a fierce competitor in his own right.
Yeah, and yesterday we saw Frank Esports run something pretty different from before. We saw them actually go for the Cassiopeia up against the Rise. So definitely an old school counter pick, and works, you know, very well if you got a lot of tanks. So Frank Esports shows they're kind of willing to go a little off meta. At the same time, they're still willing to pick those power picks. So I think they might have one of the more flexible teams right now in the league, just given that, you know, a lot of the time teams can play only meta champs and nothing else, but sometimes teams can only play off meta, right? We've seen some very weird compositions, such as the Diana composition we saw that one time. But yeah, Frank Esports, so far I'm liking what they're showing.
Yeah, and also of course Kaiwing as well, being a menace on the Yemi 2 nights in a row. We'll have to see if he pulls it out again for tonight. But let's take a look over at the other side. SM9 WPE, Relia, Fia, Calumnia, YJY, and Carries. Now these guys, they have yet to find success, you know, still winless unfortunately, but as we've said, you know, time and time again, they keep showing signs of light, and I feel like it's only a matter of time before they sort of start to pick that up and are able to accelerate that into a win for themselves.
Yeah, S9, they're still definitely trying to find what works for them. Some interesting stats about them are that they average a 2.5k gold deficit at 15 minutes, which is pretty rough. And another thing I thought was interesting is that Relia and Calumnia have actually played a different champion every single game so far. So that could be like, you know, we're just trying to figure out what we can actually get a win on, which is, you know, it's maybe good and bad. One, it means you don't really fully commit to something perhaps that you're really good at, but also it means that if you do find something that works, you can now commit to that instead, right?
Yeah, it's going to be really just, you know, fishing for that one dream composition that works out for them. Let's take a look at the stats between the two ADCs, Eminem versus YJY. They're pretty similar names actually. Never thought about that before. That's a bit of a fun one, but very different champions played from each side. Eminem preferring the Zeri, the Silver, and the Lucian, whereas YJY having more of those slightly less conventional picks, I'd say.
Yeah, that is really scary to look at, because YJY, he plays all early game champs, but he's down 1,300 gold in 14 minutes, and he's also the first blood victim in 60% of these games so far. So YJY, he's going to need a better performance than that if he's to pick up some of these wins. And on the other side, yeah, Eminem, he's a very solid game so far.
Yeah, Eminem, especially last night, you know, very, very scary on the Zeri.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that worked out pretty well. But yeah, YJY, you know, it feels like in the draft, as we're about to get into right now, he should be, you know, pretty favored in a lot of these matchups, but they're just not able to find the mark that they want to in the early game.
Yeah, so we have Frank Esports on the blue side up against S9W on the red. Poppy is actually the first ban, which is kind of random. Ash is the answer. But yesterday we still kind of continue to see a lot of at least Maokai bans and then the Vi Sejuani trade. See what teams decide to go for here. Actually, Karma is the second ban, so definitely interesting bans coming out of Frank Esports. I'm curious what this means from them. S9W, will you look to ban out some of those AP junglers now, or are you willing to trade them? I think it should be an Elise or Maokai ban. Although at the same time, they've shown that they're willing to play AD mid, so perhaps they just want, you know, all the AP junglers left up, and they can kind of just match. Renekton is a ban as well, so really interesting bans coming out early. Maybe
Yeah.
willing to give her the Elise, but not willing to give Elise Renekton, or...
It is a lot different to what we've seen in pretty much a lot of our previous games. Varusman coming out third for Frank Esports as well. I wonder if we're going to see some different stuff this draft. You have to hope so, because we did see sort of the what do you call it, the stale meta kind of starting to bleed back in the last few games yesterday. So hoping for a bit of a refresher on some more exciting champions tonight. Zeri banned out last for S9W.
Now, Frank Esports, both the Elise and Maokai are up, so you can either take your preference to them or just give one over and trade the other. Covering the Aurelia at the moment.
Yeah, it's interesting because S9W tried the same exact thing last time, trying to go for the Aurelia Flex. Frank Esports maybe just trying to, bring back the nightmares, but at least ultimately going to be the champion locked in for them.
Okay, so Elise's pick should be matched by Maokai. That would be pretty normal. Now, Zeri is off the table, so that definitely makes Lucian a pretty attractive option here, especially because Ashe and Varus are both banned as well. So unless there's potential for something like a Kalista to come through, I would expect S9 to just pick up Lucian now. I think you'd have to have a pretty good reason. Not okay. That could be a reason. I mean, they have shown that they like to flex that Aurelia. And actually, I can kind of see it. It does take away one of those AD options that you have to run with Elise in mid lane. So, okay, it's interesting. Now, Frank, will they just take Lucian Nami here, or do they need to pick a counter to Aurelia? Could do something like a Jax follow.
Feels like there are still a lot of options left for Frank Esports, especially solo kill. He must have some counter picks he's pretty comfortable on, like the Jax.
Yeah, so it looks... Yeah, I also quite like the Jax. I think it's pretty good to take away, and it also denies them from taking both. So, yeah, I like locking that in. Now, this is interesting, because you're not able to pick up both Lucian and Nami here, so I feel like you almost can just drop your bot lane completely if you want to. Although, I'm be kind of curious what bot lanes both teams actually go for here, because a lot of what has been meta is taken completely off the table. There's still maybe some kind of Heimerdinger poke lane up. Yeah, okay, I like dropping the bot lane.
Yone Hover. It is actually locked in as well, so...
Okay.
2 AD solo laners for Frank Esports already, ready to go.
Yeah, very different from what we saw yesterday. Tristana's actually the hover. Potentially a flex. Columbia has played a pretty weird champion so far. So wouldn't be surprised to see this somehow ending up in mid lane. Okay, definitely in mid lane. Yeah, Kali Aurelia, it's kind of a blast from the past. I think it was 2019. Okay, so actually Gragas will be going up against the Jax, and this means Aurelia will be against the Yone, which is pretty good solo lane matchups. Like, I'm actually liking S9's draft so far. I feel like, obviously giving over the Elise is scary, but you get the Maokai answer, and they've got a pretty solid team fighting competition, and they have winning lanes. So it'll come down a lot to what we get out of our bot lane picks here. I feel like banning out ADs and maybe taking your preference of AD could be the play here, because there's honestly just not a whole lot of them left. Yeah, so Lucian has taken away YJY, so he has played, I believe it was the Kalista, and I think there might have been a Jhin on there too.
Yeah.
So, yeah, maybe look for something like Jhin 4, Heimerdinger 5. Now, Frank Esports, I think you should probably ban away any kind of like disengage ADC would be good, because there's obviously a lot of lockdown here from Frank Esports, but if it can be dashed out or something like that, it'd be difficult. Yeah, I like banning the Kalista. Takes away that ult. Ooh, the Draven actually banned.
So many ADCs.
Yeah, really
off the
gotta dig
table.
deep on this one.
Yeah, the Jhin is the main one for me that's still remaining, and S9W, they have shown that they like that pick a lot.
I feel like Frank Esports just banned the Jhin.
Yeah, I mean, when S9 can flex it, they can pick it now and still have a lot of options left for their last pick, so I would like to see it banned as well.
If they don't, I wonder what it'll be. Yeah, okay, so this is a Jhin. Now, what do you pick here? The Heimer is still up, and you've got an AD mid, but you still have a lot of AP on your team, so I think it would be better to get some sort of AD out of bot lane. I'm just not sure what it is right now. So many ADCs taken away. Perhaps we'll see something like the Caitlyn come out, maybe a Caitlyn Heimerdinger, or Caitlyn Lux as well could be on the table. There's honestly just not a lot of options left. Twitch, that would be certainly interesting.
Xayah,
Xayah's
not as good on this patch as it is on the balance patch, and the one after that as well. Ezreal potentially hovered here for Frank Esports. I'm not that much of a fan of it. I would much prefer something like even like a Ziggs I feel like would be quite good here because they are lacking a good amount of wave clear. And I think it matches up quite well into the Zyra as well.
Yeah, I still kind of like the Ezreal. I think you're right that there could be other options that are better, but I think having range here is pretty nice. The Leona is actually locked in, so perhaps going for a stronger lane here. What would be the ADC that you match with this? I think the Zyra is pretty good into the comp as well, but like you said, is perhaps a bit weaker on the patch. But with so many ADCs banned, you don't have a lot of options.
Oh, Kai'Sa could be really interesting.
I'd like to see the Kai'Sa. I feel like Ezreal, Leona is kind of a weird lane. I think it will be locked in.
Yes.
Okay, so Eminem on the Kai'Sa.
Nice.
Really exciting comp coming out from Frank Esports. So this game is looking lit. What will the last pick be here? I mean, Renata is pretty good against all this short range, but kind of a weird combo with Xayah. Admittedly, there just aren't a whole lot of champs up, to be fair. Oh, will it just be the Rakan?
Ooh, you have to. I feel like for me, I'd prefer a champion with a bit more disengaged. Renata is pretty good for me. I feel like, you know, Frank Esports, they have 5 champions that just really love going straight in there. So Renata would be good for slowing that down and providing that extra bit of survivability. It's going to be locked in.
Yeah, I mean, Frank Esports, they have one of the most aggressive comps of all time. This is just a team of 5 engaged champs that are going to fight non-stop. So I really do like that. On the other hand, though, I think S9, admittedly, they're a much weaker team, right? But I think this is the best draft that they've had so far to really give themselves kind of just set themselves up for success. So if S9W can show a pretty good performance here, you know, even if they can't manage to take down Frank Esports, I'd still be pretty happy with the growth from them.
Yeah, you know, they've managed to sort of shape their slightly less conventional picks into, you know, more of a cohesive team composition. So definitely good looks from them after this champ select.
I think we need to do a kill prediction for this game.
Oh,
there should
it's
be
gonna
a
be a
lot.
lot, right?
Yeah.
I would say... we've had some pretty short games, so I'm going to say 27.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, I'll go a tiny bit lower. I'll go like 24.
Okay, not bad. Yeah, I mean...
It depends how one-sided it is, really. Because I feel like if the game is close, there'll actually be just a ton of kills, right? This could definitely be like a 40-kill game if the teams are pretty close. Just because like both comps really need to skirmish. But, you know, if it ends up being kind of a one-sided stomp, you know, maybe Frank Esports just pick up 20 kills and then close the game out right there. But yeah, I mean, honestly, can't ask for more excitement than these Game 1 compositions. You know, we don't see any Lucian Nami, don't see any Zeri Yumi anywhere. And yeah, really exciting stuff. I think when the Elise and Maokai are traded, that opens up the solo laners to play a lot more interesting things, right? You can get those AD mids, the Yone versus Aurelia matchup, and then yeah, dropping the bot lanes means so many ADCs are banned, and it's almost like at that point you can really show your individual kind of preference as a player, right? If you want to play the Kai'Sa, you can, because everything else is gone. I think Eminem and Kaiwing on the Kai'Sa Leona, they're going to have a lot of fun this game.
Yeah, it does feel like a lot in this game is riding on how these laners play out their lanes, because there's so much volatility in pretty much every lane. I guess top lane not as much. Jax versus Gragas, not expecting too much action there, but for the rest of them, definitely lots of opportunities to sort of try and outwit your opponent.
Yeah, I think the volatile lanes and the combination of having an Elise Maokai as your junglers, you know, there's definitely potential for these lanes to explode if there is a lot of trading. And I think the mid matchup especially, you know, Aurelia versus Yone, these are two champions that can't really afford to play safe. So when there's ganking junglers in the lane, you have to be really careful of the fact that they're just going to be around mid the whole time, and you've got to really trade with them in mind.
Definitely lots of excitement coming up on the menu. Frank Esports going up against S9W for the first match of tonight. Let's get into the Rift. I am so excited for this match.
Yeah, I mean, these comps, man. We haven't seen anything quite this crazy so far. A Pretender actually opts for the exhaust, so obviously is much nicer for the 1v1, but it can be difficult. You know, laning mid without TP has its own challenges, and also in the mid game can be difficult too. So we'll have to see how that kind of ends up panning out. Also the cleanse onto the Kai'Sa, so really respecting, excuse me, I guess the CC coming out of S9W. What do you think? Are you a fan?
I'm a fan. I think that there's a lot. There's just a lot.
Yeah.
And especially like stuff that isn't quite as dodgeable, like for example the Renata ult, which you can pretty much assume is going to hit you at some point in the game. It's going to be good to have that. Pretender might just...
What? Oh my god, man. What? Oh my.
So I shouldn't laugh as much. First blood going over to Pretender at 1 minute 30 into the game. Columbia had a flash up there as well, but for some reason chooses not to expend it, and Pretender's just giggling to himself
Yeah,
now.
I see that on his cam.
It's such a huge start for him in this Yone versus Aurelia matchup.
Yeah, that is really, really weird, to be honest, because I feel like, you're down a combat summoner at level 1, and also, like, Yone, I feel like versus Aurelia, the only time it's really good for you is at very early levels, right? Before Aurelia can kind of start stacking. Once you get the Bork, obviously, or the Bork components, the Vamp Scepter, it's extremely good for you. So, I mean, Calumnia, I really feel like they were set up for success and then just kind of lost it at the only time you possibly could. Now, there still is potential that he can do. Let's just see this.
Let's see how exactly this unfolded. Pretender ordering once, ordering twice, ordering 3 times, pops out the Q, lethal tempo procced. And oh my goodness, is he going to be able to pick it up? I think he does, just with the edge of the 3rd Q. Thumbs down, Saus emoji. I think he's just a bit confused as to how that's happened for him, but obviously going to be happy to take that at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I think Calumnia also really greedy just not to flash, because, if you take that trade and you TP back, you're actually in an okay spot, right? Because Pretender doesn't have any TP, but the fact that it's just the worst possible outcome, right? Like, you go down, you don't really trade anything, you don't get anything out of your TP. It's still finding the ability to push the wave, which is nice. God bless that champion.
Yeah, Pretender, up and go, but hasn't been able to cash that in quite yet. So still relatively equal power levels, actually, for the mid lane. Still a lot of opportunities for the junglers to try and mess around and see what they can do. Hollow is hovering in the area, gonna pick up that bot lane scuttle, whereas Fear sitting around the top lane. Kaiman goes in on YJY, cleanses popped a bit too early. Knight dropped down. And a really good trade from the side of Frank Esports. Oh, Hollow actually finds him. Electric Proc does finish him off. Carrier's popping the thumbs up. He's gonna be on the run now. I don't think Hollow is gonna be able to pick this up. But again, S9W crumbling just a bit too early before they can even get going.
Yeah, Frank Esports really taking advantage of the volatile lanes here. Oh, Pretender could actually be in trouble. That's the flash.
Pops the flash. Good respect flash. I think if he didn't do that, he would have definitely been in trouble.
Yeah, so in bot lane there, YJY, he lost both his sums in that fight before, and then Hollow was kind of just able to pull up and kill him. Actually might redive.
Yeah, he's still here. There's no vision for S9W. Kaiwing is just going to probably just walk straight in. Hollow should take the aggro first with the repel available. Does drop a lot of damage down to carries, and YJY taking a lot of damage as well. Renata W is popped. Kaiwing forced to flash away. Doesn't drop down. YJY sitting on a sliver of HP. No support in sight. I wonder if we'll try and run towards... Oh, Kaiwing.
Oh, no.
Dies to the sapling via with the drive-by kill. And YJY does survive this time. And Columbia picks up Pretender as well in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So actually evening that one out. So much action already. And solo kill might even be looking on Rel here as well. Takes a lot of damage. Deals a lot in return as well. Both top laners sitting very low HP. And the wave is stacked in solo kills. Favor, I guess.
Yeah.
It's a good position for him.
TP. Wow, what a wild game. I mean, the bot dive, I feel like, might have been mis-executed a little. I think it would have been better to kill... Okay, we're actually going to watch the mid play. So Pretender just ends up too far in the lane. Doesn't manage to get the reset. Gets flashed on. So nice trade back from Calumnia. It's pretty important, honestly. Otherwise, you would be at a pretty big deficit.
Gets stopped by the minions. That actually hurts a bit because now Relhi is back in lane.
Yeah, you could just get flashed on if he's not careful.
Yeah, I don't think he has quite enough kill pressure, but...
He's almost 6.
That's true. He is very close to getting that explosive cast, but Hollow is now in the area. Body slam. Does get stunned up by the counter-strike. Hollow's here now. I think they do have the damage to finish this off. No CC available anymore for Rel here. Does drop the flash, but is still going to get picked up by Hollow. That last auto attack sealing the deal. And once again, we've already had action across all 3 lanes.
Yeah, wow. Hollow's just everywhere. I mean, the man's 3-0. Just kind of farming champions at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he's really is all over the place. Already picked up the Sork shoes for himself as well, so already quite strong and able to move around the map very quickly.
Yeah, I would have really liked to see a replay on the bot dive, but I guess just so much stuff has happened that we don't have time to look at it. But yeah, mid lane, Pretender's going to be a bit careful. It is quite close to Aurelia's tower. She has a lot of room to run you down and has the ultimate. Now, I think Calumnia does have to respect the fact that Hollow is somewhere around the map. you know, Elise can kind of be everywhere at once, especially when she rushes boots and has 3 kills. You know, it makes it quite difficult to play aggressively into that. But I think once Hollow is spotted out, Calumnia can get very aggressive in this 1v1. Botting as well, trading quite a bit.
Yeah, it seems to have died down a little bit for now, as both teams sort of waiting for their summoners to come back online. I was waiting around. I think he was spotted by that pink ward, so S9W should know that he's in the area, and Fear looking to try and match is 1 level down though.
Yeah, I don't think... Oh, Calumnia, he hits the stun.
Oh, Calumnia might be in trouble. There's a timing issue here. Frankie Sports going to get a lot of damage down onto Calumnia. Gets stunned up. Pretender doing as much as he can. Does pick up that kill as well, and Fear's just a little bit too late. Pretender looking to see if he can pick up Fear as well. Ooh. Does get that double kill, and that is a huge boost for the Yone.
Yeah, I think the exhaust there really did wonders, and Calumnia perhaps just going in a little too soon. You have to feel that if he just waited a little bit, Fear would be able to be there and help him out. But another disastrous 2v2 loss. Yeah, so Calumnia engages this really, really early, and I think also you got to consider this exhaust cooldown. If you can go in, bait it out, and disengage, it's a lot better. But yeah, now it doesn't really have the ability to disengage and loses so much HP before Fear's Maokai can even get here. And then Fear as well going down on the backside of this after committing his flash going forward. It's a disaster. There's no other way to say it.
Yeah, and picking up the Dragon as well. Just so much for the side of Frank Esports. Now 2k hitting gold at 8 minutes in the game. And it's starting to look like S9W really falling behind.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for them. The Dragon's gone down. They haven't lost the Herald yet, but right now, I don't think they get priority in any of their 3 lanes, which is a difficult place to play from, especially when Hollow on the Elise can just look to dive pretty much anywhere on the map at this point. Bowling could be a bit difficult, but at the same time can just play towards that Herald.
Yeah, Pretender and Calumnia just juggling around for mid lane for now. Calumnia is up in CS, but Pretender obviously up 2 kills. And Frankie Sports now turning their sights to the Herald. And it seems like S9W aren't really keen to respond at all. They're focusing on the bot plates instead.
Yeah, I think this is the best type of Herald, where you can just get it with your jungler soloing it, and you don't really need to commit a whole lot of resources. Actually,
Watcher might get stunned up. Does still have the cleanse available, pops the ultimate as well, but Pretender is in the area. No Yone ult available, so both teams going to step away.
Okay, I actually think that's pretty important. If Hollow does... Yeah, I was going to say, if Hollow does decide to go back bot, the cleanse could potentially be punishable. Instead, it's going to look top. I'm not sure this is the best use of time.
Yeah, the Cocoon is already wasted. Rel here just going to walk that one out. Pretender looking for a lot of damage onto Calumnia on the back end of this. Knocking him down very low. Now Calumnia is in danger. Hollow, they're still looking for this top dive, actually. Cocoon is back up, stunned up.
Okay, Hollow just does a million damage.
Yeah, taken down. Rel here has no recourse at all. And even on the mid lane, Frankie Sports feel like they still have control, and it's just getting worse and worse for S9W. They're getting outmatched.
Yeah, you kind of just see the fact that your whole team is winning here enables you to make plays that you wouldn't normally be able to. You know, your jungler is so strong that you can kind of just one-shot Rel here under the tower. You've got so much bot priority that Kaiwing can be forcing Calumnia off the mid lane tower. Pretender here, though, could be in trouble. Does not have the exhaust.
He is looking for it. Does get locked down by Calumnia. Ooh, Root isn't quite in range. Pretender gonna use that flash nice and early on.
And yeah, the Rift Herald hitting the second top tower at 10 minutes in the game does feel a little bit bad, and Frankie Sports find themselves with a 5,000 gold lead already. Let's have a look at this gold difference. Where is it? Oh, it's gone.
it's off the charts. It's already too big for Frankie Sports. They're gonna do another Galaxy, and really, it feels like, you know, I was actually expecting the bot lane to be the most volatile, but these guys, you know, after the first few minutes, have kind of simmered down a little bit. Kind of just taking turns, trading plates, trading waves. But you have to feel that that's still pretty good for Frank Esports.
Yeah, and while they've managed to trade a little bit of gold back onto this bot tower, I don't think it's enough. Frank Esports is so strong. Hollow, I think, honestly can just... You know, he heralded top, broke the top tower. He can probably just break both bot and mid purely by ganking. You know, it doesn't even really need the herald. They might actually look for a 3-man onto Calumnia, or perhaps a 4-man onto the bot lane instead. They are in the area, and it's very difficult for S9W to actually match the play. At the same time, they're so far behind that trading doesn't really feel like an option.
Yeah, Fear gets spotted on the top side as well, so Frank Esports are feeling pretty comfortable in pressuring this bot lane tower. They've worked pretty hard to secure the sort of bot side jungle and river control as well. You can see Hollow clearing out pretty much their last ward. giving S9W some sort of semblance of what he's up to.
And Klumnia completes the Borg as well as Fear completing the Demonic, so having some spikes come in here, it's just whether or not it's too little too late. Next Dragon is in a minute. They might try and contest this because honestly, if you're S9 here, you don't have much of hope of scaling into this game, right? Like I think you're too far behind to play for a scaling win condition. Klumnia though could be in trouble.
Yeah, Pretender shoving this wave in pretty quickly. I wonder if Klumnia actually knows Hollow and Kaibing are in a good position and no one in this team is really close enough to help him out. If Frank Esports can execute on this, but going to choose to... Ooh, they're still tossing it out, but I think the window is probably gone now.
Oh, Fear might be the target instead.
Oh, Sapling.
Oh, wisely checks.
Yeah, good heads-up play from him. Hextech Drake is coming up in 40 seconds, and as you said, S9W, they probably will just have to look to contest this out of desperation. If they don't, it only gets worse for them as the game goes on.
Yeah, I feel like they won't end up contesting, but I really think they are just kind of delaying the inevitable if they don't. They potentially can do something with ball completed on Calumnia's Aurelia as well as that Demonic on Fear's Maokai here. And they are taking control, so I kind of like this move from S9. Admittedly, you don't have a lot of options at this point. Wow, as his name suggests.
There's nothing even to talk over there. Relia just gets taken down by a solo kill. Kaiwing looking like he's going to get engaged on now, but you don't really want to be engaging on the tank. Leona not only loses pretty much no HP. Eminem trying to do what he can on the backside of this. Kaiwing pops his stopwatch and jumps very low. Forced to disengage for now. Pretender is still full HP though and does have the ultimate available.
Ooh. Hollow actually goes down.
The Sapling takes down the Stray Spider. Hollow, after burning the flash, still falls down. S9W managing to pick up at least one kill on the back end of that.
Yeah, I think it was actually a really important stopwatch from Kaiwing there. Managed to deny...
Oh, Relia.
The tier 2 tower is going down 13 minutes 30 in. I wonder what the gold lead is for solo kills Jax right now. It does have a just huge amount of gold, and the gold lead is already ballooning, you know, up to 7,000 at only 14 minutes. And we were saying coming into this, you know, Frank Esports, they averaged 2k gold lead at 15, and the other side S9 down 2.5.
Pretender taking so much damage from those saplings. Still pretty scary, but let's take a look at this Dragon skirmish.
Yes, I think in this fight, Calumnia might have just gone in a bit too early, and I think also a lot of engage committed onto Kaiwing's Leona, and I think you probably could have gone on Hollow here. I feel like he was kind of out of position, but instead, you know, Calumnia gets taken very low, and the stopwatch from Kaiwing denies anything more from coming out. So I think Frank Esports, Hollow gets sniped at the very back end of the fight, but yeah, just a bit cleaner executed from Frank Esports. I actually think S9 had a window there. Now maybe you could have just killed Hollow early. And sure, perhaps you don't win the fight, but you can trade evenly, which is pretty good when you're this far behind.
Yeah, they did attempt that, but ultimately execution was just not there. Frank Esports picking up the second Dragon.
We have a working goal difference now. And it's, I don't think S9 have been ahead at any point in the game, because actually, if you remember, Pretender solo killed Calumnia at level 1, right, as minions spawn. So I think they've had a gold lead pretty much since minions spawned.
Yeah, and I have to go back to Relia's TP as well. He did use that before it turned into the empowered TP. So it means that it's going to be on an even longer cooldown. So lots of time wasted from solo kill. Looking in on Calumnia here, just going to auto him. Bonking him with the lamppost. Is going to survive this time. Flash saved as well on the side of Calumnia, but sent back to his fountain for now.
Yeah, and Fear, he wants to get a Scuttle Crab. I'm not sure he's going to be allowed it though. He could be out of position.
Does flash away from the solar flare, but still gets stunned up regardless. Kaiwing looking on him. He is still alive, but not for long. Kaiwing picks up that kill.
Nice flash from Eminem.
Yeah, Eminem auto-attacking like crazy. Rel here pops out the explosive cast. TP coming in as well. Solo kill is here to party. Calumnia trying his best on the back and actually drops some people very low, but Eminem picks him up. And S9W, Pretender still looking for more damage. Does have the Yone E to bring him back to safety. Once again, Frank Esports, no casualties on their end.
Yeah, S9 really just running out of options here. I think that after Veer's caught out, you know, he's honestly probably your strongest member of your team right now. So him dying for free at the start of the fight, there probably just shouldn't be a fight after that. You probably just spread out, try and keep farming. But ultimately, they kind of, yeah, I guess they feel pretty desperate, and I can understand that. Calumnia, he tries to go in, but he just doesn't really do enough at this point to really make a difference. Did leave a lot of people on low health.
Indeed, 8k HP, a good effort from Calumnia in that fight, but the rest of his team, you know, already wasn't available to follow up. Once again, too little too late. Feels like Frankie Sports are really running away with this game.
Yeah, they just have so much control, you know, able to start just taking over the jungler. Fear's gonna find it very difficult to continue to farm into this game, and feels bad for him because I don't think he's had the worst game here. He's honestly performed kind of fine, but the lane's just kind of falling apart around him, and now he's really gonna suffer the effects of that. Unable to pick up some more important CS. Now the next Dragon's in 2.5 minutes. I think S9, they can still stall this game a fair amount of time if they want to. I'm just not really sure you gain a whole lot by it, because I really don't think that you're ever going to scale into this game. At the same time though, can you really win a fight right now? Doesn't really feel like it, right? I think you just get stat checked, so probably their best option is to just try play for a pick somehow. It's not easy though.
It does feel like they're very much dependent on Fear's saplings to at least bring them back some control in this jungle. But Frankie Sports, it feels like they don't even care. Rift Hill dropped in the mid lane. Only 3 members right now to defend, and I think this tower is going to go down. Pretender finds a knockup onto carries and dropping him half HP. Fear uses the Maokai ultimate just mainly as a zoning tool so they can take down the Rift Hill before it gets the second charge on the Infinite Tower, because that would be pretty disastrous.
Yeah, and actually playing to get all 3 tier 2s before Baron is even spawned. But pretty impressive pace here from Frank Esports. I like how much pressure they're putting on.
Ultimate popped on Pretender, doesn't quite connect with anyone, but he's going to get brought back. Probably will stay alive here, dropped pretty low. But wait, 3-man stun from Solo Kill, taking down 2. Now the rest of the team is just following up. Fear looking to see if he can get out of this one, but not quite. Eminem on a killing spree, and double kill for Solo Kill as well. YJY, the only remaining surviving member for now. Glumney on the other side of the map, trying to see if he can get really anything.
Yeah, I mean, it's a depressing sight, right? There really isn't a whole lot you can do. Frank Esports now up 11,000 gold at 18 minutes.
Oh, man.
And I really like the pace that Frank Esports are playing this. You know, it's very easy here, I think, to just, you know, chill out a bit, kind of get your guaranteed win once Baron and Dragon comes up. But here you can see, I mean, Pretender, he goes in, gets a lot of resources out, and then Solo Kill, he finds the angle to just flash onto 3. Really nice engage from him. Yeah, they just all follow up and pick up a ton of kills off the back end of this.
It's not often that you see a 3-man stun re-engaged from the Jax, but Solo Kill, he makes it possible. YJY forcing to burn the cleanse as well as the Xayah ult as well. Not going to be easy for him in this next coming fight at the Chemtech Drake.
Yeah, 20 more seconds. S9, I feel like you really just don't have any options. You're down 10,000 gold. Maybe you could try Sneaker Baron or something, but do you even have enough DPS for it? I'm not sure you do. And if anyone finds you, you just die on it straight away. Could maybe cheese someone in the side lane here, which is what they're looking for. Solo Kill, though, honestly might need more than 3 people to take down. It's very, very strong.
Yeah, Divine Sunderer and Blade of the Ruined King completed already before it's even 20 minutes in the game. Definitely a very scary Jax, and not one I'd like to come up against. S9W trying to see if they can wrestle back some control in the topside jungle. Solarfed goes wide, but still slows YJY as he is stunned up. Doesn't have the cleanse available or the ultimate, so forces the Renata Glass ultimate. Columbia start trying to see what he can do on the sidelines here, but again, Solo Kill just going crazy on the backline. Dropped very low, but he's got the teammates back him up, Eminem and Pretender, just taking them down and evaporating them from the map. Eliminating them from the face of the earth. Double kill once again for Eminem, and that's a clean ace for Frank Esports.
Yeah, and I think if they're bold, they could maybe even just go for this 20-minute Baron, which I think they will. So, yeah, I mean, this game honestly doesn't have a whole lot more in it. They're coming up pretty close on 13,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, which is pretty insurmountable. And there, Solo Kill, he just found that amazing flash in. I actually think the start of it wasn't too bad for S9. They kind of had them in that choke. Got a pretty good Renata ult, but they're just so weak. Frank Esports have to make some colossal error for S9 to ever win a fight at this point. We'll take a look at it again. Yes, so YJY actually gets engaged on without having cleanse, so he's kind of forced to go out early. The Renata ult is good, but there's just no real damage follow-up in here. Grouped up as 4. Solo Kill with the amazing engage, and then follow-up by Pretender's 4-man Yone ult. Just cleans everyone up.
Yeah, the body slam and explosive cask is expended very early on from Rel here. And when the Renata Glass ultimate is down as well, they really don't have any disengage left. And Frankie Sports just run them over.
Omniav just forced a flash. Can't even enter their own jungle at this point. Feels very, very sad.
Yeah, Frankie Sports just keep going. They're not slowing down at all. S9W trapped inside their base. Really nowhere to run anymore. They're pushing down the mid lane and the bot lane with the Baron buff.
Yeah, I think they should be able to end off this. If they can find any sort of engage, they 100% pick up the end here. At worst, it's 2 inhibitors. But I really think that you have enough tools. You can just look to force something. There's plenty of members missing Flash here.
Yeah, Kaiwing just walking straight in. He's not taking any damage at all from YJY. Does get the slow side of the Solar Flare onto YJY, but nothing more than that. YJY's cleanse and ultimate are back up, so it's hopefully going to be able to survive a bit more than 2 seconds in this fight. But you have to wonder if... Oh my goodness, the Spiderling chunks him out of the fight completely. Forced to burn the mark out to him. Pretender just waiting on the sidelines, making sure that S9W don't have any way to engage. Rel here dropped low as well. These guys are just taking turns, going back to the fountain and healing back up. But the Baron and Beheld minions are not stopping at all.
And one tower will go down. The fight still hasn't started by S9. They're slowly bleeding out.
Man,
Kind of have to find an engage, but also you can't really fight. You just don't have any options here as S9.
Yeah, the Spiderlings as the main source of poke really for Frank Esports. Pretender might have an angle here for an ultimate, but does choose to go back. Solo kill, upping the counter strike, stuns up Calumnia. Spiderling once again chunking YJ out again. Rel here dropped very low, drops the explosive cast, but drops down himself. Open Nexus now for S9W. Calumnia getting stunned up by the Solar Flare. Solo kill, just waiting as well. Pretender, they're just so patient, making sure that they don't go in too far. When the YJY trying to perform his own hero play, but Frank Esports gonna close this one out at 23 minutes. S9W just weren't able to find any sort of way back into that game.
Yeah, I think S9W, it sucks. I think that's the most winnable draft that they've had so far, and straight up, they were just outclassed pretty much everywhere. I think that having your Aurelia die at level 1 before minions spawn is, or as minions spawn, is just, it's rough, right? And I think, honestly, S9, if you execute a tiny bit better across the map, this game is potentially winnable, right? Like, if you don't have that Aurelia death in the follow-up skirmish after, if you just, like, wait a bit more for Maokai to come closer, potentially there's a winnable 2v2 there. And then also, in that top lane, like, Rel here was winning a lot of trades, but just ended up kind of overextending and then dying to Hollow. And once you were 3-0 on the Elise, you can just run around the map and kind of clean everyone up. So I think at this point, you've got to raise a lot of questions for S9, because it feels like there's not, at least in my mind, going to be any band-aid fix for just being, you know, weaker individual players than your opponent. So you've got a lot of work to do here. I'm not sure, honestly, what they're going to do. I think probably the best bet they can go for is kind of, you know, maybe rather than going for something really volatile like that, just trying to play something really stable, like really strong scaling, and honestly just trying to play really solid fundamental League of Legends. You know, here, this is kind of a composition that it has a lot of potential to snowball. I think you've got winning lanes, but at the end of the day, it is a pretty high execution composition, right? Like, you've got champs like the Aurelia. It's just not very forgiving for a team that happens to be weaker than their opponents. So hopefully they can make it a bit easier for themselves.
Yeah, it does feel like Frank Esports, you know, the players did have their moments, but ultimately they weren't playing like amazingly well. They were just playing out the game as they're used to, and it feels like S9W just crumbled from that alone. Even from level 1, as you said, you know, Aurelia dying level 1, even though he does get the return call later on, it's still not a great look, especially, I think, you know, if I was on that team and I see my mid laner die level 1 with his flash still available, you know, I'm question mark pinging him.
Yeah, it's one of those games where I think if you had this in solo queue, you would kind of question if your teammates are trolling you or something, you know, and man, like, you would want to FF a game like that pretty early. But yeah, obviously, no FFs in competitive because we're all respectful young men, right?
Yeah. Most of us.
Most of us. I don't know why he looked at me when he said that, but yeah, I don't know. But Frank Esports, I mean, they are a team that have excelled in the early game, and they found leads basically in all 3 lanes and the jungle as well, so just managed to snowball that out. And still, obviously, while we expected Frank Esports to win anyway, coming into this 4-1, Sim9 haven't picked up a win. It was still, it's nice to see, right, that if they get that lead, they will just execute it out cleanly. Yeah, and I think, what was that, maybe 15k gold lead at the end, which is, I feel like that might be the biggest one we've seen so far. There's been some pretty monstrous gold leads, but I think that one might take the cake.
Yeah, it just feels like a series of blunders across the map for S9W. You know, it really doesn't look good for them ending this first few matches with no wins. And it feels like, you know, the sparks that they had before, where they were able to find some good skirmishes early on in some of their other games, there wasn't any of that in this game, or really any of this week's games at all. There were definitely moments where the skirmishes could have gone in their favor if they executed properly, even when, you know, they were 5-6k down at a very early point in the game. But ultimately, you know, if you're not able to find those opportunities when they show up, then you're not going to have a chance.
Yeah, 100% agree. And I think that obviously there is still a few more weeks of regular season games, so there is time to figure something out. But I think that when you kind of suffer from just being not as skilled as your opponents, that's something that's very tough to fix in a short amount of time. That being said, we do oftentimes see that teams, you know, as like some members start to play better, they get more confident, and then the team as a whole just looks a lot better, right? So I wouldn't say that S9 are at the point where, okay, the split's just completely done, there's like nothing else we can do from here. I would like to see them kind of focus in on the identity a bit more, because they've played a ton of different champions, and none of them to success yet.
Yeah, jack of all trades, master of none. You'll see here in this fight, you know, Solokill just going crazy again. Just so many stunned members from the Jacks, and then enabling the rest of his team to clean up. Pretender and Eminem just have to right-click one member and just take their hands off the keyboard, really.
Yeah, and Solokill does pick up the MVP. I think you get MVP to a lot of people on this roster, but yeah, Solokill, he did find some pretty insane engages on the Jacks, as well as his name suggested, picked up a solo kill in that top lane and ends the game with a 6,000 gold lead over his opponent. Also, almost 70% KP as a top laner is pretty nice.
Yeah, I think we saw yesterday when we saw the stats comparison at like the start of the game, or start of the day rather. He didn't have any solo kills to his name, so see him pick up a good number of them this game.
Yeah, and talking about the other possible MVP candidates, I mean, it's tough, right? Pretender, he gets a solo kill at level 1, like that has to be in the conversation. And then Holo as well, just running across the rift, killing pretty much everyone. So yeah, across the board, very well played from Frank Esports.
Yeah, definitely do feel like Holo would be my second candidate for the MVP. You know, he just really got the ball rolling in all 3 lanes, and that's that's like the dream scenario as you for a jungler, you know? You just get everyone ahead and just sit back and relax for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I think that is perhaps like one worry about going for that Elise Maokai trade, is that while Maokai does have some very good scaling, you know, clearly isn't as strong as Elise in those early levels, and if your lanes just end up exploding before you can scale to that point of relevancy, it just kind of doesn't matter, right? And we've seen that a lot with scaling in the PCS, is that oftentimes there's just so much fighting early that the scaling just comes online way too late.
Yeah, unfortunately. Tough loss for SNW tonight, dropping down yet even further into the standings. Whereas Frank Esports, you know, top of the table now. We'll see if that unfolds further in the next game. Hellpigs coming up against Deep Cross Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Doesn't matter what it costs, baby, no, I got it. I'm forever popping like the hot grease in the pan. Gotta make them understand, I don't never need no man. I'm a INDEPENDENT chick. Yeah, you haters think you slick. Got it all, never fall. I'm the one they always call. Spin the stack up at the mall. They say I'm the greatest, y'all. I bring all the flavor, yeah. I bring all the heat. If you ain't trying to get money, baby, you can have a seat, yeah. Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 Yeah, look, they don't want no smoke cause they know I got the vapor. Keeping all my jewelry on me tighter than the taper. I be on my ballin' tip harder than the Lakers. Do nothing for low, I don't do no favors. Came from the bottom, busting out the bag. I'm the girl you never had, never will and never have. All these suckers know I'm bad, know I'm lit. Make these haters wanna quit. I don't want no things you got, not even a little bit. Face pretty, game tight, make you get some act right. Play me once I catch a flight, money Himalaya height. Got no time to be polite, get these broke men out my sight. If you got the cash, baby, we can leave tonight, alright? Run me my money. Yeah, run me my money. 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 I'm in a dream. Now.
Hello and welcome back to Game 2 for tonight. Hellpigs coming up against Deep Cross Gaming. Of course, with the PCS brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. But this match tonight is a very important one for both teams. You know, Deep Cross Gaming, they have had some pretty crushing losses against both PSG Talon and CFO. So really looking to see if they can claw their way back into the higher rankings.
Yeah, Deep Cross Gaming, they seem to do... They're kind of like that quintessential mid-place team, right? They've beaten the teams below them pretty convincingly. At the same time, they've really struggled to deal damage against the teams above them. So I think Deep Cross Gaming, given that how kind of consistent they've played, they'll probably take out this game. That being said, they have kind of showed weakness in the early game. I feel like their early game, they often do fall behind and then kind of manage to bring that back. And Hellpigs on the other side are actually, you know, they're the team that gets ahead early but then struggles to close the game out. So there's potentially a window here for Hellpigs to kind of win the game, show that they actually can close out these leads and take advantage of Deep Cross Gaming's early game. But my money would still be on DCG.
Yeah, I definitely do agree. It feels like Deep Cross Gaming, when they get going, you know, they look very strong, definitely like a top 3 contender in the league. But when they're not able to sort of, especially like Nesty, like enable him to, you know, affect the rest of the map, they really do start to struggle. But let's take a look at the Hellpigs lineup for tonight. Taco and Taco in the top and jungle. Hong2, Tide, and IC8 as well. The usual suspects. But really, for me, there's still a lot of question marks around Taco in the jungle, because we saw him on the Gragas yesterday, you know, not a pick that we see often in this current meta, and you know, we had some hopes that he would be able to carry, especially when he got a couple of early kills, not early kills, early plates. So the onus was really on him to sort of lead the charge, but we kind of just, you know, devolved into radio silence.
Yeah, I think that is, like, yeah, a big weakness of Hellpigs is they really seem to struggle with, you know, just playing team fights and skirmishes out as well as they need to. It kind of feels that when they have a gold lead, it's not like they're actually playing from a gold lead. You know, the fights still remain very close, and that kind of makes it difficult to get anything really meaningful out of that. So I think Hellpigs, if you can pick some kind of easy to execute, you know, strong skirmishing composition, it could play to their early game strengths and make closing out that game a little bit easier. But here we see DCG's roster: Hanabi, Hana, Nesty, Kriskata, and Orca. So a pretty stacked lineup, you would have to say, but hasn't found as much success as you'd think.
Yeah. They actually did, they didn't lose to PC Talon yet, as I said earlier, but they did lose to Impunity, which is arguably even worse now, because PSG Talon, they're looking like a lot stronger of a team right now than Impunity, so losing to one of the potentially lower ranked teams definitely hurts your sort of chances and placement on the standings. So yeah, they're really going to have to dig deep and make sure that they don't slip up against the Hellpigs, because, you know, in theory, this should be a pretty easy win for them, but Hellpigs might have something else in store for them.
Yeah, they did get taken out by Impunity, but that was week 1 Impunity, which was basically the best team in the world at that point. But yeah, I think, like we were saying, DCG, they should be consistent enough in their playstyle that they can just take out Hellpigs here without too much trouble. But I think if they fall behind in the early game, could be in a lot of trouble because so far, I think DCG pretty consistently do fall behind in the early game, but they don't fall so far behind that there's nothing they can do, right? At least when they do, it's up against those top teams, and then, yeah, the top teams close it out pretty convincingly. But Hellpigs, they're not quite as clean with it. Here we have a top lane stats comparison between Taco and Hanabi. And Taco, he's had some Darius bans placed against him, and the one time he picked it, it didn't really work out that well.
Yeah. Surprising for me is actually the gold difference at 14. Hanabi actually behind 246 gold on average, which is interesting because I feel like he's been one of the more dominant top laners in the league so far.
Yeah, he had that one massive Narc performance over the Cassandre, so that maybe suggesting his other lanes really not going as well.
It does feel like though, regardless of that gold difference, he's still able to make up for that with his team fighting prowess. Like, I think we saw one game from him on the Renekton where he was definitely suffering in lane, but then managed to come back and really be a key influence in those later game 5v5s.
Yeah, definitely. I think he has had pretty good team fights and did have reasonably high KP there as well. Now, DCG, they do have the red side here, so they might go for that, maybe Nesty last pick as we get into the pick and ban. Hellpigs have taken away Ashe and the Wukong. Maokai is the first ban out of DCG, and we'll probably expect to see... Oh, okay, so the Vi is actually banned away, which is interesting because that means that either Elise or Sejuani or both are going through, and that's going to make the trade difficult. So yeah, interesting draft choices coming out, and also a lot of the bot lane combos will be left up. I think if you're Hellpigs, you probably ban one of the junglers, force them to ban the other, and then take what's left. Could be the play. What will it be though? Kind of curious. Okay, so actually ban out Nesty's Rise to try to really limit his options in mid lane. After DCG, the strong junglers left up. There's still Elise, there's still Sedge. So it could maybe be a mistake to ban one. You might just want to leave both of them up and trade. I feel like banning one almost guarantees... Yeah, okay, so leave them both up. Hellpigs, you get your choice here of Elise or Sejuani. Also, Zeri is the only one of those kind of quintessential bot lane combos left up. You might even want to just take Zeri and take whichever one of Elise or Sedge is left up. So lots of interesting draft kind of plays here coming out. It's definitely a little different from what we've seen.
Yeah, very interested to see what Hellpigs will pick up. It does look like, yep, going to be the Sejuani for Taco. I do like that. It feels like you need someone that is probably less important to get going early on and more of a consistent member of the team. So in return, DCG looking at picking up the Elise for Hana.
Yeah, okay, so taking the Sedge, I mean, I kind of do like it for Hellpigs because they have had kind of difficulty with their team fighting. I think Sedge makes team fighting and skirmishing very straightforward. At the same time, though, I really want to give over the Elise and probably the Zeri. Ooh, actually, is the Varus locked in? Okay. I think if Hellpigs take something like Varus, or sorry, Zeri Yuumi, I mean, it could be really good. Actually, the Kassadin just taken straight away.
Okay,
interesting.
That's pretty scary. I would not feel comfortable picking Kassadin there myself, especially when Nesty has so many potential pocket champions to counter that.
I feel like that's kind of saying that just with Sedge, you're confident enough in the 2v2, and also maybe saying that Nesty doesn't play some of those really strong AD mids like Aurelia or Jace or something. We'll have to see if he has them. Okay, he has them. He has them in his pool.
Yeah, he's smiling as well. He knows that this is definitely going to be a chance for him to really shine through and affect not only his lane, but carry that through to the rest of the map as well.
Yeah, and now if Kassadin doesn't fall too far behind in the early game to AD champs, it actually scales pretty well into them because you can optimize pretty easily for the Frozen Heart as well as the Steel Caps. So it's really the early game that's scary, but if you get through it, it has a pretty good time dealing with AD champs as well. But Darius ban is targeted at Taco here. I wonder if there'll be a Yuumi ban coming through as well, because the Sivir was taken, and Yuumi, the support was dropped to the second phase. A Heimer ban actually goes through. And Cryscada, I think he did play the Ziggs yesterday, but obviously, has the Varus. Probably won't see Varus in the support role, but, potentially willing to play something a little different, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, Hellpigs are really opting for a decent amount of scaling, whereas DCG, they've got a good sort of poke team composition building up, assuming that the Varus goes for the lethality build, which I think he should. But then again, it is a little bit harder for lethality Varus to deal with the Sejuani as that frontline threat as well.
Wow, DCG, they actually decide not to ban the Yuumi. This could potentially be a mistake, I feel like. Obviously, you do have an insane early game here, but Hellpigs, if they manage to pick up Yuumi in the 4-5, have probably the simplest to execute comp of all time. Now, will Cassante be the pick here? You kind of feel like it will be with these bans taken away. The Jax and the Darius.
Ooh, Sion potentially for Hanabi.
That's a funny looking Cassante.
Yeah, it looks a little bit different to usual. But, you know, Hanabi, it does seem like he is very proficient on those sort of tanky team fighting champions. So, it kind of makes sense. I think this is the first Sion we've seen so far, so it is a little bit jarring, but...
Potentially a double flex, by the way. They might put Sion mid, Jace top, potentially. We'll see what the top matchup is. Yeah, okay, the Aatrox. So, if they go Aatrox, I think you probably do want to put Sion mid instead. Because Sion can... Oh, okay, maybe go for the Gnar. Kind of prefer... Okay, so they go for the Gnar. I guess maybe just respecting the fact that there is flex potential here. Now, will it just be the Yuumi? Or perhaps you need something a bit stronger for lane?
Yeah,
Lulu or Karma?
I feel like Yuumi is a little bit scary when your mid lane is guaranteed to have next to no prio, but they might opt for it anyway. Now this is, yeah, I mean, it's obviously good when they get into those sort of later team fights and skirmishes, but in the early game, it's going to be really rough for them, especially if, you know, something like the Caitlyn gets picked up. Who look like they're hovering two ranged bot laners.
Yeah.
So definitely a lot of laning power for them, which is probably what you want, especially when you've got Elise ready, waiting in the sidelines to take down your opposing bot lane. Kalista is going to be the pick actually for Orca.
Yeah, pretty much a clash of styles here. We have Deep Cross Gaming going for pretty much the strongest early game comp you can possibly pick, especially around that bot side with the Elise, Varus, and the Kalista. At the same time though, Hellpigs have immense scaling and also it's very simple to execute. I feel like DCG, they do need to get a pretty massive lead in the early game to make their composition work, but they certainly have the tools to do so. And Hellpigs, you're going to have a really tough time getting through this early game without taking significant losses. But if you do, you have to feel like you just walk all over them in the team fights. I'm really excited for this. It's going to be... Now, this is a game that it can be very one-sided either way, like in terms of the score, even though the game is like relatively close, right? Because there's kind of that tipping point where the aggressive comp reaches where they can just kind of run you over, right? But if they don't quite manage to reach that point, they can't take Barons, they can't take tier 2s, then you give the scaling comp enough time to just, you know, continue to scale. So, yeah, we'll probably see a lot of kills, at least in the early game, though.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like the onus is on DCG from the draft to really make sure that they're securing those leads, especially through the bot lane, you know, trying to abuse the Yuumi as much as possible with the Varus Kalista. And yeah, if they are able to pull it off, it should be pretty easy sailing for them. But, you know, on the other side, Hellpigs, if, you know, they're able to survive and make it to the mid to late game, it becomes a lot easier for them to execute on those fights themselves.
Yeah, and I also think the team's identities are almost reversed in a way, right? Like DCG have normally been the team that kind of falls behind early game and then team fights well, and Hellpigs, they're normally the ones that win their early game and then fail to close it out. So maybe the team's names have been swapped here, but it'll be an interesting change of styles.
Yeah, definitely. I'm especially excited to see the Kalista support because, you know, it can definitely be very hit or miss right from the first time Carrier picked it. So hoping Orca can perform on stage tonight. Hellpigs against Deep Cross Gaming heading on to the Rift. No level 1 shenanigans this time.
Does not look like it.
No deaths either.
The TP actually on Tide is an interesting choice because I think TP is obviously really nice for kind of withstanding some of the poke coming out from this lane, but lacking an extra combat summoner does make it a bit more difficult to get dived. And I feel like with Kalista Elise, you know, avoiding that dive is very important because the dive is almost inevitable, I feel like, at some point in this game, especially given that you don't get mid priority as well. So it's actually pretty interesting. What do you think? Do you think the TP is good?
I'm more just wondering about whether the correct word is dived or dove. It just popped into my head and I'm not sure which one's actually right. Yeah, this is a tough one. Might need some of the viewers to help us out because that's really racking my brain. But, you know, the TP, I do feel like there is some value there. You know, it helps you sort of have a bit more freedom with when you choose to base. And especially against, you know, double ranged bot lane, I think it definitely can't hurt to have that extra flexibility. Because you kind of know you're going to get traded on in weird ways, as we just saw. Orca diving forward very aggressively with the Hail of Blades.
Yeah, now you see, Jungle Taco starts on the bot side. Perhaps we'll look to protect bot lane early against some sort of Elise gank. Nesty as well. Can obviously bully this lane 1v1. Will probably be more in the form of plates more than anything. It's pretty hard, I think, to pick up kills on a Kassadin, but obviously you can build yourself a pretty big lead. Now both junglers are actually pathing towards the bot side right now. We'll see. Will Taco just go back to top side, or will he look for something here?
Oh, he's around.
He's here early, but a ward will spot him out.
Yeah, Hana isn't quite in the area yet, so Taco really looking to see what he can do here. But DCG, they've positioned in the perfect spot so that they can very easily walk away when Taco shows his face. And Hana now in a much better position to respond.
Yeah, and I think the bot lane for Helpix is in a bit of trouble here because they know Taco will have to reset eventually. Meanwhile, Hana still has camps up on the bot side, so he can stay here for a much longer time.
Oh, they're going to run into each other. Hana, not able to get the cocoon yet, does drop it down, but they trade stuns, and Hana and Taco is trading autos actually pretty much equally. But I actually feel like it's a decent read from Taco. You know, he knows that Hana is going to be down here for that level 3 gank, and makes sure that he's in the area.
Yeah, I love how he's continuing to stay here. Like, obviously, it's quite a lot of loss of efficiency, and that you can't clear a lot of these topside camps, but at the same time, you know, Elise is one of those champs that kind of just disregards efficiency, right? She just has to gank, she has to snowball to be useful. So yeah, I like the play from Taco so far.
Yeah. Unfortunately, he can't stay there forever, and it does mean that he's gone back to the base now and heading towards his top side. So this is Hana's window to look for something, and there's no one else available to help support the bot lane of Helpix. So a lot of it is going to come down to how DCG choose to execute this dive. Cascada is already pretty low in mana, and low in HP as well, actually, so it's already a bit dicey.
They have to push one more wave and then go for it. I'm not sure how easy this is. Feels like it's not that feasible. Maybe Hana can look to flash for it or something. Oh, ICA could be in trouble.
ICA, this could... Ooh, not quite the window. I think Hana... Yeah, he doesn't have vision of the cat, so not able to go for the cocoon. Would have been huge, though. You know, IC8 is low in HP, but it doesn't really matter when he's hiding inside of Tide, and when he has the heal and exhaust available. But they are just going to try and force him off the wave for now.
Yeah, Nesty actually was hovering bot side as well, so potentially was willing to commit to that 4-man dive if necessary, but a lot of gold denied here. You know, a lot of CS and XP missed. Helping, so they do a good job respecting, and I think that's probably what they had to do, right? I don't think it was possible to stay under that tower with Taco on the other side of the map.
Yeah, Taco does pick up the enemy Krugs in response, but it seems very difficult for him to really get anything more than that. You know, Hanabi on the Scion, definitely not the easiest person to take advantage of, but he's so bulky at this stage in the game.
Hong 2 does manage to get his reset and is looking in a pretty fine scenario here. DCG will probably just deploy on the map and end up picking up the dragon. They will have mid and bot priority, so seems like it will just go over, but at least so far, I think Helpigs are doing a pretty good job of navigating this early game. Obviously, some CS has been lost bot and some plates as well, but nothing too serious so far. As long as kills don't go over, you're always going to remain at least within touching distance. Walker's just controlling this vision around mid. It looks like the dragon is going to be picked up by Hana. Also very early, which I think is good. You definitely have to start stacking the dragons pretty early into the game when you're playing one of these comps, because that's where your late game scaling really is going to come from. And the earlier you can get that stacking, the sooner you can kind of pressure the scaling comp to leave their base and force them to fight. Taking him a long time to do this.
Yeah. Oh,
no.
Oh no.
Very tragic.
Hana, yeah. Spending even more time on this Ocean Drake. We'll pick it up eventually. There it is. Red team has slain the dragon. Next one will be the Chemtech Drake. Something that I haven't mentioned earlier and didn't actually notice is that IC8 opted for the Relic Shield over the Spell Thieves, and it's not something you see really at all on the Yuumi. I think it does make sense to have that extra little bit of wave control, especially considering that a lot of the time they're not going to be able to, you know, affect the minion wave at all. Nesty trading in aggressively onto Hong 2.
And Nesty is building up a small lead, but So far, you perhaps expect a little bit more out of this lane. You know, plates are still standing. CS leads only at 3 currently. Now, obviously, he has gone for a bit more scaling because he has the first strike, but still feel like you should be able to bully the lane a little more. It will perhaps be a window on this Herald, though, spawning in 50 seconds. DCG, they should feel a lot stronger at this Herald, and I think it will end up going down to them. And at that point, that's when you really get to decide, you know, can you just blow up this bot lane straight away with it? Because you have lost 2 plates down here already.
Yeah, definitely should be the focus for DCG, and so far, the game has pretty much gone... Shock Blast doesn't quite make its way past the minions, but yeah, DCG game plan is being followed so far. They haven't managed to pick up any kills yet, but they have denied a lot of golden XP from the Hellpig's bot lane especially, and look at Hana and Nesty. They do get spotted out, but they are still going to achieve a lot of pressure. Taco and Hongtu forced to move down and respond.
Yeah, they're heavily pressuring this red buff, and I think it should go over unless Taco can somehow steal it. But without any vision, well, Hongtu actually, okay, he's in the area. He does have the catalyst. It's actually a decent time to fight.
Ooh, Orca dropped down very low as well. Cops a few ricochets as well as Prowling Missile from ICH. Gonna channel his base here. And same with Hana as well, so I think they might be looking towards rotating for the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and with that tower bot lane getting so low, as soon as that Herald is picked up, you pretty much can break bot lane immediately after. So whatever members you need to commit to this Herald, you have to think is worth it. If you can secure it, you know, breaking first tower is really the first step towards really snowballing a game, right? It just gives so much gold, and more importantly, perhaps, it allows that lane to start moving around the map.
I really like what DCG are doing here as well. They're leaving Cascada down bot lane while sending Orca up, because there's really not going to be much threat on the Varus from the Sivayumi. If Taco does come, sure, he can just back off. I feel like there's not much threat there, especially when he has everything available. Taco, I don't know if he should be up this close. Does manage to dodge the cocoon, but Orca is in the area. I don't think he's been spotted quite yet. Taco, stepping a bit too far forward, still has the hop available. Not too sure what he's really trying to achieve there. Just a bit of cheeky poke damage, but it looks like the Rift Shield is going to go to DCG relatively uncontested.
Yeah, and Jungle Taco, you can see on the minimap here, is actually looking to make a play bot lane on a Cascada, who does not have the cleanse, but actually showed on a ward.
Yeah, well-placed ward there. I think Orca placed it before he based, so good foresight there. And also, the wave only has just come into the tower against Cascada, so there is a small window here. Taco goes over the wall. Cascada might be in trouble. Does get hit by the flail. Ooh, gets stunned up.
Ooh.
And rooted as well. First blood going over actually to Tide. Yeah, Cascada saving his flash there a bit too long and pays the price for it.
Yeah, I actually really like how Taco played that. He was kind of... I think what Cascada was waiting for was the Sejuani ult to be used so he could just flash it instantly. But actually what Taco did is he just flashed forward, you know, gets the stun off the passive, and then can just follow up with all the CC while he's locked down there. So a pretty important pickup for Hellpigs, I feel like. It gets the kill onto Sivir, and also it delays this bot tower going down by just a bit longer, so pretty nice.
Yeah, the gold is pretty much evened up from that as well, so the bot lane of Hellpigs definitely pretty happy about that. The kill gold goes onto Tide too, which is exactly where you want it to be.
Now Hana, he could actually look to just Herald mid instead and open up the map. It won't be going all the way down, but it will be a nice kind of boon.
Ooh, Hongtu tries to ripple forward for the trade and has the trader's flash in order to escape the cocoon. Ripfield is dropped, and Nesty's going to pick up a good amount of gold here.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been better to use bot or not, because obviously if you break bot, you can get your bot lane moving around the map, but at the same time, you kind of give a longer lane very early into the game for Sivir or Kassadin to just farm. So maybe they kind of want to keep that alive for now. Might look for something here. Second dragon will be spawning in 5 seconds. I think DCG should have no trouble picking this up. They have a lot of mid and bot priority, and they're also just a lot stronger, I would say, at least for now. So 2 drags. I mean, the gold is even, which I think is good for Hellpigs, but two drags going over. It's definitely not a non-zero win in the early game, right? DCG, they've still managed to come out of the early game with at least something to their name. But will it be enough? I mean, Hellpigs, they have some pretty incredible scaling.
Indeed, second dragon picked up now for DCG, and the soul is going to be the Hex Tech Dragon, so the Hex Gates have been activated as well. giving DCG even more room to make those rotations around the map, especially for Hana. See here, pressuring the bot lane once again. And Tide and ICA forced to move back for now.
Yeah, and they will move back up to the lane. Jungle Taco is pathing out of base to here, so we'll probably be able to save them at least for now. And Krishkata, he still has the flash.
And the Callisto ult as well. He does definitely feel pretty safe. You know, even if he does get CC chained up, Orca's still there with the ultimate to bail him out. Taco shows on a ward. Hana, we're gonna go back to his camps actually.
Yeah, and jungle obviously has been pretty quiet. You know, Hana's just kind of been hovering lanes, creating pressure for this bot lane. Meanwhile, Taco also has been doing a lot of shadowing of his own, but is slowly going to outscale the Elise. I mean, upper level already. Up a couple camps as well. Top lane has been... Yeah, I don't think we've seen these guys all game. But
Yeah, they've just been chilling. Taco in the top lane does have a little bit of a CS lead, but I feel like Hanabi doesn't really mind that too much. It's kind of expected in the matchup. But checking in on the items very quickly, Krishkata has actually gone for the shield bow, so we know that he's not going to lethality build, which I think makes sense because, you know, you've got Taco and Taco, you know, both tanks who need to be melted through. And also I think it's harder to find value from your poke when IC8 on the Yuumi is going to be able to sustain that up. And he does have the additional safety, you know, sometimes it can be hard to find those auto attacks in those team fights, but with the safety of the Callisto ult as well, means he has a lot of freedom to move up and really play to his limit.
yeah, Hong 2 has also completed the Rod of Ages here. So we'll finally started stacking. Next dragon is in 3 minutes, and I think that's the one where Hellpigs can choose to fight, but still might choose to give. I think giving over the third dragon is a little risky, because it kind of means that you can't make a mistake around the dragons after that. At the same time, though, if you do give it up, it buys you another kind of 5 minutes of scaling. Hong 2 could be in a bit of trouble here. I think they should be strong enough, though, the Hellpigs, to contest this third dragon.
Yeah, Hong 2 has hit level 11 now as well, so a huge spike for him in that regard. I do agree that Hellpigs should at least try to look for something around the dragon, because there definitely can be opportunities opened up if DCG aren't playing as carefully as they should be. And especially considering that, you know, it's 14 minutes in the game, Hellpigs have opted for the sort of late game scaling composition and have only given up 1 kill so far and are even in gold. So, really good start for them, actually.
Yeah, 100%. I think Hellpigs have actually managed the early game pretty much as well as they could have. You know, haven't lost anything too meaningful other than those first 2 Drakes. And I still wonder, maybe the Herald should have gone bot instead of mid, because it would have opened this game up a lot earlier. Perhaps that's what DCG needed to really get the ball rolling. A dragon in 1 minute 30. You have to think that'll probably be the first big team fight in the game, unless there is some sort of trade. In Hana, he could use the fact that they don't really need this third dragon as much as Hellpigs do to try and trade maybe 2 towers top or something. Herald spawning in 10 seconds. I wonder if Hellpigs will contest this one.
Yeah, they are kind of in the area. DCG looking like they really want to pick this one up.
Yeah,
Hanabi not here.
I think they're going to end up giving this. I think there's too much topside control. Probably just want to wait for this dragon to spawn instead. Or maybe could make a pick on the mid lane. I mean, Krishkata not having cleanse against Sedge or Yuumi, I feel like is pretty greedy. So he's definitely a pick option pretty much throughout the entire game. Exhaust comes out. Taco's actually re-engaging on this.
Walker gets rooted and forced to burn the Baron. Krishkata now looking for the ultimate. Doesn't quite connect with Tide.
Ooh.
But that Empowered Arrow does so much damage, actually. It's going to be slowly sustained up by the Yuumi, but still a decent chunk, which should allow DCG to pick up the Rift Shield. Although, importantly enough, at this point, you know, the Dragon is up in 25 seconds. Taking this Rift Shield means that they're going to be off tempo for the Dragon.
Yeah, I think Hellpigs still kind of do have to reset. I actually might try and contest this. I think after you get this Herald, you just immediately drop it top and run down the drag. Because that way, at least if you don't end up getting the drag, there is a trade on the other side of the map. Hellpigs, so they should be resetting and trying to set up for drag, given that this Herald is pretty much gone at this point. TP comes out from Tide onto the mid-wave. Hunt's actually going to path down with the Herald, so might look to use it on mid-wave instead.
This is interesting. Even though DCG, they commit their resources to the Rift Herald. They don't feel like they're off tempo at all. Taco in the jungle was only just based and is getting back onto the map. So no river control obtained for them in return. DCG, I think, are pretty happy with that.
Yeah, so DCG, they do have a lot of river control here, but currently losing priority on both side lanes. So they're kind of on a timer here to start something. If they start it too late, we'll lose a lot of CS, both mid and bot. And Hong2, he's TPing in, so Hellpigs, they're saying they want to contest this fight. DCG, they're TPing as well. I mean, this should be a 5v5. Nesty is currently showing top, but does have the TP.
Well, Chris Carter taking a lot of damage from those ricochets and doesn't connect the arrow either. They had a huge health deficit, and he doesn't have any sustain of his own. Does have some lifesteal, but still going to be relatively low at the start of this fight. Dragon already started up by Taco and Taco. 6k HP on the Dragon.
There's a lot of poke here from both
Oh,
sides.
Taco goes in, actually finds the ultimate onto Orca, gets stunned up, and Taco as well on the top lane, finding a triple man Mega Gnar and Taco. There's just two Tacos wreaking havoc in the backline. DCG on the run, but now Sejuani getting so many stuns of Hanabi. It's a quadrukill for the Sejuani, actually. Could potentially be the Penta flashing over Hanabi, charges up the stun, doesn't quite connect. And it is going to take them a while, but I think Taco is actually going to pick up the pentakill on the Sejuani.
Wait, it timed out?
It timed out?
Okay, but unofficial pentakill. I don't think I've ever seen a Sejuani get a pentakill in my life. So really well played on the jungle Taco there. And yeah, honestly, Hellpigs, they massively outplayed DCG there. Well, I hope we see it on a replay, but I think, you know, both Tacos found massive engages in that fight. And I think, I don't want to say it's game over, right? But at the same time, Hellpigs winning this Dragon fight is so crucial because now they really buy themselves the opportunity to continue to scale. And this Sejuani, Taco's going to be just completely unkillable.
Yeah. Gold lead as well now for the Hellpigs. Almost 3k swing. And that is huge for them. DCG feeling like they're in a lot of trouble now. They have the early game team comp, but weren't able to find anything. And as a result, they are now on the back foot. It's going to be tough, especially not having that third Drake Dragon Soul point in their back pocket. Let's have a look at how DCG messed up this fight.
Yeah, so they get caught out. I mean, both of DCG's bot lane has no cleansers, and the simultaneous engage, you know, Taco gets a huge Gnarl, and the other Taco gets a huge Sejol. So just all the squishies are kind of taken out super early into the fight, and the problem with that is once you run out of damage, the Yuumi can just provide so much staying power in this fight. And then, yeah, kind of unfortunate for Jungle Taco here that the pentakill actually just timed out because Hanabi is too tanky, but hey, you win the fight. Yeah, we'll count it.
Yeah, the two Taco brothers really just absolutely annihilating that team fight. As you said, you know, completely in sync, finding that engage onto two members, and Hong2 fortunately picked up in the top tower. I'm sure we'll see that again later, but good pick up for DCG. Not sure it's going to be quite enough to swing everything back in their favor, but nice kill to have. But yeah, ultimately in that fight, Hellpigs managing to close the gap very easily and using that, you know, choke point in the river entrance to make sure that DCG have nowhere to run and no way to make use of their range.
Yeah, and kills like that, they're certainly good, but if they don't lead to anything, then ultimately it's just not really worth it. I guess we'll see the replay here. Okay, so Hong2 just kind of ended up under the tower on very low health. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe got chunked out by Nesty. But yeah, ends up getting dived. But the fact that it doesn't lead to any towers or objectives or anything, it's still, you know, you're kind of fine with that as Hellpigs. Even the top tower didn't go down.
Yeah, one cheeky death in isolation really just doesn't mean all that much. They do pick up the mid-outer turret with the Rift Herald and open up the map a little bit more. Two towers now for the side of DCG. Picked up. SD might be looking for Taco here. Hana is in the area as well, but does get spotted on a ward. And there's no sweep available either. We'll see if Taco can actually run his way out of this one. Taco 2 is in the area as well. The Taco brothers back again. Nesty looking to execute the dive. But TP's coming from Hong2 as well. Stun doesn't quite connect. Repelled to dodge. But now Hana's on the run. Has the blast cone available to get over the wall. And TP expended for Hong2. But he does manage to dissuade that dive.
Yeah, a lot of attempted dives coming up here. But they're pretty hard to pull off, especially with the double TP up. Now, both TPs have been burned. Which does feel pretty good. And they might actually look top again. Have a lot of members in the area.
Taco 2 might get locked on here. He's already very tanky though. They don't manage to chain the CC quite quick enough, and Taco gonna charge on out of there.
Yeah, I think you're definitely feeling the kind of point of being outscaled here. I mean, especially in the support roles, we've got an Umbral Glaive Callista up against a Yuumi at this point, right? The support difference is really going to be pretty insane in these fights in terms of output.
Yeah.
There still is the potential, though, for some kind of engage to come through.
The only thing with that is that Mikhails has now been picked up for ICA, so, you know, those stray Verasolts and stray Elise Cocoons not going to have as much of an impact. And DCG, the main point for them, the main power play in the next few minutes is going to be making use of that TP advantage that they've managed to build for themselves. Tide really far up in the mid lane. Shield doesn't manage to block the stun on the root, and Hanabi actually takes him out. Tide is way too far up in that lane, and no Yuumi on his back either. DCG turning their attention to the Baron.
Yeah, this really gives DCG a window back into this game. I think they can start this Baron, and a lot of DPS missing with the 2 items Sivir dead. I think if you're Hellpigs, you have to contest this, but dying on that mid wave was really unforgivable.
Yeah, Baron already at half HP. DCG making short work of it so far, but Taco 2 has the Yuumi on his back. DCG looking to see if they can zone people out. Baron now at 4k, but Taco 2 is just waiting patiently. Oh, Final Chapter does come out, but not much value found from it. Hanabi gets the knock-up onto Hong 2, forcing the Riftwalk out. Stun drops onto Hanabi as well, but in the midst of all that, the Baron has mostly reset.
Tide is TPing mid.
Yeah, Hellpig's on the chase now. Taco flinging them potentially the wrong way there. That would have been actually a really good re-engage from him if he flung them the opposite way, but regardless, I think it's still a pretty decent result for Hellpigs.
Oh, and Orca could maybe be in trouble here. The fact that that fight went on so long was really well played from Hellpigs. They managed to buy enough time for Tide to TP back onto the map. And DCG, I mean, again, they find a nice pick, but it's just not enough to convert to anything. Now, their tempo is a lot better for this Dragon. So it looks like it's just going to be a trade from Hellpigs. They're probably going to give up 3rd Dragon and just play for everything topside. Which is an interesting choice at this point, but I guess they just feel like their tempo is too bad to get down to bot side in time.
Yeah, definitely pros and cons to how they played out that Baron fight. They did play it very patiently, which let them, you know, buy time for Tide to get back on the map, as you said. But as a result, not going to have enough set up for the Dragon, and DCG now on 3. Soul point, 1 more away, and the next Dragon fight in 5 minutes is definitely going to be a crucial one for both teams.
Yeah, the Soul certainly gives them a win condition. At the same time, though, most likely Tide and Hong 2 will have hit major spikes by then. We've got a Zhonya's being built on Hong 2, and also Tide should be close to either Navori or the IE by that point. So Hellpigs, I mean, I think especially by then, they should be able to win the fight. It's just really, can they find some more picks onto Tide or other mobile members? It's going to be difficult. I'm actually not really sure how he ended up dying on the midwave. Anyway, Hong 2 actually hits 16,
Ooh,
well ahead of this 4th Dragon fight.
Yeah, I mean, this Hong 2 is just so strong on the Castle at this point in time. He's got the Seraph's Embrace and the Rod of Ages fully stacked, as well as a stopwatch in his back pocket. Both Summoners up too. He's really got, you know, the full package. Nesty gonna get locked on now. Oof, that already stings. Nesty at least manages to find some damage at the end of that trade, but already a bit of a taster of what's to come in the next upcoming team fight. Hong 2, a lot of it is going to be on him to carry the damage numbers and make sure that DCG have trouble.
Just kind of dancing on the scuttle vision there. And they, again, Hellpigs, they're getting priority on both sides of the map right now, which means they can just slowly snowball ahead in gold. And you can see the gold lead's not massive here, but having a gold lead at all with a team with Kassadin, Sivir, and Yuumi on it is kind of unheard of. This next Dragon in 3 minutes most likely will be the decider. I think whoever wins that fight probably picks up Baron straight after as well.
Cascada alone in the mid lane for now, as well as Tide. Meanwhile, Taco and ICA are wandering around in the jungle. I don't think they've been spotted on vision yet, so potentially might have a good angle here onto Cascada. Well, Missing Ping's dropping down. I think DCG are aware of that. And they're now walking down. Now it might be Taco that's in trouble. You've got Hana and Orca walking in. They're going to spot him out on the They see the ward though. They should know. Taco going to get spotted out. Charge over the wall. And Hana, wow, actually flashes the cocoon. Unstoppable, whatever ultimate. Silence is called. Same champion pretty much. Coming in from the sideline, but not able to connect with anyone.
Yeah, once again, cooldowns are burned, and Hellpigs continue to push in the side lane, so we'll have a lot of control for this next dragon. And Tide should be pretty close to item here. Having that third item, either the IE or the Navori, will be a pretty insane power spike. And Hanabi, he's been quietly farming up, but he's really, really tanky now. Probably the scariest member of the team, actually.
Yeah, a lot of it is going to be riding on whether or not Tide can pump out enough damage to take down Hanabi. But wait, Taco caught out once again. We'll see if DCG can pick this one up. Stuns up Nesty, and now the final chapter has come out, and Hana actually is getting picked up on the return end of that. And Taco's here, finds the Mega Nast stun onto Piscata, but gets pulled away. But is going to get taken down by Hong 2. He's so scary on the cast, and Nesty now, the surviving member in the area, 1 HP. Really no way.
Oh. Okay, he thought he was getting chased. I mean, I kind of respect it, but the fact that you have to TP away means there's no chance that this Baron will be contested. And Hellpigs, they're going to be in such a good spot. Like, they very clearly outscale. They're getting the Baron. They'll pick up a dragon here probably not too long after. I think that engage, I mean, Taco, even without Flash, can just buy so much time. And there just isn't enough DPS on the side of DCG to take him down in any meaningful time.
I mean, using those 5 early kills to good value really just survives so long here. You see DCG burn a lot onto him to try and take him out, but with that Radiant Virtue as well, just healing him up, as well as the Yuumi final chapter, they just buy so much time for Taco to TP in and find the flank angle. Orko does pull in Cascada there to try and save him, but they aren't able to build enough distance from the level 16 Kassadin, who really just cleans him up in the end.
Now DCG might have a last-ditch effort here to try and contest this drag. I mean, they're definitely not too far behind in gold, but at this point, feels like the Kalista and Varus are both pretty useless. And on the other side, both a Kassadin and a Yuumi.
Taco getting caught once again, but once again, is able to survive without too much trouble. Now Hana might be the one looked on here. Hongtu does have a really good angle here. Onto 4, is going to rift walk in. Only finds 1 with the slow, but Hanabi as well is on the opposite end of the wall, and so much damage coming out from Hong2 and Taco, taking down a majority of the health bars on DCG. Cascada now dying under his turret, as well as Hanabi, and Nesty, again, the only surviving member, but not for long. Clean ace from the side of Hellpigs. With the Baron Wolf, this might be the end angle for them.
Yeah, there's a lot of death times. I think they can just push down mid and end. I mean, yeah, that fight, it really showed the comp difference, right? Once you reach this point in the game, Hellpigs are it's just way too easy to execute, way too easy to win that fight. And Taco, they keep catching him, but I'm not sure who's really caught out, because Taco every time just turns it onto them and kills them. And this will be Hellpigs picking up the game 14-5 at only 29 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, Hellpigs, huge win for them here against DCG. One of the higher ranked teams on the standings. Always feels good to get that win, especially in pretty convincing fashion from their end.
Yeah, I mean, we were saying before the game that DCG, they have, they've lost the teams above them, but they've done pretty well against some of the weaker teams. I think the draft here was really interesting because DCG, we've seen them struggle with the early game. So picking a comp that is so reliant on early game snowballing seems almost a bit greedy from them, It seems like maybe you don't respect Hellpigs as much as you should, because it felt like DCG's early game composition just led to nothing, and then Hellpigs, all they have to do is sit back and scale, and eventually they just run over them. So yeah, I don't know, very questionable. I feel like giving over the Yuumi 4-5 was really questionable for me, because obviously they're going to scale well. They have a Kassadin, right? But I think Yuumi adds that just extra bit on top of making it really difficult. So yeah, DCG, they are once again, I'd say, punished for their weak early game. Even though they didn't fall behind, they didn't get the lead they needed. And I think if you gave those comps to some of the top teams, like a PSG or a CFO, it would look very different, right? You would see a much bigger gold lead, to see Hellpigs struggling a lot early, and maybe a good read from Hellpigs to be like, okay, DCG, they don't pressure the early game as much as they should, so we can just pick as much scaling as we want and get away with it.
Yeah, I mean, DCG, ultimately, in the end, their team comp wasn't actually that bad, right? But it's just that their playstyle doesn't really fit that too well. We saw in the early game, sure, it was pretty stable, but when you have a team comp with the Elise, with the Varus, with the Kalista, you don't want a stable early game. You want to crush the enemy bot lane, and that's just not what we saw. Hellpigs managing to really just hunker down and survive until they were too strong for DCG to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, I think DCG, they definitely had win conditions, right? I just don't think it's really their thing. I do think letting Yuumi through 4-5 was a pretty big mistake. Do we think that Jax or Darius would have impacted the game as much as the Yuumi there? I don't really think so. I think as we said yesterday, Yumi's a really annoying champ to verse because it's like it requires a lot more skill to shut down a Yumi than it does to just execute the Yumi, right? So I'll be very glad next patch, when that champ is just gone.
Yeah, definitely not going to be too many people missing the Yumi, but I think the mid lane as well is pretty interesting to talk about because, you know, Nesty against the Kassadin on Jace really should have, I feel like, had more impact than he did. It feels like they actually did have times where he was coordinating well, you know, with Hana to find roams together, but they weren't able to find anything out of that, really.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, you know, you're not looking to punish the Kassadin so much as you're looking to just punish the rest of the map so that Kassadin just ends up too far behind to really do anything, right? And I didn't really see anything from that. I saw Nesty he was playing for that 1v1. It didn't really convert to too much. You know, there's maybe only one plate and a small CS lead, which really just isn't enough when you're up against Kassadin. And I think that is one like kind of small bait when you're playing AP junglers is just straight up, there are a lot of mid laners who aren't that good at AD champions, right? And what we've seen from Nesty so far is he's very good on these control mages, but perhaps not as good as, you know, other mids on something like the Jace.
Yeah, a bit of a poor showing from DCG, but on the other side, Helpig's looking like really strong contenders today, you know, even their team fighting, which, you know, sometimes was a bit lacking, especially with Taco in the previous games getting caught out multiple times before fights. We didn't see that today, you know, they were really just cohesive and in sync, and we saw that in so many of these highlights that are coming up right now, especially around this dragon. DCG, you know, they're trying to look to see if they can find anything, but Taco and Taco both finding huge stun engages and cleaning up the main damage dealers of DCG before they can pump anything out means that it's pretty easy pickings for them going forward in the rest of this. And of course, Taco in the jungle picking up the unofficial pinch as well. Not something you see often on the Sejuani, but it works.
Yeah, it works indeed, and that was just such a crisp engage from both of them. It was really well synced up, got onto the exact members that you wanted, so very, very nice. And Nessie actually did do the most damage, but was mainly poke, and I think questions should be raised a little bit about this Callista pick, because it really didn't convert into anything, and ends up just being out-damaged as well. And if you have a look at the gold difference, I mean, DCG, they were pulling ahead, but it's never enough. You know, if you're playing against a comp with Kassa and Sivir Yumi on it, you're really looking to probably, what, at least 5k to be able to close it out. And Taco, I think, well-deserved MVP in the jungle, found lots of engages, the unofficial Penta, and 93% KP. Pretty dominating performance.
Yeah, I'm glad he's able to turn it around because his last few matches have been pretty poor form from him. You know, it feels like he really just wasn't on the same page as the rest of his team and, you know, not having a good grasp of the map. But this game, he really has managed to sort of flip a switch and really just bring it to the side of DCG.
Yeah, and I also just really like what Hellpigs did here, just as a whole. Going back to the draft, I think they've... I love the celebration. They've really struggled, right, with closing out those games. They just picked something that's super easy to execute. It's super basic, and it does the job, right? I don't see anything wrong with teams playing stuff that's just somewhat simplistic. You don't have to overcomplicate it if you don't have to, right?
Yeah, they pick a late game team comp and just pretty much just wait it out, and they do a good job of that as well. I feel like it's always scary when you give up like multiple early dragons as well as the Rift Shield as well. But they're pretty much just banking on the fact that they're going to be able to, you know, outmaneuver DCG around the map, and that really is what they did in the end.
Yeah, 100%. I think the next match coming up is the big one of the day, right? It's PSG versus Impunity,
yeah,
I believe.
Impunity coming against PSG Talon for the third match for tonight. Going to be a big one because PSG Talon, they're looking very strong. Impunity, not so much. So we'll have to see if they can turn it around. We'll catch you guys back here very shortly.
this. Face your eyes, grab your shades, hit the lights and take the stage. Light the fire, strike a match. This is where the party's at. It don't matter where you're from. Can you feel it heating up? 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Brand new suit, custom made, fresh to this, crush the game. Always know what's going down. Got the hottest thing around. It don't matter where you're from. Come on, come on, come on. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this. Never seen nothing like this before. Never seen nothing like this.
Hello and welcome back to Game 3 for tonight, a big banger for tonight. Impunity versus PSG Talon. Now, Impunity, they had a bit of a rough go of it yesterday against Frank Esports. They got rolled,
yeah.
To be honest.
there's no kind way to put it. They did kind of just get destroyed, honestly.
Yeah, whereas PSG Talon, I feel like they're just looking as strong as ever. They haven't really shown many signs of weakness since that first week, and we'll see if that trend keeps on going tonight.
Yeah, I think you're right. PSG definitely on the upward trend here, and big question marks for Impunity. You know, starting the first week 3-0 and looking really damn good in those games, right? And then coming into this week, this like mission has been very hard targeted, and I don't want to say it's just him, but the other members of the team haven't really put up enough, and yeah, he has failed to have the impact that he needs.
Yeah, Driver, Alex, Mission, Atlan, and Nature. As you said, Mission, you know, I feel like teams have been finding a lot of success. I don't know what happened there. Success against him, kind of just target banning him out of existence. And it kind of feels like the meta against Impunity right now, you know, just target ban Mission, see what happens, force him onto the Silas, which he seems, you know, still solid on, but definitely less comfortable than, you know, the control mages that he's used to.
Yeah, and I think I was saying before how it's a bit harder perhaps when you're on the red side to put some of those target bans towards them because there's too many meta champs, right? But the thing is, it's still happening, right? Like they're still getting 5 bans, and critically the red side does have that last pick. So you can pretty much always guarantee that you have a good mid matchup, which I think is so important versus Impunity. And PSG, I mean, they're on a hot streak, right? They're looking very good coming into this game.
Yeah, speaking of PSG, let's take a look at their players. We've got Arja, Husha, Yubao, Waco, and Woody. I have to say, Waco's looking especially handsome tonight, but you know, as always, these guys have been very solid, especially Yubao, you know, on a variety of different champions. Really just, I feel like he's just outplaying a lot of the other mid laners.
Yeah, he's been taken over. I think he would be definitely a contender up there with Mission in terms of the strongest mids. And I think that's pretty important because if you are going up against someone who, you know, is such a focal point of their team and you just happen to be perhaps maybe not as good, but, you know, pretty close, if the rest of your team can make the difference, then that'll be all you need. And Yubao, you know, he's no slouch.
Yeah, not only Yubao, but also Waco and Woody in the bot lane. They played the Zero Yumi against Lucian Nami yesterday against the Hellpigs and really didn't have any trouble at all in their matchup. But let's take a look at the junglers. Impunity Alex versus PSG Talon Husha. And it looks like, honestly, the stats are pretty similar. Same with the champions played as well. But I guess it's to be expected in the current meta.
Yeah, I think this is pretty normal. Obviously, yeah, the jungle champs are a bit stale at the moment. I think the main difference here is the support proximity. A full 10% more for Husha, which definitely suggests that PSG are consistently getting that bot priority and managing to bring the support up and link with the jungle, which I think is really, really important if you're looking to shut down a mid laner, right? Because if you can bring more people mid, it just shuts down any kind of aggressive opportunities that come out of Mission here. So Impunity on blue up against PSG on red, and the mid bans have already begun. We see the Kassadin first ban. Oh no, not again. Not the Kassadin Victor is here.
Man. Yeah, I have to wonder if Impunity are instead going to try and pick Mission's mid laner in the first 3 instead, because it feels like if they leave it too long, like sure it's bad to blind pick it, but it's better than not having any champions to pick anymore.
Yeah, so will it be the Azir last ban? That's what was banned against Mission yesterday. Or perhaps the Rise as well could take away. Okay, it is the Azir. Now, one thing I think is real interesting is the fact that Impunity continue to ban Maokai and Elise on the blue side, which is kind of strange because it suggests that you don't really want to pick either. Azeri is the first pick, taken away. So probably will be matched, I'd imagine, by the Sedge or the Vi and the Lucian. Should be the play here. It's always interesting to see whether teams prefer Sedge or Vi, because I think both are relatively similar. I feel like Sedge might be a little better.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of these good Sedge players have been able to find opportunities, even in the early game, when you'd expect, you know, Sejuani to be more about ganking. We see them sometimes, you know, counter-invading and stuff, especially on Alex. He seems to be one of those more aggressive Sejuani players. And it is going to be the Vi picked up for Husha, as well as the Lucian for Waco.
So now surely you take the Sedge, and then your choice of Yuumi or Lulu, depending on whether you want more scaling or more early game. Okay, taken away. And then will be the Nami, I would imagine, locked in for PSG here. How many times have we seen this draft so far? I'm not sure.
It's the last day on this patch, but we're so close to having something different. But going to be fairly standard from both teams so far. I feel like the real exciting bit comes in this sort of second phase of bans, because you have to imagine PSG are going to continue to challenge Mission's champion pool.
Yeah, I think you probably... Now, Yubao could pick the Rise away, so you could maybe ban Rise counters, something like the Syndra, and then look for the Rise yourself. Alternatively, ban it away, take away those good mid lane blinds, and just secure that last pick. Although last picking mid can be a bit more difficult with just a lot of the champs gone, right? It can be difficult to find an effective counter. It is the Syndra banned away, so perhaps setting up for the Rise. I wonder what that last ban will be. Ooh, Ahri is actually banned away.
Oh, that's a weird one.
Kind of interesting. I feel like Ahri is not that great with Vi, because I think both of them have CC but don't have enough damage really on their own. Okay, now what would be the last ban here? I feel like Silas is like an obvious one, but I feel like it's not particularly good in this game. Perhaps the Talia ban would be good. Yeah, Victor Azir already taken away. Orianna's another option as well. What will it be? Yep, so it is the Orianna. Wow, I'm getting these
You're
mid
on
bans.
fire once again.
Okay, yeah, so a lot of mid laners gone, and Mission... How can this keep happening, man? How can they put 5 bans on him? It just feels bad, you know, I feel his pain. Now, what I think maybe ban a Silas here and try and pick something a little kind of safer. You know, Silas is a very good counter pick. Oh, actually bans the Casio. So perhaps looking for the Rise. Will Yubao take it away?
I like this potential Z hover.
It's not getting picked, I promise you. Sorry to show you.
That would be so
Look,
cool.
if it gets picked,
though.
I will eat a shoe.
Oh, you heard it here first. Hopefully Yubao got the message as well.
There's no way.
Come on, 5 seconds, please.
I told you. Okay, so they take away the Rise. So this is potentially fine for Mission. I think probably wants to go the Talia here. There's just not a lot of options up. Jax, I mean, Impunity's comp's looking really good. They got the Yuumi Zeri with the Sedge Jax. I mean, that's a really strong core. You know, maybe Mission can just AFK this game and let the rest of his teammates do something. But yeah, I think maybe Jax and Talia. Ooh, okay, so going for the Silas. I don't really like Silas versus Rise, in my opinion. But it's the second time we've seen this, and it really does come down to, can you get it snowballing? Now, the thing is, you still have Silas with Sejuani and Yuumi, so even though it's maybe not the best mid matchup, it's still very good compositionally. And what will be the last pick? Hovering the Fiora and Jace.
Vegas is a little bit different. Cassante potentially as well. It is still open, and it is going to be locked in, so opting into the Cassante versus Jax matchup, which is an interesting one. We've often seen the Jax picked into the Cassante as a counter. So Archer, I guess, just feeling confident in himself and his ability to play it that lane out.
Yeah, I think on paper, I prefer Impunity's composition. That being said, I think PSG, they have accomplished what they've wanted, in my opinion. They've kind of put Mission on a pick where he doesn't have like that many great ults. He also doesn't have a great matchup. So if your goal with this draft was just to neutralize Mission, I think objective definitely accomplished. But at what
Mission
cost?
accomplished.
But mission accomplished. Because, I don't know, giving over Sedge, Jax, and Yuumi, I mean, it's scary, right? You've really got to snowball this game with your Rise Vi moving down to that Lucian Nami. Yeah, no, it's a banging game. I'm here for it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm glad it turned out to be a little bit different, but at the end of the day, it's not really that much different to what we've already seen. Although definitely do feel like PSG, I feel like both teams are pretty happy with their draft actually. You know, PSG achieved their objective of neutralizing the Mission, as you said, and also at the same time Impunity have a pretty strong team comp kind of on all sides that they're able to team fight with pretty effectively.
Yeah, I like that you bring up that both teams are kind of happy with what they got out of it, because I think one thing that always happened back when I would play pros, both teams thought they had the better draft. And, you know, like, oh, our draft is so much better than theirs. So, yeah, maybe that's what they're feeling here. But you're right, both teams, they kind of secured what they wanted. And now it just comes down to how well can they actually execute it.
Yeah, even though both team comps are fairly standard, it does make for a pretty exciting storyline for this game. I have to see if PSG Talon, you know, is neutralizing the Mission going to be enough, or does Impunity have enough firepower in the rest of their team to bring home the dub? Impunity up against PSG Talon, third game for tonight. Let's take a gaze.
Okay. Some friendly top lane interactions.
Yeah, we had a bit of this last night as well. It's good to see this trend is continuing, but Driver not really reciprocating, and now the game has been paused.
Oh.
Well, it had to happen.
Yeah.
We made it to the third game at least with that one, so
We did.
not too bad. I think the same thing happened yesterday as well. It was like the third game, first pause.
Yeah. Okay, one little interesting thing here is that Wako has been forced to take the cleanse on the Lucian up against, I think it's what, the Yuumi and the Sejuani. So that does kind of lower the bot lane kill pressure quite a bit. And when you're playing up against the Zeri Yuumi, you really need to be putting that pressure on, right? So not having Ignite for that 2v2 is a pretty big loss. At the same time, you're going to have to take the cleanse.
Yeah, definitely. You know, a small note to make, but definitely, you know, it's going to be impactful for them because not having the extra combat summoner can definitely be the difference between a kill and, you know, an escaped victim of the Lucian Nami. Hopefully it doesn't come to that for them.
Yeah, I'm pretty curious. Ryze is going to get a lot of priority over this mid lane, but it's whether or not can you get to bot lane consistently enough to actually pick up the kills, because I feel like whenever you're diving the Zeri Yuumi lane, there's actually quite a lot of things you have to get through. First, you have to get them low enough, even though they have sustain, and then they've also got 3 combat summoners. So normally, you're expecting probably like 2 visits to bot lane before you actually pick up the kills, right? Before you really seal the deal. And that can be difficult, finding that many windows in the game. I think we might have a mouse issue, maybe? No, actually it's a settings of some sort.
How can you even tell?
Well, the ref's looking at the screen, right? It's got to be a settings thing.
Man, detective shock coming out. Might need a career change in that one. I didn't spot that. Oh, looks pretty happy. Hopefully we're getting back in the game soon.
Yeah, he's smiling. It's working. Oh,
Oh, they're back. He's doing some more fiddling.
What?
No.
Yeah, what
Bit of a
could it be?
Yeah, bit of a side note, but those like, you know, those like one-eared headphones that the refs are wearing. I feel like those are so uncomfortable.
I don't think I've ever worn one of those.
Really?
No.
You ever worked in like customer support or anything?
No.
Oh yeah. I haven't either.
I play mid, not support.
I've worn one of them. I don't even know when, but I've definitely worn one before, and it's just like, it feels weird because the weight is like not balanced on both sides. So you've got like this heavy thing on one side and then just nothing on the other. I don't know why they even do that. I guess just so you can. I don't know. It's weird.
It looks like they've actually brought the head ref out.
Oh.
This is a big problem.
Oh no.
Yeah, but getting back to this game, I think that, yeah, I think top lane again, as we've kind of seen throughout most of this meta, does just kind of end up as an island. And then it comes down to, okay, if the teams are still even at, say, 15 minutes, the top laners then can have some sort of impact. But before then, you know, they just do their own thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I feel like there's somehow like both a lot of room to work with and then not much with the Cassandra Jax, because we've seen it get like quite heated actually in those side matchups, especially when they've sort of had their first couple of items. It can really go either way, but I definitely do agree that, especially in the sort of pre-6 levels, there's not much that's going to be going on. We have been told that it is a player microphone issue, so hopefully that gets resolved pretty quickly. I think those are usually some of the easier ones to fix, as opposed to like, I don't know, games not loading or FPS bugs or whatever, but I'll back into the game, thankfully.
Okay, so yeah, there's 3 bot sums. Cleanse, we talked about all that sort of stuff. Well, actually, some level 1, the respect time is over. Now it's time to battle.
Yeah, Driver's really not having any of it. He's got a serious face on. Archer does get one smackdown on the Cassante, but going to be healed up pretty quickly by the Doran shield. Oh, Driver actually going for this ward as well. Oh,
I think he's just looking to push him off the buff if he started it.
yeah.
Does get the ward though.
What is that skin? I can't see it anymore. Oh wow, this is a weird position for Driver to be in. He knows that Usha has started the bot side, so he's just kind of working his way through the back of the minion wave. That's such a weird trade.
Yeah, with the lethal tempo, he can just kind of look to fight him, but now it's such a creep deficit. Kind of just wants to walk away from it. But yeah, weird start to the top side. Don't often see that. But something we have often seen is this bot lane matchup. And it pretty much plays out the same way every time. If Zeri Yuumi get priority early, Lucian Nami start to kind of get it back when they get the Dirk. Then after that, kind of see what happens based on the teams.
Yeah, I think the worst part is that we see a lot of trades like this, but then nothing, like 99% of the time, nothing really comes of it because both sides just have such good sustain options. Keep them pretty healthy. Lucian now working his way up to the top side, whereas Alex passing towards bot.
Yeah. And I think, by the way, just looking at these comps, outside of maybe the Stylus, this is about as meta as you can possibly get. This is really the just standard picks at the moment. And they're standard for good reason. They are very strong. Thankfully, next patch, we will be moving to 13.3. Hopefully with ASOL enabled as well.
Oh, that could be interesting.
Now, Rise, Yubao is getting a bit of priority here, but you're not expecting to use your priority that early. You're kind of waiting for bot lane to get a little bit stronger. Take some low health bars here, though. And Alex is in the area.
Yeah, potentially a window for impunity here. But the wave is pushing into PSG's tower, so not too much threat on them for now. Alex instead going to turn his sights. Oh, exhaustively dropped and a cleanse in the bot lane. Alex is nowhere near. Waco dropped very low. Atlan getting a few Qs off on the back end of that trade.
I think
But-
surely Alex looks for this, right?
Yeah, a lot of summoners bid from Impunity. All their combat summoners are down now, whereas Waco only had to burn the cleanse.
Mission actually is mid-prior as
Yeah,
well.
Alex and Mission both here. Waco and Woody looking like they're going to be in trouble. Alex should take the initial aggro here. TP does come in to respond, but it's a little bit too late. Woody dropped very low. Mission picks up the first blood, followed by Alex with the second kill onto Woody. Or onto Waco, rather. Yubao trying to see what he can do now with the red buff. Flashes over. Mission dropped very low.
gets it.
Does hit that last Q. Double kill picked up for Yubao.
Oh, he does. He's
Might be a
free.
triple here as well. The cat is all alone. Oh, saving from Atlan. But no, both
my
of them might be the
God.
target. Actually, Yubao is relentless. He might just be able to pick up this kill here. One more order would do it.
Oh, Yuba, what a monster
Oh.
though. He's just running him down.
Red buff so close to taking that last damage point left for Atlan, but he is going to make it out by expending the flash. Saves his pet kitten as well. 2 for 2 in the end.
Yes, I think... I'm not sure how Mission managed to get mid-prior, but anyway, gets down for the 4-man. They're missing sums, and the TP is perhaps a little slow, but is going to be in time to pick up kills off the back end. I think these PSG members could have probably been cleaned up a little bit easier by Impunity. And then, on the way out, it was a little scuffed. The Yubao having red buff here definitely makes it a lot easier. Can continually have them slowed, which obviously makes chasing easier, as well as hitting all these skill shots.
Yeah, it feels like it looked really good for Impunity, and they do pick up the first blood, so definitely not bad for them, but also I do feel like that dive could have been executed a lot cleaner. It feels like they kind of switched aggro during that, which let both Waco and Woody survive a little bit longer than they should have, but Husha's looking in. Yubao has the prior this time. Mission's stuck in lane, but it's going to be a Vault Breaker traded over. Oh, Alex is still walking up, gets rooted up. Vault Breaker is still on cooldown. Husha not going to be able to help out much more, but Alex forced out of his jungle.
Yeah, it's nice that they forced Alex out, but Yubao invests a lot of tempo for that, so it's going to not have mid-priority, at least for a couple more waves here, as Mission gets to kind of reset the wave.
Ooh. Mission getting a little bit antsy there, but not going to trade in onto Yubao, letting him collect up that wave.
The Husha, he starts up the Dragon, most likely will get picked up now they have the bot priority with that Lucian Dirk. And it is going to go over. Shouldn't be any contest coming in through here. Let's say it's a decent start here for both teams. I don't think anyone really has an insane advantage at this point. It's more just like
Yeah.
where the advantages have been put, right? Yuba having 2 kills. Now PSG, they could be in
Oh,
trouble.
Atlan dashing in. He's got Alex on the back end as well, ready to follow up. Does have the charge still available. Waco no flash, but does dash away. Oh, not quite enough to get the stun down, but now Husha's here as well on the respond. Waco is very low though, so can't follow up too much. Ultimately, Husha's just going to be there to make sure that everything gets disengaged and the bot laners stay alive.
Yeah, very, very close. And I think this game now, a lot is going to be on Yubao's shoulders in order to carry this game, because he does have the lead, but in the meantime, his bot lane is falling pretty far behind in a matchup where they need to get ahead.
Yeah, Waco and Woody often ending up on the receiving end of a lot of these trades. Not a good deal for them. Oh, still gets hit by that projectile as well.
Yeah, Yumi is so obnoxious.
Impunity pulling slightly ahead with a gold lead.
Yeah, I think so far, if you're Impunity, you're probably feeling pretty good about this. Even though Yubao is getting fed, I think it's fairly easy to deal with a Rise with this much CC on your team. That being said, a fed Rise is not easy to deal with anyway. You know, it's like easier to deal with this comp, but fed Rise obviously is very difficult. But PSG, the Lucian Nami falling behind, I think it's a pretty big deal. This all kind of started from those early trades that didn't go in their favor, which then led to that bot dive. So perhaps some uncharacteristic bot lane mistakes being made, kind of leading to this situation. And Yubao could maybe look bot again. Does have the Rise ult, but will run into Alex.
Yeah, he's going to be able to dissuade that Rise roam. And yeah, like you said, Waco and Woody feeling like not their usual selves. Usually we see them pretty dominant, especially when they're put on a power pick like the Lucian Nami, but really not able to find the agency that they'd want so far. Yubao, I hope he remembers that Alex, he did just see him a couple seconds ago, but no, chains get hit. No flash available for Yubao. Alex going to drop the flail, drop the stun, drop the second stun as well. Husha is in the area, but isn't going to be able to help out too much. Yubao actually makes it over the wall, and Husha's there to stop it. I'm not sure how Yubao's managed to accomplish that, but just not quite enough damage from the Silas and Sejuani. Yubao, I feel like he got so lucky there.
Yeah, he gets out and didn't even have the Merc Tread, so just kind of face tanked all that and still managed to survive.
Yeah, I feel like, wow, that was really surprising, and it doesn't bode well for Impunity if you're not able to, take Yubao down in such a favorable situation like that. Hitting all your CC abilities for their full duration and not getting the kill must really hurt.
Yeah, now Alex is starting up the Herald. Meanwhile, Husha will look for something bot side. There is no defensive sums other than this flash up for Impunity's bot lane. But without Yubao here.
Oh, Alan actually going on the aggressive. I like that actually. They make sure to pop the final chapter and mainly just to get rid of the wave. But wait, Husha's here. Lots of CC drop down onto Alan and he is going to fall down. Just as I compliment him, he doesn't want to receive it and ends up receiving a whole lot worse.
Yeah, I think that was really weird from Impunity's bot lane. I do like it to begin with, getting some sort of trade to sort of disincentivize the dive, but looking so aggressively while your jungler is on Herald, especially after they kill Herald, because, it announces to the whole map exactly where Alex is, and they still try and play really aggressive on the weak side. So, yeah, pretty greedy from Impunity, and honestly a very avoidable death, but a really nice pickup for Wako, right? You feel a lot better now with all that AD in your inventory. Actually, look at Lucian's inventory
He's got
right
all
now.
the swords.
He does. The swordsman at work, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I really did like the initial play of going slightly aggressive when PSG weren't expecting it to make sure that the wave is cleared. But going aggressive after that is just a mistake, plain and simple.
Now, Rod of Ages has been completed for mission here, so is scaling up nicely and has himself a small CS lead in the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty decent CS lead.
Yeah, part of it is because Yubao has been doing so much roaming, so it's not completely unexpected. At the same time, though, yeah, you normally do see Cyrus behind in this matchup, so being ahead does feel pretty good. Gold difference is in Impunity's favor. And I think that does feel good. Again, we kind of saw earlier in the day, if the Yuumi team is the one with the gold lead, it's more gold than it looks like, right? A small gold lead can be worth a lot more.
Yeah, and Nature already quite close to his mythic item. I wonder what it's going to be. I would expect probably the Chevaliers. Seems like a lot of these teams are favoring that over something like the Moonstone. But both are honestly pretty good.
Yeah, now Dragon is spawning in 2 seconds. Alan could be in trouble.
Alan gets caught up again. Cease and desist. Tidal wave doesn't connect as well as the bubble. So now Alan's going to turn around, dropping Woody very low. Waker trying to get some damage as well to dissuade any further action. Husha escapes with his life. So does Woody. And it actually looks pretty dicey. I'm not sure. That CC just wasn't quite long enough for Woody to chain it. And timing is just a little bit off for them.
Yeah, I think Alex also, off the back of that, could have killed Woody if he was willing to invest the flash ult, but maybe decides that it's not worth it, is going to pick up the dragon anyway. Actually, Husha might try turn around. They do have the mid priority currently.
Oh, Yubao's walking down. Oh, does interrupt the Vault Breaker, so Husha not going to have any CC available for the next few seconds while that comes back up. Yubao, though, looking on mission, trying to deal as much damage as he can. Dragon dropping down to 2k as well. I think PSG are going to have to give this one up.
Yeah, and the Yuumi team already picking up a dragon as well as a sizable CS lead in the bot lane. I think Impunity, they've definitely kind of navigated the most difficult part of this early game fairly well. Especially after Yubao got those 2 kills, but it hasn't led to any more pressure bot. And a lot of gold is going to be picked up for Outland here.
Yeah, definitely good looks for Impunity. In previous games, it seems like they've, been semi-reliant on mission to help the side lane secure leads, but this time they've kind of been able to do that by themselves with the help of Alex.
Yeah, does look like it. Now, I think mission probably will just go for the... Oh, will he go Mercs or will he just go the CDR boots? Actually, not too sure. Yeah, it does go the CDR boots. So not a ton of point-and-click CC on the other side. The next Herald is in 2 more minutes. And I think Impunity are already strong enough where they might be able to actually think about fighting this. Normally you're pretty comfortable giving up, say, the first 2 dragons and a couple heralds just to kind of secure your Yuumi scaling. But if you're already at the point where you can contest fights, you're feeling really good about that.
Yeah, definitely mythic advantage already for Impunity. They've got mythics on everyone, but the top laner so far, Driver, not quite there, but definitely close. Whereas on the side of PSG, only the Rod of Ages completed, and the Iceborne Gauntlet for RG as well. Meanwhile, the Kimpunk Chainsword for Husha. Haircut definitely is very valuable against stuff like the Yuumi, like the Silas. So not too bad, but I think the fact that Waco hasn't picked up his mythic yet does, signify a bit of a strength deficit for them.
Yeah, hopefully he is able to pick that up before the next important fight.
Going all out. Driving Driver out of his own turret, and Arja going to chase that one down. Oh, one hit away. Is he going to be able to connect that third Q? I think he is. Oh, runs it down. Driver wasting the counter-strike though. I'm not sure where the word Hooper came from, but he's just rent-free on my mind, I guess. But Arj going to pick up that kill in convincing fashion. Driver expends the flash as well, so big loss on head side. Whereas on the bot side, Alex seeing what he can do around here. Missions in the area too, but Yubel,
it could look for a 4v4. They have items, and Waco still doesn't have his mythic.
Yeah, blue buff smited away for Alex. But PSG and Impunity both not going to look for anything further just yet.
Alex is going to be in the area. There might actually be a 3v3 breaking out here in just a moment if Husha decides to enter the river.
Oh, that's where I got it from, Hooper. And that's
the
one, even though it wasn't on the screen. Anyway, gold lead has pretty much evened up now.
Bot's health's very low, and Alex is going to try secure it.
Well, Alan's not scared at all. Alex actually is dashing forward, doesn't quite connect the Drani ultimate. Waco dashing out of the way. Yubel trading aggressively onto mission as well.
And neither of these champs really take damage.
Oh, wow, that's a well-aimed Q.
Now Herald is up, and I think PSG should be able to pick this up. They have the stronger top laner right now, and Alex just invested his Sejuani ult bot side. So I think Husha should be able to grab this Herald now. But where do you use it? The top tower is already fallen, and both mid and bot, I think, are pretty healthy at this point.
Ooh.
You might just use it to try secure the next dragon instead.
They're not taking it very quickly, and Impunity are now kind of in the area, or it is on 2k now, so probably no chance for a steal, but we'll see if Alex tries anything here.
Okay.
It's just going to be given over.
It's picked up. Alex has a pretty nice angle here. Actually dodges out the vision. Waco, though, he has the cleanse, so even if he's caught, does have a second chance. And Dragon's in a minute here. I think both teams really want to fight this. Pretty important. Alex will be resetting and probably will deploy back to that bot side. I think whoever has control of this Dragon early can make it very difficult for the enemy team to face check. There's a lot of pick tools across the board. We'll see a replay of this top... Oh, a cinematic replay of this top lane fight. I'm not... Okay, so it's the longest Cassante ult probably of all time, and he just gets chased down. I think part of the reason why this fight went so bad is Driver still didn't have his mythic, and I think he was sitting on a lot of gold, but isn't it insane how much distance Cassante can cover? He just has so many dashes, and with the Ghost as well, he's smiling to himself. Maybe that champion isn't fair, Driver's thinking.
Yeah, maybe I should ban that in draft phase next time. But yeah, forced to burn the flash, and Cassante just dashing over. Relative ease. Does suck to be in that position. But Ocean Dragon is now alive. Both teams sitting on one so far. Impunity are going to be the ones to start it up.
Yeah, they have much better control. I'd be surprised if PSG just want to completely... Yeah, there's a lot of pings coming down. So PSG, they want to contest this. Drop the Herald mid for its priority.
I think they're pretty slow. It's on 3k now, but TP coming in from Archer as well. Husha finds the engage onto Alan, gets rooted down, but Alan is still alive. Oh, Archer is going to be able to find him with the all-out most likely. Yep, does pick him off on the side there. Now Missions trying to see what he can do, but Archer's on the backline once again. Cease and desist dropped onto Husha. Drops very low. Mission not able to quite find that last hit onto him. Chains do connect though. Yuumi now all by herself. Waco finding himself in the pit somehow. I'm not sure how he managed that, but Alex forced the flash out of the way. Driver has the leap strike available probably pretty soon, but stunned up now. Does manage to get over the wall, and now Archer looking to see if he can pick off Alex as well. And Driver actually gets flashed on by Woody. Newbelt probably going to pick him up. Yeah, in sync. 2 kills. Archer on a rampage. Newbelt on a killing spree. And that's 5 kills for the side of PSG Talon.
Yeah, and I think this fight... way better played from PSG. I think in that fight, both the PSG solo laners did so much more damage than their counterparts, and Atlan also was just taken out so early. Let's take a look at this fight again. So I think the problem was Atlan ended up getting his dash cancelled here, I believe. Yeah, so tried to get it, but ended up just like in the middle here. And Arja and the Cassante just took him out back and took him out.
Took him out back and took him out indeed. And now the fight gets pretty messy here. Waco ends up separated from the rest of his team. He gets jumped on by Driver, forced to flash away. And when you've got to run to the pit, you're pretty much doomed then. You're hoping that your team will be able to clean up fast enough, but not going to be the case. PSG, though, they don't stop there. They keep chasing down Alex and Driver as well. I think both Yubel and Woody flash over the wall to try and chase that. And yeah, both of them, at least, Driver and Alex both dying at the same time. They're in sync.
Indeed. Yeah, have a look at the damage graph for this fight. I mean, the solo laners as well as the AD just put out so much more damage during that fight. And I think Atlan going down that early when he is, a big benefactor of the Impunity early game here was really problematic, right? Like, if you're this fed on the Zeri, you should definitely be outperforming your opponent, but crucially falling down in that fight. And now it's going to be very difficult against this fed Ryze and Cassante to actually deal enough damage before the fight ends.
Yeah, Atlan just getting caught a bit too far up, and his team not able to offer enough peel in that situation. Means that PSG are going to pull ahead in gold.
Now, Impunity did manage to pick up the Dragon there, but you have to think that, at least in the current state of the game, Dragon win condition isn't super important. If you can sometimes just get to that Dragon late, have a better position, and win the fight after, it can be very worth it.
Pico dropping the culling, but
and not too much happening. And the Jax vs Cassante counterpick definitely has not worked out. I think it was actually a blind Jax and Cassante picked into it. We really get different messages from this matchup, I feel like, every time, because this time the Jax has been solo killed and heavily outperformed in team fights. So at that point, it's like, why do you pick it? But then in some of these other games, I think we actually saw earlier, Jax solo killer Cassante. So maybe it's just player difference at the end of the day.
Yeah, definitely can go both ways. Mission might be looking on mid lane here. Alex is waiting in the wings as well. Not sure who would be the target, but they are going to back off for now. Important to note that Archer in the side lane has got 2 completed items as well as the Bramble Vest. So it's really hard for Driver to be able to deal with them when it's not under his turret.
Yeah, and he's actually taking towers in the side lane. So not what you'd expect up against the Jax, but certainly doing a good job here. And the next Dragon, it feels like hasn't been any time at all, but is up in another minute and 20 seconds. And I think PSG this time have a much better team fight.
Oh yeah, look at that gold swing straight from the 17-minute mark. It was previously in control for Impunity, but they do slip, and they slip even further after that last Dragon fight as well. Really looking a little bit tough, at least for these next few minutes, while PSG are kind of in their item spike moment.
Yeah, I think Impunity, they were in a pretty good spot after the early game. You've got ahead playing the Yumi comp, but just a really crucial mis-execution in that first fight has kind of put it the other way, and it can be quite hard, I think, to play champions like Sylas and Jax from this far behind, especially into like lots of tanky targets here. Now 35 more seconds. There will be a lot of control, I would think, going over to PSG early, and if Alex can't find some engage on a crucial squishy target, I don't really see Impunity winning this fight.
Yeah, a lot of the onus is going to be on him to find that initial pick. Waco playing very far up in the mid lane, securing the mid prior. Isn't too scared because he has both summoners available. Husha's got a pretty decent angle on this though. Doesn't actually get spotted yet. Mission is walking towards the bot lane. Might actually get looked on here. Husha and Yubel in the area. Mission has no idea. Does get rooted down. Vault Breaker doesn't quite connect, but the cease and desist doesn't get dropped actually. They're just focusing on getting damage down onto Mission.
I feel like the W usage was questionable from Yuba. I think they could have perhaps killed Mission there, but still a big win. You get the chunk and you get the flash. And I think at this point, Impunity, you just have to play to trade away the Dragon. If you can get some stuff here topside, could definitely be worth it. Like, since you've got 2 Dragons already, you're not too worried about giving this over. At the same time though, I'm not sure you feel that good about the trade. A tier 1 at 23 minutes is, not the best. Obviously, it's better than nothing, but after Mission's caught out, very difficult to contest.
Yeah, Waco once again looking in on mid lane. Questionable culling there, potentially expecting Atlan to dash over the wall, but Atlan holds it. PSG looking to really pressure down this tower. Stun does connect on the Waco, cleanse popped, but he does get stunned up. The Realm Warp does take him out to safety in the nick of time. Well done from Yubel, thumbs up from him. Looking out for his fellow team members, and that actually really saved PSG. If Waco goes down there, it's definitely a potential Baron angle for Impunity.
Yeah, that was a really nice rise up from Yubel, and also just shows how much damage Atlan can do if he's actually alive in the team fight. So
it turns out you do pump out a lot more DPS when you're alive rather than dead. And Atlan figuring that one out. All summoners available for the Impunity bot lane. So definitely feeling a lot more comfortable to be able to step up, especially when you've got Alex setting up those CC abilities for you on the key targets. Waco once again looking on Atlan. Mission picks up the tidal wave, but does get mostly blocked by Arja, who is the only one who tanks that one.
Yeah. Dragon here. Still 4 minutes away. Don't think there's going to be too many fights before then.
Yeah, it's interesting to see so many members playing towards the bot side, even though there's no objective available. It does seem like Driver is the main target for now. Husha and Arja. Arja's going to walk straight past Mission and look for Driver. Leap Strike gonna make it out with the flash as well. Good pickup there for PSG, and Impunity not able to get much else traded for that. And also PSG getting back on the midway first is really good for them.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting here. Despite the fact that there is no real objectives up, both teams still looking for quite a lot here, right? They're looking for the engages, really trying to get something done.
Yeah, seems like the spectators might need to update the windows, but regardless, oh look, it's gone. PSG looking to wrestle control of the mid lane priority. That mid tower is so low, you have to imagine PSG really want to take this one down as soon as possible.
Yeah, I think as soon as it drops,
Ooh,
yeah, okay.
so Johnny out goes wide. Arja takes the brunt of the CC, but it's still relatively healthy. Goes unstoppable. Now Driver on the backline finds a 3-man counter-strike stun. Husha now the target. Allen chasing them down so far, but the turret blocks him from going any further.
Yeah,
Very
wow.
good fight there from Impunity. I think that counter-strike from Driver really sets them up for success, and now looking towards the Baron.
Yeah, huge damage dealt there. They've kind of forced PSG off, and they're going to start this. I actually thought that was solo kill on the Jax, the way he stunned 3 people there.
Impunity actually choosing to back away, I think. Pretty smart decision. PSG had already healed up and were ready to get back into it. Impunity were taking that down very quickly though, so definitely scary to see, you know, what the result of that can be in the fight, you know, 5 minutes from now when they've got even more items in their back pocket.
Yeah, Allen definitely at the point now where he's dealing quite a lot of damage. And PSG, perhaps the biggest weakness of their comp is that they really lack any form of range. Other than this Lucian, it's pretty difficult to actually deal damage onto the Zarya other than kind of, you know, a Cassante Vi lockdown. But I think if Atlan positions well, it should be difficult. And I really think your eyes should be on Atlan for a lot of these team fights. It really comes down to, can he put out the required DPS despite the fact that there is a lot of lockdown?
Yeah, you can definitely feel the range deficit starting to hurt PSG. They have to, you know, put in so many resources into finishing off that mid-tier 1 turret, even though it's already such low HP. Waco does have the rapid fire cannon, but, you know, having that one extra auto at a longer range isn't going to mean too much in the grand scheme of things.
Now, third drag does spawn in a minute, and actually a lot of control around this Baron area right now. PSG, they probably won't look for it, but it might make Impunity try and check. And there's a lot of engage tools from both teams, so if you step up, okay, actually starting it with all their control. Impunity, they perhaps don't expect this just yet, but they should know now. They blue trinketed out.
Yeah, Waco is here now, but definitely going down at a substantially lower rate than when Impunity were on it. And now Husha looking onto Alex, doesn't quite connect the Vault Breaker. A lot of abilities traded back and forth, tied away from Mission, doesn't find anyone but Archer. And now Impunity trying to step forward in the river. Waco usually looking on the chase now, does have the culling available, is choosing to save it for now, but watch Driver on the flank. He does have a good angle here if PSG step too far forward.
Yeah, so both teams really angling to try find something. Both ADCs need to position quite carefully here.
Driver's still looking.
Waka's kind of playing with fire.
Waka's really far up, does get caught up by this running ult, but does get cleansed up as well. Husha now looking on the return side of that, but look at Driver, he's on the flank. Might be able to get a little bit, but Husha dropping the season assist does fall down to Atlan. Yubel forced the realm up out of there. Waco trying to do as much damage as he can, but Arjun, now the only sole member of PSG still fighting, gets shut down by Atlan once again, and now Impunity looking towards the Baron themselves.
Yeah, I think really questionable execution from PSG there. The start, oh, actually, they might come back. They're going to try fight at 3v5.
PSG talent, the culling isn't connecting much at all. Gets some bullets onto Atlan, but it's going to be the Baron Nasher picked up by Alex.
Yeah, so massive win for Impunity there. I think PSG, they start the Baron to bring Impunity to them, which I think is a great start, right? You can bring them in, you have the control. If you can find a way to engage on Atlan, it's really good, and we'll see that in the replay here. Both teams, though, I feel like spaced really well. And I think Vi never really found the angle onto Atlan, so you just get to freehand Driver as well. Has this massive flank. I think maybe he shouldn't have Rise ulted. Maybe should have just kited up and continue to kite back. Maybe wait out the Zerial and then look to re-engage.
Yeah, PSG end up very separated, and actually Impunity picking up the Dragon as well. Third one for them. Soul Point. Next one up again in 5 minutes, and Ocean Soul is really scary for the Impunity side. Definitely going to find a lot of value from it, given how they like to fight.
Yeah, and there's a lot of towers up here that Impunity haven't managed to claim yet. So not only will they get the Baron, but they're also probably going to get quite a lot of gold here. Wako doesn't have the cleanse, so has to be quite careful how he's positioning in these upcoming team fights. Actually dashing in.
Wow, that is really interesting. Alex ult goes wide. Yeah, I feel like you don't get much from dashing forward there. A couple of orders onto Alex isn't going to mean anything, really. He's so tanky at this stage in the game. Mission picking up the bot turret as well. Now they're turning their sights towards that inner mid lane turret. The Mission is going to actually keep on pushing towards the inhib. Yubao and Husha. Oh, they do have a 4-man Realm Warp in. Mission going to be the target. Sees an assist. Lockdown does have the stopwatch, but I don't think he's going to make it out of this one alive. Flashing to try and make it out of there. Cullen comes down. Actually is going to survive, but all out from Arja is going to find him in the end. Now Driver on the run as well. Dropped a very low HP. But Yubao flashes forward, finds the route. And this is actually looking really good for PSG. Yubao dealing so much damage. Atlan trying to weave in some autos while dodging abilities, but does get rooted up and stunned and dead. From the side of Wako, finds the shutdown onto Atlan. Atlan really trying as much as he can to dish out maximum DPS, but as soon as he gets hit by that 1 CC ability, it's all over for him.
Yeah, and PSG, I really like how they played that. They went for the Rise ult and they get Mission. We'll actually see this in the replay. Yeah, so the Rise ult to begin with, I think, is really, really smart. They're going to kill Mission. They're going to get him out of the fight. You know, even if you don't end up killing him straight away, he's too low to impact the fight from here on out. So it's a really good start. And I think Impunity, they kind of overreacted. I think you could have played this a bit slower. I don't think Driver needed to lose all his HP there. And at the back end, like you said, Atlan was doing a lot of DPS, but actually gets hit by a Nami bubble with flash up, I believe. Yeah, and he did get rooted by the Rise. Okay, fair enough. Can't flash. It does go down, but yeah, well played from PSG.
Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one. You can see how much damage Atlan was pumping out. Definitely the main DPS threat for them in that fight. But from the side of PSG, well, Wako and Yubao really just bringing the fight to Impunity.
Yep. And this 4th Dragon will be up in 2.5 minutes. And I think fights are honestly still really even. This is like one of the few games that we've seen that is still even at this point in the game. You know, we've had plenty of games that have started off with an even early game. But, you know, normally it seems like, at least in the current meta, that by kind of that 30-minute mark, one team is really edging ahead. But here, teams still within 400 gold of each other. And compositionally, pretty similar strengths at the moment.
Yeah, it really just does come down to teamfight execution and even the setup before that as well. Mission getting caught out means that Impunity find it much harder to win out in those fights. So PSG definitely going to be looking to see if they can reproduce that kind of success. What is Yubao building towards?
Shadow Flame, but it's bad. There should definitely be a Rabadons, I think, at this point in the game.
Wait, is it? Shadow Flame doesn't have a Kindle gem, does it?
Oh, it's Horizon Focus then.
Oh, okay. Interesting. I feel like you don't see that much on the Rise.
I still think it should be Rabadons.
Gold difference, as you can see, has swung back and forth, but now is relatively leveled out. Pretty much exactly leveled out, actually. Impunity only a couple hundred ahead at this point. So really, very much equal strength on both sides.
Yeah, now 1 minute on the Ocean Dragon here. It really comes down to, like you said, teamfight execution and who has control of the area beforehand. I think Driver also needs to make sure that he can find some sort of flank. That Kindle Gem actually just got sold, by the way, so not sure why he had it either. Is now going towards the Shadow Flame. But yeah, 45 seconds here. Driver's not yet here, but will perhaps look to TP in on a flank. And PSG, they're going to be able to get control with Driver showing in the side lane.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Driver actually opted for the Hull Breaker, which I feel like is a little bit suboptimal when there's so many 5v5 fights breaking out constantly. I feel like he isn't going to be able to get maximum value out of that, but Impunity, it looks like they're going to try and play around that and make sure he can have as much sideline time as possible. Wako looking in on Mission, drops the killing. Alex going to soak up the majority of that though. Ooh, Arjun knocks Alex back, but... Oh, Wako actually has Mission separated down. Mission dropped very low. Has to use the chains. Doesn't quite connect. Tidal Wave gonna find Atlan, and now he's dropped very low, stunned up, all out, but he does have the stopwatch available to buy himself some more time. Driver gonna stun them up. Atlan given some more breathing room, finding the orders now onto Yubel. Yubel now forced the stopwatch as well, and Yubel is really in trouble, shut down by Mission. Atlan cleaning up this fight, double kill picked up for Mission as well. Driver now chasing down Woody and Husha. Waco splitting off on his own little journey, and Driver's gonna find one. Mission likely gonna find Wako as well. It's hard to see him finding a way out of this one. And yeah, so many kills picked up for Impunity. They might even look for a potential end angle here. I don't know, it might be difficult.
Yeah, I think here you probably just go inhib Dragon or inhib Baron. I think that fight, I mean, I just want to know how Yubao ended up in the middle of the team there, because I think that it was really well started off by Wako. He got a lot of entry damage and was definitely in a good spot. Are they actually going to play for the end here?
I think Impunity are going for it. There's still 20 to 15 second death time is left for PSG. Husha is the only surviving member. He has to try and clear out this wave, but Voltbreak is backwards, and now Mission going to go on the aggressive. 2 towers gone in the blink of an eye. Husha looking now, but it's too little too late. Impunity going to pick up the upset win tonight against PSG Talon.
Yeah, and that's a big win for Impunity. They stopped their loss streak, and they're going to make sure they don't finish week 2 just with 0 wins. And also, one thing I always say, you're only as good as your last game. So if you win your last game, you're the best team in the world, of course, right? But yeah, I think Impunity... Look, I don't think either team played it incredibly clean, but Impunity, they executed well when it mattered. And I actually think despite the fact there was a lot of mis-execution, it was still a pretty high-level game, right? Like, clearly we could see these are 2 of our stronger teams. And that's like going to happen, right? When you do play against other strong opponents, you're going to naturally make mistakes as well. So yeah, I think it was a pretty good game, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, Nature popping the love heart at the end, and you can tell how happy they are and almost like relieved, you know, that they managed to close that one out against PSG Talon, one of the bigger contenders in this last week, I guess. You know, they've looked so strong, but getting taken down by Impunity is going to hurt their chances at claiming those top spots.
Yeah, I think Impunity, it's a really big win for them, like you said. Just, it's really good for confidence, right? I think after the fact that you've dropped 2 games, if you start the split 3-0 and then you go into the next week and you go 0-3, it's not going to be good, right? You're really going to be questioning how you're playing, how you're drafting and stuff like that. But here, Impunity, despite their other 2 losses, still show that they can hang with the best. They take out PSG. And I think one thing that I'm kind of a bit skeptical about is the fact that Yuumi keeps kind of getting away with it, right? Like, yeah. I feel like Yuumi, I haven't seen Yuumi punished early game pretty much ever so far. She's just kind of getting through the early game, and then while Nami doesn't, I think, scale badly, she doesn't scale to the same level of Yuumi, and I really just think Yuumi offers too much for just too little, right? It really doesn't take much skill to play, at least to like a decent level, right? And it works in basically every comp. It just offers so much. So I think teams should definitely start valuing the Yuumi higher than they are, and maybe take it away a bit earlier.
Yeah, I definitely do agree, especially when, you know, you've got it paired with champions like the Zeri, like the Silas, who find so much value in having, you know, that cat attached to them, giving them the move speed from the Shirelias as well as the Zoomies. Yeah, Impunity find so much value from that, and ultimately it feels like that led to them being able to execute on those team fights so much easier.
Yeah, I also think it was an uncharacteristically poor game from PSG's bot lane. I think normally PSG's bot lane do play very well, and despite that, Yubao and Arja, their solo laners, did play a very good game here. So it's not all losses across the board for PSG. I think, honestly, the game was quite close, right? It could have easily gone either way if a team fight went differently. So both teams, I think they come away with things to work on. Yeah, and I think also Impunity, they've managed to get a win with all these bans targeted at Mission. So it must feel good that he's able to kind of just like, you know, it's not like he played bad, but he had a more... I don't want to say lackluster, but he just had an average game, right? And that's kind of what you'd expect if the entire enemy team comp is just to shut you down. So. Yeah,
I mean, we definitely saw him, you know, potentially getting picked off in that last fight especially, but managing to turn it around and also be such a key factor in pumping out so much damage as well. Really good performance from him, and really, you know, proving the haters wrong. Mission the Magician strikes back.
Yeah, I do think Mission doesn't look as good off the Magicians, I will say, but they are all banned, so I won't hold it against them too much.
Love that. It's good.
Yeah.
Off the Magicians.
All right, MVP prediction?
MVP. Oh, this is a
hold
tough
that,
one.
Hold that. We're gonna look at the replay. Okay, so the way this started, yeah, okay, so this was at like close to last fight. Now Wako got really good entry damage onto Mission here. And it's going really, really well. And I think, honestly, they were kiting out pretty damn well, too. What I'm really confused about is how Yubao ended up so far into the enemy team here. Yeah, okay, so I guess he just ended up in the backline and then doesn't really have anywhere to go. I think if he'd played with Wako, there's potential here that they could kind of just continue to kite out. And also, the Woody's Nami ended up separated from Wako for a good bit of that fight. So I think PSG just really heavily mis-executed that fight. And given the way it started, I think they probably should have won that fight.
Yeah, it does feel like they had such a great start, chunking down Mission to such low HP, almost like less than a quarter. But then it feels like their coordination sort of just broke down, ending up too separated from each other. Yubao ending up in no man's land. And ultimately, that's what causes Impunity to come out on top in that fight.
Yeah, and I think looking at this damage right here, I mean, I guess my MVP prediction is Atlan, but I feel like it's kind of cheating after seeing the damage graphs.
Yeah, I mean, Atlan, yeah, I mean, I feel like he played out so many of that fight so well, especially when you've got such, annoying point-and-click CC abilities coming up against you, We saw Husha targeting him multiple times with the cease and assist and followed up with, the tidal wave, the bubble as well. The fact that he's able to outmaneuver that really speaks to his confidence on the Zeri.
Yeah, I also think, just like in general, look how much more damage is done by PSG, and so much of that is just healed up by the Yuumi, by the Sylas. So a lot of that damage just doesn't end up sticking when it matters. So, yeah, another really annoying thing about Yuumi. MVP actually goes to Mission. Okay, I mean, I'm not sure I agree. Has only done 16% damage, but I guess I'll give it to him that he has pretty good KP, given the fact that everything was against him. He has a bad matchup. He's got a lot of bans against him, but 16% damage. I'm not sure.
I mean, it's not the worst MVP pick, but it's definitely not the one I would have preferred.
Yeah.
It feels like a lot of the other members of Impunity, even like Alex, doing pretty well on the Sejuani as well, finding a lot of those key picks. The Mission was there as well, I guess.
He was there. Look, I mean, he played fine. It's just, was he the MVP? I'd say probably not, but maybe we're just haters.
Maybe we are just haters, but I mean, also we haven't talked about it much, but the top lane matchup, they picked the Cassante into the Jax, and it looked really good for PSG up until a certain point where, I don't know, Driver just sitting in the side lane and Cassante not able to find enough value in those team fights as well.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, though, I do think RJ played quite a bit better than Driver. I think, yeah, sure, it got to the point where Jax was not losing so hard anymore, but I still felt like the Cassante had just so much more pressure in the team fights. But yeah, ultimately wasn't enough to take down Atlan on the Zeri.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind seeing Cassante take an L once in a while, so not too bad for me. But next up, we do have Dewish team going up against CTBC Flying Oyster. Now, CTBC Flying Oyster really want this win. Dewish team want it bad as well. They want to claw themselves out of those bottom rankings. So, see you guys for the next match very shortly.
your life like a joke unless your last name's Wayans. Learn from other people's mistakes, you don't have to make them. Some people have to fail to understand what I'm saying. I get it, I know so. They messed up, I won't go. I work too hard and too long to make mistakes that I know so. They might talk down on me now cause they gave up on their own goals. If you live in a glass house, you should be scared of a stone throw. So it's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You ain't bad enough, you can do it. If you just watch me, then I can prove it. Started just me in a dream, then I turned that into me leading a whole movement. Everybody around me eating, cause I wouldn't take a seat when they told me to chill out, to keep it the bill. Now my visions weren't what they were seeing. I get a check now, yeah. Look at my neck now, yeah. Full of baguettes now, yeah. Can't help but flex now, yeah. My come with some comments, can't tell I'm a common chameleon. That means I don't need to be in your face, you should know I'm out chasing these millions. You gon' see it when I pull up in that skirt. Ask me how I did it, putting in that work. It's a long way to the top, but I work hard and trust no obstacle will stop me till I'm 6 feet in the dirt, you heard? It's a long way to the top, to the top. A lot of people thought that I was tough, but I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. Early morning, you can catch me grinding. Late night and I'm still putting in time, cause I knew I could do it. I knew I could do it. You are the sweetest thing. Yeah. I love all the joy you bring. Yeah. But I'm coming back, I'm knocking down the door. I'm coming back. Are you ready? Are you ready for more? Are you ready for more? Oh, I have a
It's lights, camera, action over here, boy. I'm the paparazzi's finest. Sit back and watch the show. The fire burning my soul, the passion in my eyes. My people starved, the hunger pains feed my desire. And I desire throne, a scepter with a castle. I'm the king of this jungle, they call me Mufasa. It's simple, I'm sunning these dudes. On my Usain Bolt, yeah, I'm running these dudes. I try to explain, I'm not the norm. When I'm in red form, we still on the runway. I ain't even airborne. Keep my windows tinted so they don't know who's in it. I ain't afraid of the dark, I was raised in it. My sins is unrepentant, my words is authentic. I tried to come clean, my heart wasn't in it. Lazy boy living, the squad is so turned. Shaking their heads like men and boys and never learn. Who gon' stop me though? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. You know, say my name in the streets and they say, that's a cow. I can feel the hate, yeah, they pray that I fall. Sit back and watch the shot. I got champagne wishes and caviar dreams. Had them haters bow down and kiss the ring. They offer the inch, I took the whole thing. My side piece is ratchet, but my lady's a queen. They ain't loyal, but that don't make my blood boil. The game is deep rooted, I was raised in the soil. Lights, camera, action, paparazzi attraction. What's next for 'em? You know the streets asking. I'm self-made, CEO, I'm self-paid. The game's thirsty and I'm a glass of lemonade. These boys must got me twisted, French braids. I'm so disrespectful, spitting on their graves. I'm trying to bury them 6 feet at the cemeterium. I'm offended the blogs who try to put me next to them. Who gon' stop me, bro? Until the curtain closed, pull up a chair, sit back and watch the show.
Hello and welcome back to the 4th game for tonight. Second to last, but definitely the action is not going to stop here. We've got Jewish team going up against CTBC Flying Oyster. Definitely a bit of a David versus Goliath matchup.
Yeah, I think CFO, they come into this match as pretty heavy favorites. That's kind of putting it lightly, you know. But I do think that Jewish team, they've at least shown some creativity. So it might end up being a one-sided match, but I think it'll be an exciting match nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, there's always opportunity for upsets. And if you want to be the one, you know, the prophet that predicts it all, make sure to get your channel point predictions in if you're watching on Twitch up there, up that way. You know, everyone loves a good channel point prediction, especially when you get it right on an underdog pick. You know, it's always
it's big money.
Boost. Big money for sure. But, you know, CFO, looking back at the game yesterday, they looked pretty solid. Shun and Slayshrew on the Varus Jin, up against Deep Cross Gaming, looking pretty dominant.
Yeah, so CFO, I think recently they've been in really good form. They've shown a lot of different styles. They can play early game, they can play late game. So I'm feeling pretty good about the CFO roster right now. I guess maybe one question I would have is are they good at this meta, or will we be good in other metas as well? But having a look at Jewish team's roster, we got the Kunai in the top lane, WSL jungle, Zhao2 in mid, Pepro and Enhua in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Enhua on the Braum actually yesterday. I think the first Braum pick we've seen, and also like one of the first melee versus melee matchups, and it didn't really go their way. Was the Braum into the Nautilus and didn't find as much value as you'd want in that kind of matchup.
Yeah, it's been interesting the few melee versus melee matchups that we've seen, because I think it's melee versus melee just in general is a bit more volatile, and I think that you still find some windows though, right? Like I think when you fall behind as range versus range, the stuff that you do is so similar that you're just doing what they do, but worse the entire rest of the game, right? But it feels like with these melee matchups, it's often, there's like different styles of it, right? Like you might have some sort of engage like a Nautilus, and then you might have disengage like a Braum. So there's definitely, I would say the game is more exciting with melee supports in the game, so hopefully we will see more of them. But I do think they're also a bit more skill intensive, and I think if there's a support difference, it really shows a lot more in those support matchups.
Yeah, they definitely feel like they were a bit outclassed by Beyond Gaming yesterday, but although Beyond Gaming were definitely on fire, But enough about them. Let's take a look at CFO. Rest, Gemini, Jimmy, and Shun, and Slaytrue. Of course, you know, these guys have been killing it ever since. I mean, as long as we ignore their day one performance, they have been killing it.
Yeah, they've been smurfing, and I think they've really kind of found their groove a bit, right? Like, I think that very first day, they drafted like just way too much scaling, and BYG kind of put them in their place. You know, said that, okay, sure, you guys are a strong team, but you're not so good that you can draft this and get away with it. But I think since then, they've always managed to draft with a lot of options. They have some early game, they have some scaling win conditions, and they have a lot of engage as well. So I think Flying Oyster right now, especially after the PSG loss last game, they're probably looking like the strongest team at the moment.
Definitely are, and on the strongest team, the strongest jungler, Gemini on CFO coming up against WSL. Let's take a look at the stats. WSL frequently ending up behind on XP at 8 minutes, and that is actually a pretty big deficit.
Yeah, being behind that much XP at 8 is kind of important because that matters a lot for the Herald fight. Also, the support proximity is a lot different. It's actually quite a lot higher for the DWT jungler here.
Yeah, interesting. We have seen them, you know, pull out some more niche strategies, so that does often involve, you know, a lot more jungle support moving around across the map. But we are into Champ Select now. Let's take a look at what these bans have in store for us.
Yeah, I'm liking these so far. Vi and Ashe taken away by Blue Side, and both Maokai and Yuumi. So I'm glad Yuumi's gone. That's going to make the game a little bit more interesting, I feel like.
Yeah.
Ooh, Sedge is actually banned. So this will probably be an elite ban from CFO, but that means we will be seeing different junglers this game, most likely something along the lines of Wukong and Viego, or perhaps something completely different. Now with Yuumi gone, there still is the Zeri Lulu combo, but we might see stuff more along the lines of Varus Heimerdinger. Obviously Lucian Nami remains up. And Ryze is the first pick. DWT, they really like this Ryze first pick. Obviously it's a pretty strong blind in the meta, but it is counterable compositionally, right? If you end up being too short range, it can be difficult. I think mid matchups though are always pretty much fine. Now CFO, they're actually hovering Kalista for Shun. He's a big proponent of these early game ADC picks, and I'd like to see, okay, the Wukong. Yeah, I think the Wukong is a really good pick. I think it saves you from going down to the next tier of junglers of stuff like the Viego. Now, will they really go for the Kalista? I'd be kind of surprised, because Lucian Nami is still up. Yeah.
Nami is going to be locked in. You had to assume the Lucian is coming next when it's their turn to pick again. DWT looking for Lee Sin for WSL. Interesting one.
Okay, so maybe Lee Sin Varus or something here. I feel like you need something that can match this incoming Lucian Nami lane. But okay, actually decide to drop their bot lane completely. This will be the Lucian locked in by CFO in just a moment. So Ryze Lee Sin is a very strong mid-jungle 2v2. Lee Sin just brings all the damage, Ryze brings all the CC. It works very well together. I do think though that both Ryze and Lee Sin sort of struggle against Wukong. I think Wukong, you know, kind of counters short range pretty well. The Jack's blind as well. We're starting to see this more and more. Will it be matched by the Cassante? We're not too sure.
Take a look at if they decide to expend a ban on it. It's definitely a weird one, right? Because we've seen both sides come out pretty favorably on top of that matchup. So it really just depends on what DWT's read on that is.
And CFO, I think they'll ban ADs. Probably the Varus will be one of the ones here. I think that it's pretty greedy, honestly, to drop your bot lane up against CFO, because CFO, they're a very strong early game bot lane, right? And I think giving up those early picks is just, yeah, you're going to be at a deficit bot lane, especially now with the Varus gone as well. For DWT, you ban out some top laners, maybe Gangplank, Jace, Fiora, those could be your options. Now, what's the second ADC ban here for CFO? You could just take away the Zeri here. That way there is no potential for Zeri Lulu. But maybe they don't care about Zeri Lulu at all. What else could it be? There's still the Heimer, and there's still lots of weird stuff that can come out. But I think Zeri would probably be the best. Okay, so actually ban out the Nautilus. So perhaps respecting Kalista Nautilus or Draven Nautilus. And this is going to give DWT the option to go for Zeri Lulu 4-5 if they want it. And what would the last ban be? It's going to be another top counter. I'd imagine... Okay, actually the Silas.
Okay.
Interesting.
Weird. They don't have that many good ults.
Yeah,
so
I feel like it's not a good Silas game, but... Okay, and this will be the Jace. I would have preferred the Jace ban, I think. This will be Jace answering the Jax most likely. I don't think you want to put Jace mid versus Ryze. Or will it be the Cassante? I mean, we've seen this matchup can just go both ways. And Rest, I'd be pretty confident if it's a skill matchup that he'd come out on top. WFT 4-5 should be locking in the Zeri Lulu here. Makes sense as the kind of last remaining strong bots that come out. I'm actually very surprised they got into 4-5. But maybe they just feel like they can snowball the game hard enough that it won't matter. Now, what is your last pick here as mid lane? Something that counters the Rise Lee Sin short range could be good. I think Victor, Azir, both kind of solid options. Will it be locked in? I mean, I'm not the biggest fan of Azir in the meta, but they have so much early game that they can kind of get away with this. There's enough players on the team here that can carry those early skirmishes. So it is the Azir locked in. And yeah, pretty clear win conditions, I feel like, for both teams. DWT, they can really snowball from this mid jungle and then rely on the Zeri Lulu to carry fights after that. CFO, they have a very strong early game composition, and then they've got that Azir for some late game scaling, and I like it. I mean, both teams, they have lots of win conditions, they have lots of tools. So yeah, gonna be pretty exciting game here, I would expect.
Yeah, very similar to last game's draft, where it seems like both teams are definitely happy with what they've got. CFO definitely leaning more towards, you know, priority towards Shun and Sledge in the bot lane. They have definitely preferred those more aggressive laners and ones that can be played around once they have a lead. It definitely makes sense on their end. I'm interested to see how Rest will tackle this top lane matchup and whether or not it'll actually prove to be a counter pick for the side of DWT or not.
Yeah, I think a lot more rests on that top lane than we kind of thought before, because it feels like it can actually just go either way, right? Like a lot of the time we've seen it and just nothing happens. Top lane ends up being on an island. But now we've seen that, you know, Jax can get solo kills in this matchup. Cassandra can get solo kills in that matchup. And that actually means that if there is some kind of jungle influence put towards that, while it might not pay any dividends, at least in the short term, in the long term, it can actually make a pretty big difference.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot is going to be resting on the laurels of Rest.
That was very forced.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It came into my head and I had to whip that one out. But yeah, I mean, who do you feel has the better scaling as the game goes on?
I think if we're talking ultra late game, I'd probably give it to DWT. But I think for the most part, like CFO, the Azir, I feel like will outrange for a significant part of the game. It really depends on, can the Zeri get to the point where she can just dash onto the Azir and it's not an issue? So I guess, yeah, 6 items, I'd maybe give it to DWT. But I think for the most part, CFO, I think they have the better comp.
CFO going to be looking to climb into that winner's circle alongside Frag Esports, whereas Duo's team looking to claw themselves out of the depths of the bottom of the standings. Duo's team versus CTBC Flying Oyster. 4th game for tonight. Let's get right into it. CFO already looking like they want to wrestle for some level 1 control. Gonna go for a ward on the red buff.
And getting some control nice and early. This time, we do have the Ignite on the Lucian. So there is actually CC that could be cleansed, but I like that he's not gone for it. You know, a lot of that can be kind of outranged or just spaced instead. And I think a lot of this will come down to how well WSL can have impact on the Lee Sin, because I think Lee, at least in the current meta, as the game goes on, becomes much more difficult to play. You know, it's not something like the Sejuani, Vi, or the Wukong where you have a very just consistent engage at any point in the game. It's really, as the game goes on, you have to try find flanks. It becomes much more difficult as you kind of get strangled out a bit more. So WSL, especially with the Rise Lee Sin, he has to have a pretty big performance this game. And DWT, I mean, they're 1-4, so you can't feel like they're coming into this game super confident up against CFO. But I like that they've still gone for this top side, right? They've still got quite a lot of aggression, quite a lot of early game power. They should be able to, you know, look for early scuttles, perhaps pick up dragons. Although with the Lucian Nami, I feel like that normally has a bit more pressure.
Yeah, I mean, DWT, we saw them have, you know, actually a decent amount of success against BYG yesterday with a sort of heavy skirmishing focused team comp, right? They had the Sejuani, they had the Braum, and, you know, they were very close to actually winning out on a lot of those fights. So it's good to see them trying to return to what has worked for them. Hopefully they can pull back a win this time.
Gemini is already on the top side of the map. Meanwhile, WSL might actually look for something mid from bot side. Does have the point and click Rise route. I feel like Jimmy and those should be pretty ungankable on the Azir, and it looks like WSL will return to his jungle. Gemini is actually spotted out by this ward that Kunai placed at level 1.
Oh, Jewish team not in good shape on the bot lane, however. Inhao, no HP and no health potions either. And the wave is in a really rough spot. And WCell's on the top side, so it doesn't get any better for them in the next couple of minutes. We'll see if Jewish team are able to claw anything back on the top side of the map.
Ooh, WSL. Is he just gonna wait for? Okay, no, he's actually gonna go for it, but
Ooh,
slightly
timing.
too late.
Yeah, just misses the Krugs. Does get the small ones, so actually, you know, good amount of pocket change for his next base. But not too much else going to come from that.
Yeah, WSL though is pretty far behind on his clear. Wukong has already completed 6 camps, and Lee has only completed 3. Does pick up the scuttle though.
I think we're starting to see how their XP deficit is coming about. WSL waiting around, you know, quite a while earlier around mid lane, trying to look for an opportunity. But as you said, it's not that easy to gank an Azir this early on.
And Gemini is going to be ready to pressure this bot lane far earlier. And the bot lane matchup, I feel like this is more how it should go. You know, I think a lot of the games we see that Zeri and the Lulu actually picking up quite a lot of damage early game.
Oh, Rest might be getting locked on here. Stun doesn't quite connect from Lakanai. And he's also low on mana, so I fail to see how that's going to work out for DWT. Meanwhile, on the bot side, Gemini getting spotted out as he walks through the tri-bush. I don't think he minds too much because he's really just trying to see if he can pressure Pepper and Inhao off this wave, but actually going for the dive. Bubble does land on Inhao, dropping a lot of damage, and Shun is going to pick him up almost instantly. First blood going the way of CFO. TP comes out too little, too late. Meanwhile, Duer's team on the top side trying to punish Rest, but he's just too tanky.
Yeah, I think that's an insane win for CFO. You get that pop onto the Lulu. I mean, you hit the bubble and she just instantly explodes. And not only that, Zhao burned the TP bot side, so it's going to lose a significant amount mid. And then on the other side of the map, WSL fails to find a trade onto the Cassante, so just wins across the board for CFO. You have to feel really good about that one.
Yeah, Jewish team really just fumbling at the first hurdle, trying to defend against that dive. Inhao doesn't flash the Nami bubble that's hitting straight for him, as we'll see in the replay here.
Yeah, so there's a big wave, but they look healthy and they have sums. I think Inhao really greedy not to flash this, just gets destroyed. And Zhao, yeah, didn't find the TP. And actually, we got to play on the top side. And okay, so it looks like a gank successfully this time.
Yeah, Rest somehow gets taken down. You can see from the wave, he was probably trying to get that wave in and ultimately oversteps while WCell is still in the area. It's going to be a nice pickup for Lakanai.
Yeah, now big leads for both mid and bot, but Lakanai does pick up that kill on top, so hopefully we'll be able to snowball this matchup a little. I feel like even when you get a... Okay, we'll see the replay here. So yeah, I think you're right. Rest was trying to crash this wave. Unfortunately, Wall's just a bit too far up. Ooh. And actually played it pretty much as well as he could and did get sums out of them, but ultimately does go down.
Very close to getting the return kill onto Lakanai as well, so... Yeah, good effort from him, and also both summoners expended, or both flashes rather, for WSL and Lakanai. So, you know, obviously dying is not great, but the trade is not too bad.
Yeah, I think it's pretty much as good as you can get there when your wave is in a really difficult position. Actually, has Gemini in the wings here?
Gemini isn't 6 yet though, so they don't have enough CC. Rest's going to miss that third Q as well, which means that Lakanai is going to escape relatively unscathed on that one.
And the Dragon is still up. I think it's actually being started by WSL now that they saw Gemini on the top side. Well, maybe they can't start it up, actually. Lucian and Nami, Shun and Slater, they have a lot of priority. They might even be able to contest it 3v4 just based off the spot priority. And yeah, it looks like WSL is going to get forced off it, potentially.
I'm not too sure what he's going for here. He does have wards available to ward up over the wall, but I guess just doesn't want to waste it. But, you know, in return, he does waste a lot of time sitting around in the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, that's rough.
Yeah, now CFO are going to know that he's in the area as well. Xiao walking down a little bit, but is spotted on the ward.
Yeah, and WSL, I mean, he's had a rough go of it. You know, every time he tries to make the trade, it hasn't worked out. Other than that one top lane kill.
Very scary. Should almost dashes forward there, but I think, you know, his spidey sense does tingle there. Doesn't choose to do it. WSL was ready to receive that and try and turn it around, but gonna turn his head back towards the red buff.
Yeah, and I think it's wise to just move away from this bot side, at least for now. The ADC item difference is so big with that Dirk on the Lucian. Shun can just deal an absurd amount of damage right now. So any fights around there, you have to think CFO will win. The Herald has actually spawned now. I think fights on top side are a lot closer than fights on bot side. So we might see both teams kind of angle for this.
WSL walking through mid, but isn't level 6. It does get streamer shuffle hits too. Gemini falls up with the Cyclone as well. Gets rooted up, so isn't able to get that second charge. And CO2 zooms on out of there with the phase rush. But really good ult from Jimmy in there.
Yeah, I think it was kind of poor target focus. I think Gemini, if he had gone for Zhao2, who didn't have the flash, probably could have picked up the kill. Or perhaps if Jimmy had committed onto WSL's Lee Sin, could have got that kill too. I think there definitely should have been one going over, but unfortunately don't pick up either. Importantly though, they do push them out and shipped. Ooh, actually having a trade on bot side. Lots of damage going over.
Shun dropping almost the full killing onto Inhao. They're gonna switch their sides towards the Dragon. And meanwhile, Gemini picking up the Rift Shield as well. I wonder if Shun and Fletcher are actually just gonna walk across the map. It looks like they are. Trying to make sure that Dewish team don't have any way to contest this. Realm Warp does come in from South 2, so he is in the area now, but he's by himself. In a bit of an awkward spot. Rest is trying to walk down the river, but is stopped promptly by Lakunai. But now Shun and Slater are here. Hipro and Inhao are on the way as well, but they're so far away.
Yeah, I think they should just go over to CFO. They use that bot priority to secure this, which, yeah, it's kind of... I think this is more what we expect from Lucian Nami, right? It's kind of helping secure a lot of advantages across the map. Feels really good. And also, just the benefit of being that far ahead bot lane is that you don't actually have to give anything up for it, right? Like, you're not losing plays bot. You're not really losing any CS either. So CFO just kind of winning everywhere. And also, pay attention to this mid lane CS gap. It's actually starting to build up pretty big here.
Oh, yeah. 20 plus CS. Jimmy, ooh, almost gets caught up. Forced the flash away. Oh, WCL going in, though. Might actually find the kill. Hipro picks it up. WCL now dropped very low, though. Might get picked up by Gemini on the return end of this trade. Ooh, the flash is over. Namiel does find him, but not enough damage to follow up on that. Shun is in the area, though. Flashes forward, finds WSL, gets polymorphed as well on the return end, but 1 for 1 in the end.
Yeah, it is 1 for 1, and kills go over to both ADCs, so obviously nice for DWT scaling, but at the same time, Shun getting more and more accelerated. I think Jimmy in here was just caught up a bit too far up in the lane, didn't manage to dodge out on the Lee Sin Q. Does end up going down. WSL, maybe it would have been better to run out bot side, but even then, you might just run into Shun anyway. It's pretty difficult. Yeah, I think he would have died that way as well. And Shun, he gets the flash, he has to kill off the back end of that, and he has to feel really, really good about that. I think that even though Zeri got the kill, which again is great for the scaling, I think at least in the next 10 minutes or so, that kill is so good for Shun. He can get, get this Gale Force early, and at every Dragon fight will be insanely strong.
Yeah, definitely much more of an immediate impact for him. DWT are going to feel that one.
Yeah, now Luden's actually has been completed for Jimmy in here. Nice and early. I think it's always important if you can complete your Mythic before the first or second Dragon. And here, Dragon still hasn't been picked up, so Azir's kind of gotten past that point where he's weak in skirmishing but strong in 1v1 and kind of skipped straight to the point where he's actually relevant in skirmishes. And I think this is why that in the past we've kind of had struggles with this Azir, but getting through the early game without really having to be involved is exactly what you want. Kind of being carried through it by the Wukong and the Lucian, and now you're definitely pretty strong. You can definitely start to pressure a lot.
Yeah, Dragon picked up for CFO. Thankfully for Jewish team, it's only the first one at 11 minutes into the game. Probably one of the later first Dragons we've had, but still, very, very valuable pickup for CFO.
Yeah, it does end up being pretty late, but I think both teams, they've kind of just had better stuff to do.
Yeah.
It's not like they've been doing nothing in the meantime. But it does mean that the Dragon win condition will be very far away for both teams here. WSL.
He's going to get spotted by Scuttle, but wait, Xiaotu is getting locked on by Gemini and Jimmy and force the flash over the wall. WSL is here to protect against further engage. He's actually charging straight in. I wonder what he's looking for here. He's by himself.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. That should be the Herald going down on mid. Because it's already on 3 plates, it will be getting pretty low here. TP does come out, and actually DWC bring up their bot lane, so maybe want to hold on to this Herald instead.
WSL feels pretty lost with its pathing. He's behind in camps cleared. Gemini is definitely leading the charge on that front, but also arguably has had less impact on the map.
And Shun has completed the Gale Force. So this is the really scary timing, especially when the mandate comes in a little bit later. But Shun, yeah, I think he can definitely start to look for solo kills on this bot lane. Has a massive item advantage at the moment. They might actually look to drop Herald more towards bot lane here.
Shun is slowly solo pushing down bot for now. Sleichu choosing to come towards the mid lane. WCL looking for the kick onto Sleichu, but there's no follow-up of this. Xiaotu's too far away. WCL not too sure what he's going for here. His team is still too far away. Xiaotu getting a little bit of damage on the back end of that trade. Gemini polymorph interrupted. Doesn't have the Cyclone available either, but Shun's here.
Yeah.
Tidal Wave does find in-how as well, so that's going to be a double kill picked up for Shun, but Xiaotu realm opening out, stopping that from being 3. Actually not quite a double kill. Jimmy snatches away the first one. But still 2 very big kills picked up for CFO. Paper is here now as well, slides over the wall. Bit dicey for him. But no punish just yet.
I think really questionable start from WSL. I think even if you kill the Nami here, it honestly doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah.
But having no follow-up in the area makes that play pretty criminal.
Jimmy
Xiaotu,
finds
he
a
has no flash.
stream, a shuffle. Gemini's knocking him up with a cyclone as well. That's one of the freest kills I've ever seen in my life. Xiaotu once again stepping a bit too far up.
Yeah, I think once you lose flash against the Zeo, you're basically guaranteed to get ganked at some other point in the game. And Shun just so strong in that fight. You managed to win it.
Oh, Shun drops the killing. Pepero on the chase now. Bubble does get flashed. Sleichu now the target for Pepero. Gonna try and get as many Qs as possible. Does find the kill as well. Pepero looking for Shun now too, but the tower is gonna be too much for him to handle. But a nice kill picked up for Pepero, now 2-0 on the Zeri.
Yeah, very important trade back kill. Let's see how this started. So WSL, he goes for the kick, but there's really just no follow-up nearby. Felt like he was just trying to make the montage, and then Slater just kind of walks out on full HP anyway. And then this fight, I think DWT, they try and turn it around. I'm not sure why they try and go back in. I think they know Shun is so strong in these early fights, and he just comes, cleans them up.
Yeah, Shun arriving in the nick of time to pump out lots of damage on those 2 members of DWT. Now it's a 4k gold lead for CFO. Most of that is going to be on Shun right now.
Melg's math is getting better.
Gradually.
And with the Gale Force and the mandate completed, CFO, they are so power spiked. They want to fight as much as possible, as often as possible here. And even though Pepper is strong, I don't think it's going to be strong enough.
Risk getting looked on here. WCL is in the area, but All Out takes him all the way to safety. Sleichu is here as well for the support. WCL finding the reverse kick onto Rest, but WCL now the target, gonna get taken down by Rest. Shun now looking to see if he can pick off Lakanai as well. Counter-Strike runs out. Shun getting a couple extra autos, but rest of DWT gonna survive for now. But I think they're still looking to try and contest this Rift Herald.
Shun doesn't have the culling up yet, but it will be soon.
We'll see if I'm not sure what DWT are hoping to achieve here. Look to see if it was just too much strong. Cyclone finds Xiaotu, drops him very low, and Rift Herald gonna be picked up by Gemini, as it should be. And now DWT is still looking like they want to fight, even though they're going to be considerably weaker than CFO. Lakanai jumps in, drops the counter-strike, but tanks a whole load of bullets from the killing. Shun going to dash forward and find that kill. He's on a rampage, but now Gemini looking for Enhua and Pepero. Pepero has already popped Lightning Crash, so his movement speed is going to run out pretty soon. Now there's another window for CFO to re-engage. Rest is on the sideline, no all-out available, but he's going to just waltz on in there, has the slow. Shun is unstoppable, he's just chasing all of them down. Gemini leading the charge as well, tanking up the brunt of the damage from the side of DWT and paving the way for Shun to just keep ratcheting out those bullets.
Yeah, CFO, too much strong indeed. And I think it's really questionable by DWT just to keep fighting into this super power spike Lucian. I feel like you have potentially a scaling win condition here with Zeri picking up some kills, but has quickly gone here from a 4k gold lead up to so much more. And the second dragon will be taken away here as well. So now really dire straits for Duish team.
Yeah, gold lead has extended to around about 6.5k. Math is still on point, making sure to not get that one wrong again. But let's take a look at how this fight started off.
Yeah, so I think another really good escape from Rest. Now, WSL, he's addicted to flash kicking people even when it doesn't do anything. And he does just end up going down for free here. And then on DWT, I'm surprised they want this fight so badly afterwards, because it feels like, okay, you've lost one, but you can just back away from it. I don't think enough important cooldowns were used from CFO to merit taking this fight, and they kind of just walk up, get engaged on and die. Like, I don't think anyone really got low here. Maybe they thought the Wukong ult was used, because I think if if they're thinking that some of the cooldowns are missing here, then maybe it makes sense to contest. But otherwise, you're just contesting into this, at what this point was a 3-0 Lucian, I believe it was, and he has the culling.
Yeah, it just seems really odd to opt into fighting a 4v5 against the power spiked CFO like you mentioned earlier. And of course, yeah, they're still around. Pepro is looking for something, but they forget that Rest is a champion and he does exist. So him on the flank, forcing DWT into this choke, and then Shun just cleans up the rest of them.
Yep, just cleans them all up in the back end. I think after this, Shun is 5-0-2. And honestly, Pepro has had a pretty good game, but is just too far behind to really deal damage into the enemy comp now, I feel like.
Yeah, and we saw this even starting from the first Rift Herald, where DWT, they rotated their resources up despite, not really having any contest potential. And it feels like not playing around Pepper as much as they should be.
Yeah, I think also the Lee Sin has really failed to get anything. Obviously, you're not expecting a huge performance from jungle, given that you've kind of gone to that lower tier of junglers, right? Like all the other good ones were taken away, but still, I feel like could play quite a bit better than this game. Has made a lot of questionable engages.
Yeah, I mean, might seem a bit harsh, but in these last couple fights, it feels like he's almost had negative impact. Like he was there to shield against the dive from Rest. I'm getting deja vu now. It's almost like the same situation, but Shun is here. That's the difference maker. Empire dropped very low. They're getting chased away by Gemini. Meanwhile, W-Star getting chased by Shun and Slaytrue on the other end of the river. Rest, in the meantime, trying to finish off Larkana as well. So much action on various parts of the map. Pepro is here now, trying to see if they can chase down Gemini, and Rest does find one. Is he going to find the second one? Rest going back in. Here's Cassante. He's going to find the damage, find the dashes. Now TP coming in from Zhao. We can't cancel it. He's going to get... Oh, actually flashes away from the bubble. And he's going to survive for now, but I don't know if he's going to survive for much longer. He's still staying in the area. Shun is going to chase him down pretty soon. Rest is here as well. Bubble doesn't land. Might actually find one onto Rest. Yeah, does find that one kill and the shutdown, but Shun... now legendary, picking up another kill on Jimmy. What is going on? Inhao is just walking straight into the waiting arms of Jimmy, and he's going to get taken out by the Sand Soldiers. So much random stuff going on in the last 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think definitely that fight you saw kind of the Rise suffer against the longer range of the enemy team, and Shun now just goes up to 8-0. And the DWT mid jungle feels like they really have had pretty much, well, they just haven't hit their mark this game, right? They've kind of just both fallen behind without really achieving anything. But let's take a look at the replay. So it starts pretty bad for DWT. They're actually just caught completely out of position. And Inhao is slowly killed on the side. WSL as well goes down without really achieving anything. And Zhao, I feel like if you're going to TP, it should have been a long time ago. I think at this point you can TP, you can back up Pepero. But the fact that he TPs in once Pepero is already basically gone. I'm not really sure what he was hoping to achieve here. And then even now, you have the time to walk away. You can still get out, but I'm not sure. Tries to greed. Does end up trading 1-for-1 off the back end, so it wasn't the end of end of the world. But going down for no reason does kind of feel bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so strange. DWT, they end up all split up, and then on this last one as well, Inhao is just really confused. It almost feels like DWT are not playing with comms, because they all just end up completely separate. They say ape together strong, but ape separate weak. That's for sure.
Indeed.
Shun gonna find Xiaoqi now, popped up by the Cyclone off Gemini. Pepper on the side as well, trying to pick up as much damage as he can, but W-Style gonna get picked up. What is he doing on the Lee Sin? He's just dashing around and hoping for the best, closing his eyes, and really just letting someone else take the wheel. But they drive him off a cliff.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, to be honest, at this point, it is very difficult for WSL to find those angles, and I can respect still looking for something because you're not gonna get back into the game by playing normally at this point, right? At the same time, though, it does feel like a losing battle. Now down more than 10,000 gold, and CFO, they certainly have a comp that can just look to end the game here.
Yeah, it definitely was far from normal gameplay from WSL. DWT gonna get the consolation prize of the Ocean Drake, but in the meantime, Jimmy and actually Larkana manages to dodge away from that Streamer Shuffle, but WSL once again gonna get picked off and smited off the map by Gemini. 0-6-2 in the Lee Sin. Not a great performance from him, and now CFO is gonna start banging on the doors of DWT's base.
Yeah, and CFO, they're not a team that likes to let up when they're ahead, so I think they probably will look to play for the end off this Baron. They still have 2 more minutes of it. They can look to play very aggressively here.
WSL back up in 10 seconds, so gonna have to look for a fight here. I assume CFO are gonna stick around. Yep, they're gonna stick around with the Baron buff and look for the end. Culling finds half of Inhar's HP. Now Shun finding even more damage onto Xiaochu as well. And they're playing with their range so well. CFO making sure to keep their distance and keep laying down the poke from the Azir and the Lucian. Rest now jumping in, finding the all-out onto Larkanai. Counter-Strike does manage to dodge most of those auto attacks. But now, one next to tower down, Shun still looking for hits. WCL once again in the backline and dead before he can even do anything. Gemini pops a Cyclone to disrupt the Larkanai, re-engage, and now Nexus turret's half HP. Peppero's low HP as well. Xiaochu looking for some damage, finds the route onto Sleichu, but isn't able to find the rest of the damage onto him. And now Rest missing that third Q, and CFO might actually have to back off here, dude. DWT looking like they want to chase this.
Yeah, okay, there might actually be a turnaround. Jimmy has so much range and can just keep poking them out.
Yeah, Shun actually turning back around onto Pepero, finding him very low. Larkanai jumps in, finds a counter-strike, picks up a kill onto Shun, but now CFO is just cleaning up. Double kill picked up for Jimin. He is that secondary carry, and now CFO heading down the Nexus. 24 minutes. Gonna be a pretty decisive win for their end.
Yeah, I mean, CFO, they clean it up in pretty dominant fashion. I think that, you know, Shun and Jimmy and both had some really, really good plays in this game. I mean, it's good to see when your carries are just firing on all the cylinders. I don't know what Shun's scoreline was at the end. I think it was like 9-1 or 10-1 or something.
Something crazy.
Yeah, he obviously got it done. And I also think, you know, credit to Jimmy, and we haven't seen the Azir really work a lot of the time, but I do think this was a pretty good game for it. You know, when you do have those champions on your team that can help prop you up in those early skirmishes, and you get to the point where you've got so much range, so much damage that you can kind of just poke them with your stick from far away. So yeah, it does feel good. And I think on the side of DWT, the Lee Sin for me was really questionable. I really think that just dropping your jungle that far, like in tier in this meta, is probably a bad idea. And I also think, given that, they still didn't play around it very well, right? Like, there was some really weird engages. I also think that they had the Zeri win condition that game after she managed to pick up some kills. You know, credit to Pepero, was finding, you know, pretty good leads.
Yeah.
But yeah, just ended up falling apart before it really mattered.
Yeah, it feels like if you're dropping down your jungle pick that far and then picking the Lee Sin as well, you want your jungler to be really comfortable on it. And WCL looked far from comfortable. He really just wasn't able to find any impact at all on this game. And ultimately, CFO, they run away from it from a very early point, especially, you know, Jimmy, and as you mentioned, hitting that Luden's Echo so early on and skipping that, I guess, initial pothole and that initial weakness in those early skirmishes really just sets up CFO for success.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And I think also the Xiaotu on the Rise really failed to get anything done from mid lane. It is admittedly a little difficult against Azir because while Azir doesn't really want to skirmish, he is extremely good in the 1v1. But I think Rise still has windows to kind of pressure the map, but there was never, I never really saw them as a mid jungle moving around. I kind of always felt like the plays were happening just kind of on their own, right? Like there was the flash kick that was completely by itself, and yeah, I feel like DWT almost just feel a little lost in the game in terms of like what they want to get done, you know, what the kind of current state of the game and stuff is. So I think, yeah, kind of just need to go back, think a little bit more about like what they want to do, how they want to play it, stuff like that.
Yeah, the team coordination was really just not there. It feels like it just fell apart at a very early stage for them, especially, you know, from that initial dive from CFO, the TP from Xiaoju coming in so late, and then again later on in the top lane as well, trying to save Pepero, but just, you know, arriving a couple seconds too late, and that couple seconds just makes all the difference in that kind of situation.
Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. So this was the flash kick that started kind of making us question it all. There's just not enough follow-up, and during the meantime, I mean, honestly, they managed to disengage, so they're in a decent spot here. I think the problem was they tried to re-engage even though Shun was coming, and Shun was so strong at this point, there's just no way you can win this fight here. And I think this is, you know, it's really the beginning of the end for them. It just opens up the map so much. You can see the damage here. Jimmy actually ended up doing the most, even more than Shun. So yeah, the Azir actually did work out. And I think you could make an argument, I think, for either of them as MVPs. Both the carries from CFO played very, very well. And it was also kind of crazy just how steadily CFO built up the gold lead that game, right? Like it started off small and they just gradually snowballed it more. And they never really felt like there was, one huge team fight that blew the game open. They just continue to win fights, pretty cleanly. They take objectives from there. But Shun does pick up the MVP, 27% of his team's damage, also a 3k gold lead over his opponent, and a 9-1-6 KDA. Very nice from him. We can trust him to play Lucian Nami. Some of the ADCs we feel like we can't. But yeah, he's very consistently found leads as a Lucian Nami, and when he gets ahead, he certainly knows what to do with it.
Yeah, really good game to round off the week from him. And, just a huge win. It really just does feel really scary when CFO, they're able to find their early lead, because when they're in the driver's seat, they're like a whole different beast. They become so much scarier. They know how they want to accelerate their leads, and they have, the mechanical skill to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, 100%. CFO, they're definitely looking to me like the strongest team, at least for now. Admittedly, Duish team, they're not the strongest opponents, right? But I think the way in which CFO, in which they draft, in which they play out their leads, it's been better than other teams, I think. And most importantly, it's been pretty consistent.
Yeah, there really were no gaps that Duish team were able to find in CFO's armor. And it feels like DWT, they're almost like, I don't know, like the X that you can't quite shake off. It feels like when they're trying to find those fights and then they're at a disadvantage, they still keep trying to re-engage, even when it's not even in their favor, especially around that second Rift Herald. Like, they're still looking for a 4v5 fight when there's really no indication that you should even go for that in the first place.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of weird, right? Like, it feels like you don't have maybe the best grasp of like what your win conditions are in that game, or just like what kind of fights you're actually looking for. I think maybe they just need a bit more direction in their gameplay.
Yeah, not a great one to finish off the week for DWT, but hopefully they're able to find it in next week's games. But next up for our final game tonight, BYG going up against Taipei J Team. 5th game. Don't want to miss it. Don't miss it.
Dropped in. I know you heard about what I said, yeah. I don't need much, but I need you in my bed. Really, 'cause I can't take it any longer in my head. So, darling, darling, yeah, oh, I've been falling, falling, yeah, I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life, so touch down, yeah, they tag me with the pound. You all in the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I can come around. I don't let you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down. Yeah, oh, we're only starting, but I'm falling for you right now, girl. I know it's crazy with you, know things get hazy when I'm in your world. So baby, where you been all my life? I was always down on the pavement. I was out waiting in my spaceship. You to lift me up and take me places. So darling, yeah. Oh, I've been falling, yeah. I've been falling for you. Summertime blue in your eyes, know you. Looking for a vibe in your life. So darling, yeah. Oh, you've been running for way too long. Can we find love or is that too much? Baby, are you down? When you touch down, yeah, they tag me with the pound. You all in the town. Tell me when you touching down. So I could come around. I know that's you, don't mess with no clowns. I know that's you, down.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our final game for tonight. BYG versus J-Team. PCS Spring Split 2023. Brought to you by Riot Games and Carry Live. Wow, that was flawless by me. Anyway, BYG and J-Team, both of them picked up pretty convincing wins yesterday, although they weren't against the strongest opponents.
Yeah, so both these teams kind of struggled, at least initially, but they've managed to claw themselves back to 2-3 and 3-2 respectively. Now, yesterday, Beyond Gaming, they had a pretty insane performance, especially the Rise 1116. I don't know what his scoreline was. It was something like 10-0-16 or
12-0-13.
Was that what it is?
Yeah,
okay.
I got it.
Jeez, I mean,
noggin.
it's impressive, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know what
You're
more to
starstruck
say.
right now.
Like, hitting that kind of scoreline in a pro game is really impressive. And,
Yeah.
like, that's a pretty insane amount of kills. And also, I think Rise is one of those champions where a lot of the time you don't get a lot of kills in pro play because it ends up being that, you know, you provide that CC and other people end up bringing the damage. But once you do get accelerated on the Rise, you can do things that other champs can't. You can just, you know, 1v3 their backline, you can 1v5 their whole team, you know, that sort of stuff. It definitely gets out of control pretty far. And I think Rise so far in the PCS, it's been a bit of a mixed bag, honestly. I think a lot of the time, the early game of Rise just never really seems to get used that well, like that previous game we just watched. And other times, the Rise is just a 1v9 machine.
Yeah, I mean, Rise, it definitely is a mixed bag. I feel like, you know, if you're opting into it, you really need to be able to, you know, show that proficiency and strength on it, because otherwise, if you don't find value on it, if you aren't able to, you know, find those roams when those windows open up, then what are you really picking it for?
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think it is a champ that you have to be a little careful of when you pick, because if you do get outranged, like by the Azir in the last game, it can be difficult. But here we have Mega Bank Beyond Gaming's roster: Lakai top, Kongyue in the jungle, 1116 mid, and Feng and Kino down a bot. I had to get those names before the graphic disappears.
It's gonna last extra. Oh, actually, no, it doesn't.
Yeah,
okay.
just
No,
in
good
time.
timing. Yeah, nice job. But yeah, BYG as a whole, you know, against Jewish team, you know, at the time they were a lot closer on the ladder than they are now. They arguably are still pretty close, but regardless, I feel like it's a big win for them because it really cements them as being higher than that bottom tier, because we have seen them, you know, lose a few games in a row and really just have a bit of a shocker of late week 1/early week 2.
Yeah, I think.
yeah.
Oh, you finished.
No, please go ahead.
I was gonna say that I think Beyond Gaming, they're really on that edge of like being in playoffs contention, right? Because now it's down from 8 teams down to 6 from the PCS. You do have to be a little bit stronger than you did before.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of a team that is looking for playoff contention, Taipei J-Team, Arya, Lauva, Minji, Bruce, and Enso. Now, these guys are slightly favored. They are sitting at 3-2 right now, as opposed to BYG on 2-3. But it's hard to pin them as the favorites. I feel like this should be a pretty close game if BYG are able to perform at the level that they did yesterday.
Yeah, I think so as well. BYG, they have shown a lot of inconsistency. In the games that they've won, they've been extremely dominant, but then in the games they've lost, they've kind of just fallen over. So I think from BYG, I'm more just looking to, you know, kind of start solidifying your style and just practice it a bit more. And I think they could definitely be strong by the end of the split. I have to look at the stats comparison between the two mid laners. 3.6 KD to 6.1. Pretty big difference in terms of the damage percentage, as well as the gold difference at 14. And you also see jungle proximity different as well. So clearly, both the mid laners play pretty different roles in their team. You know, 1116 probably more about kind of like, you know, early game working with the jungler, whereas Minji, I think, probably prefers to build up that lead kind of in the 1v1, more in the control type champion like the Orianna. Although has played a fair amount of champs, right? He's played the Akali and the Sylas as well.
I think the most surprising part for me is that, you know, despite going 12-13 yesterday, 1116 still being outclassed in terms of the KDA. So it really just speaks to Minji's, you know, ability to secure those leads and find those kills for himself.
Yeah, definitely. I think 1116 KDA was dragged down by a certain Swain game. But okay, here we have a solution, Maokai, and actually they take away Rise from 1116 very early in the draft, so we do like that. Both the AP junglers are gone. Now what is left available? There's still the Ashe. Sejuani is banned away. Now what will be the match here? Do you look to ban the Vi? Okay, actually ban the Jax. So Vi is probably the best jungler up. Wukong is available as well. Lucian's banned too, so like the Zeri combo could be the play. there's actually a lot of interesting things here. It really depends what you value more. I actually think taking the Vi... Okay, so they're going to opt for the Zeri. So J-Team, they probably look to take away Vi and then maybe a Varus into the Zeri. Well, it's going to be rough though playing into the Yuumi. I feel like there's no real Yuumi combo that you can take away, but I feel like the Yuumi is so annoying.
Yeah, BYG likely to pick that up in their 2-3. Meanwhile, J-Team locking in the Vi for now. We'll see if you get 2 out of 2 with the Varus pick as well. Ooh, Ashe of a pretty similar champion. I'll still give it to you.
Yeah. And they might end up just comboing them together, right? Like it can still be the Ashe Varus lane bot. Now Wukong should be the match jungler, and then you have to think, I would say the Yuumi is just in general better, but especially with Wukong, I think Yuumi is a lot better. So it should be Wukong Yuumi here, unless we see something crazy. There it is. Okay, now do take the Varus right now. Varus and Heimerdinger are both options. To be honest though, a lot of the time it just hasn't worked out. So they do lock in the Varus. I'm really looking towards their bot lane. Can they actually stop the Zeri Yuumi from scaling? Now second phase bans. I feel like banning out mid laners is pretty good. Honestly, there's a lot of stuff that pairs really well with Yuumi. So I feel like it's hard to just ban out things that work well with that. They actually ban away the Galio, so perhaps respecting the Galio Wukong combo, and also makes it a bit more difficult for BYG to help prop up this Zeri Yuumi lane. I think having mid counter is really important when you're playing against Zeri Yuumi as well, because that way you have mid prone, you can kind of move it down bot. The Akali is banned away. That's kind of interesting. I feel like I'm not even sure what that suggests, to be honest. I think it's kind of a random ban. Maybe they just think that, okay, maybe they're banning Galio because it's an Akali counter. Syndra ban comes out as well. Now what will be the last ban here? I think there's still plenty of options open. Azir, okay, so it's actually the Fiora.
Whoa.
So yeah, the Jackson's already been banned. So this is maybe setting up for a Cassante pick in the 4-5. Obviously very good with Yuumi, but J-Team, they might just take it away. And if they do, BYG, they're going to kind of have to scramble for some kind of answer to Sylas.
Sylas is not that impressive. I would definitely prefer the Cassante at this point.
Yeah. I think I'd rather see the Cassante as well, but maybe they're just worried about giving over so many good Sylas ults. They do have the Ashe and the Varus.
It always feels bad to, you know, pick it out of necessity rather than actually being a good champion though, so not the best for J-Team. BYG likely going to respond with the Cassante. We'll see what they pick up for the mid lane as well.
Yeah, I think mid lane this game, you need a lot of range or mobility, because playing into Ashe, Varus, Vi is very difficult if you pick something short range. So maybe we will see some sort of Azir, although I think it's a little riskier this game when you have a lot of scaling on your team. You're really banking on getting through that early game. Perhaps looking for the Ori. It does work well with Wukong, but I think it's very difficult to play in a mobile mage up against this enemy team comp. It also will be the first Orianna, I think, that we've seen. It's been hovered a lot, but it's never actually been locked in. So it's locked in. I mean, very impressive team comp coming out from BYG. If they can get through the early game, their comp's insane. But they have to get through the early game.
Yeah, J-Team definitely have a lot of tools to try and disrupt that and make that journey as difficult for BYG as possible. Looking at a Gwen here as into the Cassante or a Nah. Both are fine, I guess. They're not Udyr, but we'll take them anyway.
Oh,
never mind! That is Udyr! That is Udyr!
Oh my god.
J-Team trying to follow in Rest's footstep, and Arya will see if he can find value on that. Into the Cassante once again. I'm so excited to see that top lane rematch.
Yeah, we'll see. Was this just a Rest special, or was it, you know, is it just the matchup is really good? Now, I think for me, BYG's team comp is a lot better. If they can get through the first 10 minutes and they haven't fallen, you know, significantly behind, I think they're in a great spot. On the other side, though, J-Team do have plenty of tools to make the early game volatile, right? They have winning lanes, they have a lot of CC and a lot of engage. So I think I'd still put my money on BYG. But if J-Team can show us a good early game, they could certainly come out on top.
Yeah, I mean, J-Team, you talk about, I guess, like the burden of proof in the lore coin. It feels like that's definitely what J-Team have. You know, they need to make sure that they're shutting down BYG's early game as much as possible. They do have the tools to do it. You know, they have the bully double range bot lane in the Ashe and the Varus, and a winning top matchup as well. So you have to hope that they're able to find that. If not, BYG are probably going to run away with this.
Yeah, I think this could be very, very similar to the it was like the game we saw earlier where it was Yumi. What was it? It was like Yumi Kassen? No, it wasn't Kassen. What was that comp that was played earlier in the day where they had so much scaling? It was Yumi Kassen, wasn't it?
Yeah. Oh, I don't want to spit
We
fake
need to check
news.
we need to check the stats now.
Yeah.
I think it was like Yumi, Zeri, Sejuani, something. But anyway, when you've got that Yumi comp, pretty much we've seen it time and time again. When they get out of the early game, they just end up so strong, right? Like they just have so many options, really.
Yeah, and Yumi is definitely the champion that enables that. I feel like if the game goes past like sort of like the 25-30 minute mark, that's when things really start to get a bit scary for J-Team. Especially if BYG, I feel like the main goal is just going to be to not bleed out in the early game. You know, give as little as possible. And hopefully by that time you end up even and then take the game into your hands.
Yeah, I think a lot of it will come down to this bot lane matchup. I think so far we've seen a lot of these lanes when you pick into the Zeri Yumi, they get leads, but they don't often blow it up enough. I think we've seen CFO is the only team that's really hard punished the Zeri Yumi in the early game. So yeah, I feel like you kind of have to get dives onto this bot side, but it's not the easiest thing. Like we said before, Zeri Yumi it's actually pretty safe, right? Like even though this is somewhat weak lane, they have a lot of sums, they have a lot of sustain, they even have a lot of mobility. It's definitely not the easiest thing to punish, and you can see why it's become so meta.
Yeah, for sure. J-Team really going to be looking towards that bot lane. I mean, at the same time, you know, Varus Ashe, sure, it's a good bully lane, and sure, they can get lead for themselves, but at the same time, it's a very high risk, high reward, right? And if BYG are able to shut down that bot lane early, we've seen how useless these kind of lanes can become, right? You know, we've seen Ashes before die a few times and then have no impact for the rest of the game. Even if they find Ashe ults, it's just like it can quickly slip away from their grasp.
Yeah, I think definitely from behind, it's also just more difficult to even hit the Ashe ults because, you know, it's harder to find the angle, and it's also much harder to find the follow-up for it. So yeah, Bruce and Enzo, I think a lot of this game is going to be on their shoulders in that bot side.
Indeed. Big shoulders.
Big shoulders.
Big shoulders. Big shoulders to fill. Well, there we go.
Big shoulders.
Anyway, BYG going up against J-Team tonight in our final game of the day and of the week, actually.
Yeah.
Both of these teams looking to see, you know, how they stack up against each other. There's still a lot of room in the standings to work with. So, big match for both of them. See who ends up coming out on top.
Yeah, now something a little interesting is 116 actually went for the first strike on Orianna. So it's definitely a choice in this matchup. You can go for something a bit stronger early like the Airy, or you can even go for Phase Rush for cutting out the melees, but opts instead to go for that big scaling. So they're really all-inning on their scaling win condition. And
Yeah.
J-Team, they've got that double Hail of Blades bot lane, so they're not messing around.
Definitely something to know is that, you know, it is probably going to be the lethality Varus, which means that once you reach the later stages of the game, it gets even harder, right? Because that Cassante, we've seen that just become an unkillable demon on the Rift. So they've really got to make sure that they're extending these early leads as much as possible. And already, you know, after a pretty good start, invading the bot side jungle of BYG.
Yeah, I think that's a great start. I think it's a lot easier to punish if you can manage to split the map. So I really like the start for J-Team here, and I think also there's basically going to be no trade for Kongyue. You know, ganking for this Cassante Udyr matchup, like nothing's going to happen. That's pretty much it. So now, going to be away from the spot lane.
Yeah, Bruce and Enzo already, you know, with the double Hail of Blades, getting as much value out of that as early as possible, but actually the trade ends up pretty even.
Yeah, now there will be plenty of opportunities for Lava to move down towards this bot lane. In fact, we just might look down soon.
Yeah, Hail pop from Bruce for the extra movement speed. Enzo trying to chase him down as well, but Feng still going to survive there. Very aggressive from J-Team. I actually kind of like it, you know, expending those summoner spells nice and early for a favorable trade isn't the worst thing in the world, but now Lava going to get locked on, forced to flash away from the Krugs. Good play from Feng and Keno there, spot him out on the ward and make sure that he's unable to get those camps, and with him so low, it's going to make it even harder to pressure the bot lane.
Yeah, I think JT kind of mismanaged the wave. They didn't really commit to pushing or freezing the wave. And then what ended up was kind of some weird play where they could have frozen the wave, but then chose not to. and instead end up pushing the wave a bit too late for Lava to actually do something there. So perhaps not the best executed start.
Not having that flash as well is going to make those dives so much harder. And pretty much traded for next to nothing by BYG. A big win for them, I feel like.
Yeah, definitely pretty good on the bot side. You alleviate a lot of the pressure on you, and you allow Kongyue to eventually, you know, clear all these camps and then path back to the bot side. The mid CS is actually building up pretty early as well. Oriana obviously is a pretty strong laner. Getting engaged on.
Finds the chains though, but he's going to get traded back while he's trying to run away. Ranged versus melee matchups. It sucks, but you know, do be like that sometimes.
Do get those on the big job.
Do indeed get those on the big jobs. Now Bruce and Enzo looking for another trade. Round 2 onto Fing. Find a lot of damage onto him. Ignite drop, but cleansed very quickly. The arrow just barely misses him. Fing forced the flash away. Kino expends the heal as well. So pretty good trade for J-Team. But wait, Ayu is getting looked on. Is going to get taken down by Kongya. First blood picked up by the Wukong. Ayu just a little bit too far up, and now Lalva is here. I don't think BYG are aware of it.
Yeah, I think that you have to look for the trade here. After you died bots or topside, I think you really want to look for something, and they don't have sums. I think if J-Team execute this well, they should be able to pick up the kills, but it is a little dicey.
Yeah, they haven't been no pings, and now Lalva is showing. See if he manages to connect. No flash available, but TP comes in. Voltbreaker finds Fing. Do get picked off, and Kino as well, getting picked up by Bruce as well. Double kill for him. But now Lee Kai's here. We'll see if he can chase down Bruce and Enzo. Flash used by Bruce to get out of harm's way. And 2 kills, one for each Bruce and Enzo. Take a look back at this top lane play. Not much to it, honestly. Ayo just a little bit too far up. Gets picked up pretty easily by Kongya. Meanwhile, on the bot side, this is quite a ways away, but you can see J-Team trying as hard as they can to get that wave in as soon as possible. And as soon as Lalva shows, you know it's game time. TP comes in pretty early to BYG's credit, but Fing gets popped into the Vault Breaker, you know, no dash, no flash available. Kino falls down pretty quickly as well. Lalva does give his life in the end, but you know, I feel like it's kind of expected when you're in that kind of situation.
Yeah, I think that was pretty well executed from J-Team, and that's definitely one of the few successful dives we've seen onto the Zeri Yuumi. So yeah, I think they should be pretty happy with that. Obviously, Yuumi did pick up a kill, but you're not going to feel the effects of that, at least just yet. The Goldie, though, does remain pretty even. And actually, it looks like it's going to be on hit Varus.
Oh, okay. So Halo Blades, I guess just for the early game, but still, you know, not having that lethal tempo in those later fights is definitely going to hurt. So once again, onus is going to be on J-Team to find those early leads. They have found a little bit so far, but, you know, as you see it, the Gold lead is even. So, not too impressive just yet.
And mid lane is steadily going in the favor of 1116. You know, slowly building up that lead and has a lot of scaling in his own right. I think so far, you know, BYG, despite the bot lane deaths, are managing the early game well enough that their comp is going to come online. A little bit of trading back and forth here, but not too much. I think it is kind of difficult to go poke Varus against Zeri Yuumi. There's just so much sustain. Must feel pretty hard.
It is good to have a little bit of extra damage available to kill at Cassante later on, though.
Yeah.
But speaking of Cassante, let's talk about the top lane matchup, because Arya, that early death isn't going to be too good for me. He hasn't been able to pick up the Blasting Wand quite early on, which I imagine is going to build into the Demonic Embrace first item. But still, I feel like in that matchup, you really want to be dominating the Cassante. You don't want to be playing from behind.
Yeah, I feel like it's still not too bad for him, though. Like, I think it's annoying that Kongyue gets... Oh, actually, hold that thought. We might be actually fighting for this dragon.
Yeah, Fing and Kino walking up. But Lalva finds the flash Vault Breaker onto Kino, stepping a bit too far up, and is going to get picked off by Enzo with those Halo Blades orders. And now 116 might be the target here. Minji does find the chains and finds the shockwave as well, but does get flashed away before it hits. And now 116 trying to fight with Kongyue, but Kongyue's not 6 yet. Ooh, 116's ult finds no one. And that is going to be the end of that skirmish.
Yeah, I have to say, pretty mechanics maxed from J-Team. I like how they played that. They did manage to get the kill onto Kino's Yuumi very early into the fight.
Yeah, I'm not too sure what Kino was going for there. We'll have a look again.
Yeah, he was just getting some poke orders in, I guess, and just ended up getting picked off and taken down very early into the fight. And I think Also, just looking way too early, right? Like 1116 and Kongyue were on the way, but there's still a lot of time. And yeah, 1116 I think also might have misexecuted this fight just a little bit.
Yeah, if that ball was just a little bit closer, it could have been huge for him. And could have potentially found 3, but finds none instead. Now J-Team looking for the Rift Shield next.
Yeah, so gold remains even, but J-Team, they did pick up the drag and they're looking at the Herald, and I think they should be able to pick this up as well. So definitely starting to get a lead, and also importantly, the gold is in the right places, right? Like I think it's the Udyr that's behind in gold here, but it doesn't matter too much. He's always going to get for, to the Demonic, but snowballing the Ashe and Varus I think is very, very important in this game.
Definitely do agree, and now Rift Herald secured for J-Team. We'll see where he does end up putting it.
I think it will almost definitely be bot, just because you got like double range, you can hit the tower easily, and it's already taken some damage. And they honestly could just look for another dive.
Rest might be, Rest, Arya might be in trouble. He goes all out from Lee Kai, but Arya just gonna walk that one off. Does have to use the Ghost to get out. Now Kongi's on the top side, which means J-Team, they're gonna be getting very aggressive on bot.
Yeah, I feel like this bot tower might end up going down now that Kongyue showed topside. They should be able to just bring down 4 members and either walk them off the wave completely or dive them. When your jungler shows top, you have to be very respectful on the other side of the map, so they kind of have to wait here until Kongyue comes back.
Oh, Arya looking... Oof. Getting a lot of damage down on Lee Kai somehow. And now J-Team winning on both sides of the map.
Yeah, gotta feel really good about this.
Oh, Feng walking 55, gets CC chain and gets popped instantly. Kino swapping targets now, looking to sit on Kongyue, but Kongyue finds 2 with the Cyclone, finding 3 actually. Enso looking like he might be taken down. Yep, does get taken down by 1116. Now BYG on the I don't know what just happened. J-Team crumbling there, and BYG finding a few kills for themselves.
Yeah, I think it started well, or it started decent. They managed to kill Feng, but the problem is they did use pretty much everything to instantly kill him. And after that, they just kind of ran out of damage. And with, again, the Yuumi, it makes those long fights so easy. So Feng, he just explodes here. But so much is used. Varusol, Ashol, and Viol. Now there's just nothing left. And Kongyue with Conqueror and the Yuumi on top of him can just keep fighting, and there's no one really to kill him here. And the rest of BYG, they have just so much more extended kind of like trading power here. I mean, yeah, just look at the damage in this long fight, despite Feng doing very, very little. Just so much is done out of the jungle.
Yeah, Kongyue really carrying that one on his shoulders, finding so many members with his Cyclone, both the first cast and the second one as well. And Feng does give his life in that previous fight, but still a pretty decent win for BYG. Although J-Team now taking down the first turret and getting those plates as well before 11 minutes. Not too bad for them either. This game is still very much anyone's to take.
Yeah, I think J-Team, they're making a lot of good plays. They're just not quite as clean as they need to be. And so what ultimately ends up happening is they give a lot of gold back over. I mean, have a look at the gold difference. Well, we haven't seen anything quite like that.
Yeah, definitely swinging back and forth. J-Team in the lead right now because of those plates they've been able to pick up on the bot side. Now turning their sights towards mid lane control. I'm not too sure what else they're going to be able to pick up here. 1116 should be able to defend against these waves pretty decently, although Enso and Bruce's ults are definitely something he needs to be careful of.
Yeah, and I think despite J-Team having the gold lead, I'd actually say BYG are in a pretty good spot because no one can kill this Wukong at this point in the game. With the Yuumi on top of it, is going to be virtually unstoppable and has the Ori ball as well. So I think BYG, they've already scaled well enough.
Oh, Lava goes in, finds Kongyue, and it's going to get popped down very low. But wait, Kongyue is actually turning it around. Is on a killing spree, picks off Lava, and Enso is going to be next up on the menu. Minji now dropped very low. 1116 might just find him, but not quite. But now watch Lee Kai's here on the flank. No, he's just here for a stroll on the Rift.
Yeah, and I think now you really see, despite that gold deficit that BYG were at, they're just so much stronger when no one can deal with Kongyue and the Yuumi on top of him. And I think as well, it's kind of like how you were saying in the champs, like the burden of execution here is really on J-Team. And I feel like, I mean, we'll see it in this fight. Everyone engages on Kongyue, but they just don't have the damage to kill him.
Yeah, Lava goes in initially onto Kongyue, and it looks pretty good for them, but yeah, as you mentioned, they just don't have enough damage, and he turns around, pops the Cyclone, has Feng and 1116 right behind him, backing him up. And that's just what happens, you know? I feel like J-Team, they felt pressured to take down Kongya first, being the most fed member, but Fing and 1116 still pump out so much damage as well.
Yeah, and I think the game is honestly, it's looking pretty rough for J-Team. I think when you're playing stuff like the Varus and Ashe, you can't really afford to give over these random kills. And also, take a look at the mid difference right now. Up 30 CS as well as a significant amount of kills, and has the first strike. So scaling insanely well into this game, and Silas Minji is yet to pick up the Rod of Ages at 13 minutes. Okay, just completes it now. But yeah, quite late. There's already been 2 dragon fights, and Orianna has been much more effective in both of them.
Yeah, Minji, you know, he did have some success in that first dragon fight, but hasn't had many chances to shine beyond that. Feeling like he's a little bit overshadowed by 1116 on the Orianna. Next, Rift Herald is up in 40 seconds. We'll see who ends up going for the fight. I feel like if you're BYG, you're definitely keen to look for it, but Bruce finds the loot, and they're going for round 2 onto Kongya, but again, he survives. He's got the Yuumi on his back. Lauva getting picked off once again. Bruce also going to follow. Now Likai, he's gone all out looking for Enso. He's the last member remaining in the area, and Arya is just chilling on the mid wave, but double kill picked up for Likai, and Kongya as well, just doing so much once again.
Yeah, just a clean 4 for 0, and I think we're really seeing that now, right? BYG, I mean, we said in the champs, like, if they can hit 10 minutes without being in a significant deficit, and I think they were only down, say, 600 gold at 10 minutes, they just run away with the game here. You can see Bruce kind of caught a little bit out of position, and they go onto Kongya, they use everything on him again, and realistically, you have to kill him to win the fight, but the problem is he's just so unbelievably tanky with this Yuumi on him.
Yeah, Likai as well doing so much with the all-out, but I feel like the real star is definitely Kongya, you know? Despite having every single ability on the side of J-Team thrown at him, he doesn't even go below half HP in that entire fight.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also, one thing that you kind of see from this game is despite the fact that J-Team managed to shut down this Yuumi, she can just always go on someone else, right? Like now that Zeri isn't the main threat, you can just play on Kongya instead. And, you know, Zeri's kind of taken a back seat to carrying this game, and she doesn't need to be the carry.
Yeah, it does feel like when you have a Yuumi on your team, you really only need one person that's doing even remotely well to find a lot of value, and that's exactly what we're seeing right now. Ooh, Ashok does find 116, he's stunned up. Minji trying to look for the follow, does get the shockwave as well, but still not enough damage there. Now Kongya does have to flash away. Lauva gets picked off once again, 3rd fight in a row. Now Arya is going to be the next target. Fing chasing him slowly down, but Kongya got the Cyclone now as well. Not that it even matters. Double kill for Fing. And, you know, he wants his cat back.
And fight after fight going the way of BYG. I feel like they're just kind of too far behind. I mean, they get a really good arrow onto 116, but he has the stopwatch, and even then, they don't really have the damage to kill him in that really long CC. And I'm not seeing a way for J-Team to win this game. If they can't win through picks, they can't win through side lane, they certainly can't win through team fights. Kind of feels like BYG have to sort of run under their Nexus towers to win at this point.
Yeah, J-Team trying the same thing 3 times in a row, and it's just not working out.
Yeah, so the arrow comes in. I mean, it's a good stun. It lasts a long time, but there's just not enough damage. I mean, they actually get like the jungle and mid onto him, but he can just stopwatch before it really comes in. And the Varus as well, without the poke build, never really gets to deal relevant damage to him. And off the back of the fight, the team fight ultimates are just so much better for BYG.
Yeah, when Kongya is waiting on the side like that with his Cyclone available, it's so difficult for Bruce to find any window to walk up and auto attack. And yeah, I mean, it did feel like when you're opting into the ADC build, you gotta think about situations like this where it's not often you're gonna find abilities to actually get in, stuck in with the boys.
Yeah, now, 3rd dragon, or 2nd dragon, will be up in 12 more seconds. And I think BYG, normally they would be pretty happy with just taking a dragon away and allowing themselves to scale up more. But I think they're so ahead here, they can just do whatever they want. As long as they take fights and have Kongya with Yuumi on him during the fight, it's pretty much unlosable. They might look for another engage here.
Oh, Lauva's on the side once again. Hasn't been spotted out quite yet, but BYG just going to comfortably slide their way to the Hextech Drake.
Yeah, and should be picked up. Now, J-Team, they're doing the right thing here. They're giving up this drag. They know they can't win the fight. They're going to try trade on the other side of the map. It does feel a little bit like it's too little too late, but it's better than nothing. And there really isn't a whole lot else you can get here. And it will be a nice chunk of gold going over to them.
Yeah, and actually it does feel like BYG, they are very much ahead, but still only a 2k gold lead for them. So maybe still potential for J-Team to find a way back into this game, but it's definitely not an easy task.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what just happened, but Bruce actually lost his flash on the mid-wave during here somewhere and was traded out for Feng's cleanse. So I think they might have tried to engage on Feng. Maybe we'll see a replay of it, but that's pretty rough. Yo, Varus not having flash for the next fight, Bruce, he's going to have a really tough time up against Kongyue and Li Kai on the Wukong and the Cassante.
Yeah, and this cat just keeps causing mischief on the Rift. You can see he's got not only the Guardian as a rune of choice, but wait, never mind. As you mentioned, Bruce, he blinks once and he's gone from the map. Feng on a killing spree now, and they're going to take down this mid-outer turret.
Yeah, and without the flash, it is very difficult. Admittedly, shouldn't be walking so far up on the mid-wave. Actually,
Feng gonna get locked on by Lava, gets CC'd up, and he's gonna suffer almost the same fate, but wait, he's got the Mikhails and the Yuumi to keep him alive. Ayo getting a lot of damage with his Phoenix stance. But once again, J-Team committing a lot of tools onto BYG, and they find them pretty well, but ultimately still not enough damage.
Yeah, it must feel really frustrating for J-Team. Every time BYG engages, they pick up a kill, and every time JT makes a pick, everyone gets away. So, yeah, it's really getting away from them here. Despite only being down a small amount of gold, they're just already heavily outscaled, and it's going to be very difficult for them to find any winning fight here.
Yeah, Kino offering just so much flexibility on the Yuumi. He's got Guardian, he's got the Mikhails now completed as well. And we saw in that fight, it did get Feng out of a pinch. Every time that's up, you know, J-Team, it just becomes that much harder for them to find those actual windows for them to make a pick.
Now, he might actually look again. It is spotted out by the Hawk shot. Baron is up now, so if any more kills go over, BYG can easily just start that up. They are going to keep looking on these mid-waves. ADCs on mid-waves are known for walking up a bit too far.
Yeah, something about mid-wave, you know, they just get too attracted to it. That's the thought of those yummy CS.
Lava is actually going to show on a ward bot side, so he needs to be careful how much time he spends down here. Otherwise, BYG, they might just look to start the Baron, knowing that Lava isn't in the area. Can you to take a lot of this topside control, and it's going to be very hard for J-Team to regain this. Pushed out.
Lots of pings coming out from the side of BYG. Really looking to make sure that they maintain this topside control, that they have got a lot of vision down. They want to make sure that J-Team aren't able to sweep too much of it out. Kongyue has got a good angle on this actually. He's going to spot out Minji walking down to mid lane. And BYG should know that J-Team committing a lot of resources to mid right now. And it means that 1-1-6 just feels that much safer pushing down that top outer turret.
Yeah, it looks like BYG, they're just playing it slow for now, but I don't think they're going to play slow much longer.
Oh, Kongyue finds Enzo once again, knocked airborne, but Enzo forced to burn both summoners to get out of their flash and heal expended from Bruce.
Yeah, and they pick up a tower off the back of it. I wonder if BYG can just look to force more. They did lose a lot of their engage there, no Wukong or Yuumi ults, but the flashless Ashe, you know, it's very easy to kill, catch out of position. Looks like they will just reset though, play it a little slow. I mean, they definitely don't need to speed the game up, right? As soon as they hit 3 items, I think there's pretty much no chance they ever lose a fight again.
Yeah, I do think it's smart of them to, you know, take a backseat for now. Because I feel like if you're J-Team, that is kind of, you know, one of your windows for opportunity, right? Having that Cyclone not available for Kongyue. Now J-Team looking towards the Baron. They're not, the Scuttle Crab, ooh, does spot Enzo now, but I don't... J-Team...
I kind of like it. I feel like they need to do something, and this could be it. I think they have the DPS to pick this up. They probably want to get it and just immediately leave.
Yeah, well, might actually be able to pick it up in time. 1-1-6 is here with the Shockwave ready. Does find Bruce. He's probably going to get picked off here. Lightning Crash finishes him off. 1-1-1-6 on a killing spree. Now, J-Team on the run. They have to try and get as many surviving members with this Baron buff as possible. Kongyue going to find Arya as well. Lost chapter, or final chapter rather, just to make sure that that is secured, and Feng on a rampage. But overall, not too bad for J Team. I feel like taking that Baron off the map is a pretty big deal for them.
Yeah, I think you're really running out of options at this point, so I admire the call to just go and do Baron. And they actually, let's see a replay of this. So the Baron is so low, I think it took a long time for BYG to check this. Without flashes on Bruce, though, is just not long for this world. And yeah, they managed to get members on the back end, although enough of J-Team's players get out that they will have the Baron buff, although I'm not sure they can actually use it. They can use it to just delay the game.
Yeah, it feels like it is just buying them a few more minutes. But it is going to be the third Dragon picked up for BYG. One away from the Hextech Soul now, so... You know, J-Team, they are still in this game for the next little while, but time definitely running out on their end.
Yeah, pretty much 5 more minutes until J-Team are going to be forced to fight for something on that 4th Dragon for BYG. In the meantime, though, I mean, J-Team, if they can find a pick with this Baron buff, they can take a lot of gold back. I still feel like they're far enough behind that it might not end up actually mattering. But if they can make a pick now, it'd be really big. On the other side, though, if J-Team do feel too confident and walk up, Kongyue will be waiting there to engage on them.
Yeah, the build, I don't know, I'm not a fan of Minji's build actually. He goes for the Shadow Flame second, but I feel like BYG have enough magic resist on their side that he's not finding as much value on that as he'd want.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to buy any items into this far behind though. Yeah, because you would really want a Void, but can you go Void second on Saras? I'm not too sure.
Kongyue looking forward, does find, not quite Enso, but the final chapter does find him. But wait, Kongyue might actually go down here. Lalvo finds the shutdown, and now Kino, he's a stray kid and does get picked up as well. This might be J-Team's chance to turn the game around. They find 2. It's a double kill so far. 1-1-1-6 using the Hex Gate to escape. They're going to try and mitigate their losses, but pretty good pickups from J-Team.
Yes, that's exactly what you want from J-Team. I feel like it was mainly Kongyue just going a bit too deep, but now J-Team, they can grab quite a lot of gold back off this, can maybe go for 2 towers mid, which is definitely better than nothing. Now, importantly, they didn't get the shutdown on either of the carries. They did get Kongyue's shutdown, which is better than nothing, but I think some of that really big gold is still kind of up for grabs. They actually didn't manage to get 2 towers, so just 1.
Very big gold indeed. Let's take a look back at this replay. So Kongyue going in, maybe feeling a bit too invincible, gets stunned and CC'd. Very good job by J-Team chaining that CC and making sure that the Cyclone doesn't come out. And of course the shutdown picked up by Lalva as well as the kill onto Kino. And J-Team trying the best to keep chasing here, but BYG are a bit too far away.
Yep. Now 2.5 minutes until this 4th drag. And the gold remains relatively even, though I think if BYG execute their comp correctly, they should have no trouble winning a fight here. It's really up to J-Team. Can they find another pick like the last fight? They really have to make it a 5v4. And actually, one thing we haven't really talked about is the fact that Arue on the Udyr has been pretty invisible this game. Has definitely not found the same impact that rest Udyr found.
Yeah, he has hit 2 items just now. Picked up with a stopwatch 3rd as well, but definitely do agree. It has been a bit underwhelming. I feel like it's probably because of the skin choice. Honestly, he's gone for Spirit Guide instead of definitely not Udyr. Critical error on his part, but now J-Team looking for this inner turret in the bot lane. BYG looking for the same on the other end of the map.
Yep. 1 minute 30 left on this drag. I think it's kind of criminal how the gold lead doesn't tell you the full story when there's a Yuumi in the game, you know? It's like an extra 3k gold or something added on top. Just by all the stats she brings. But 1 minute 30 now, who will get the control here? I feel like BYG, they should be able to get the control given that they get control over this mid wave. And whoever has control over this dragon area is going to have a much easier time not getting picked on the way in. But J-Team are actually the ones who have it right now. To BYG, I think they just run down mid and force J-Team to respond.
Yeah,
probably the best play.
The thing is, J-Team are in a rough position because Baron is spawning as well at approximately the same time. So it's pretty likely they're not going to be able to pick, or they're going to have to give at least 1 over the BYG. So Beyond Gaming have a lot of room to work with to try and outmaneuver J-Team and get as much as they can off of this.
A Fang on the Zeri has just completed the Navori.
Ooh, that's scary.
Yeah, going to be extremely strong for this fight. And also, has both stumps. The Feng really hard to deal with. 1116 is missing the flash, but has the Banshees as well. J-Team, they're going to have a really tough time finding kills onto carries in this fight.
Quick stopwatch check as well for this big fight coming up. Kongya does have one, but on the side of J-Team, 3 for the top side members. Means that this fight is probably going to be pretty drawn out, I expect. J-Team, they have lost the control that they had previously in the river, and it looks like both teams have their sights firmly set on this potentially last Hextech Dragon. Now BYG focusing back on the mid-wave, and J-Team might actually try and start it up here.
Yes, I think BYG, you're not too concerned about who actually gets the drag. You just want to play for the fight. And Minji, he has a flank.
Eyes on Minji. He hasn't been spotted yet by BYG. Dragon dropping very low to 5k. Lee Kai trying to create some space, but J-Team finding a bit of space of their own. Dragon actually resets for a little bit, does get picked up by J-Team, so Hextech Soul does get denied, but look at Minji on the backline, drops the lightning crash and the stopwatch, and now Kongya with the Cyclone, making sure his team has enough space to work with. Feng sliding on over. He has so many free auto attacks onto J-Team. They're on the run. Lee Kai going all out, but watch Lava on the back end of that as well. Finds the Vault Breaker, but not much else. Minji also falls down very quickly. Enzo, the last member on the run. Lava might try and find Feng here, but he's got the shield as backup from 1116. And overall, a huge fight from BYG, picking up the clean ace. Not the Hextech Soul, unfortunately, but still a very, very big win for them.
Yeah, the Soul ends up going over, which obviously sucks. But ultimately, you get a 5-0 fight, you get tons more gold, and you'll get the Baron as well. So I think BYG, they almost get everything they want there, and I think it's just really hard for J-Team to win any skirmishes at this point. You need so much to go right in your favor, and BYG pretty much just need to not int, and they're going to win, pretty much. And this Baron will be picked up. I think you should be able to end with this Baron as well. Probably don't need to wait the full 4 minutes for the next Dragon.
And we'll see how BYG choose to deploy on the map as we take a look back at this replay.
Yes, I think it was really well done by BYG just to kite back. And I think also Kongya in the Zhonya's actually, buys a lot of time for his team to pretty much just deal with their front line. It was very difficult for J-Team to walk past the stopwatch Wukong. But yeah, just buys so much time. And then off the back end, I think, again, with the Yuumi shields, the Ori shields, as well as all the movement speed, it's just so easy for BYG to chase down the last remaining J-Team members.
Yeah, BYG, actually a lot of members, pretty much all the members actually, dropping below half HP, but you can just tell the Yuumi gives them so much, extra movement speed to kite in and out, as well as the extra heals on top. Wow, look at that damage from Feng. 6k in their last fight.
Yeah, and also note that Feng didn't use either of his sums, so he's still going to be extremely strong for this next fight. It's showing no signs of slowing down. And 116 also has the flash now, so J-Team, it's pretty impossible for them, I think, to pick up kills onto these carries, but they're going to have to try. Otherwise, BYG will just siege down the base with this Baron buff.
Yeah, it feels like the main tools for J-Team are still the Varus and Ashel in combination. With the cease and desist from Lava, but the BYG members are just so tanky at this point in time that you have to wonder, even if they get all those CC abilities on that one member, is it even going to be enough to take them down? I feel like it's not.
J-Team, they might look for something, otherwise they will slowly just bleed out.
Yeah, BYG looking at the spot inhib now. They have got the mid and top wave set up as well, so very good map setup overall from them. They're going to be able to just slide on over to... Oh, Feng actually... a little bit dangerous from there. Messes up a slide over the wall. But they're actually going to concede a little bit. I'm surprised. I would have expected them to pressure more on this mid wave. But they are picking it back up now.
Yeah, I think just playing it safe, really trying not to get engaged on. Rather than, playing it fast, playing 2 or 3 waves, just playing 1 wave at a time. Taking it slow. They know there's no way to lose unless they somehow get engaged on.
Minji, oh, Ashel does find him. Feng does have the cleanse and flash still available, choosing not to use it just yet. Oh, pops the stopwatch as well. Now it's Kongya creating so much space and time with the Cyclones. Double Cyclone coming out. Feng is godlike. He's still alive. He's chasing down Ayu. He's chasing down Lava as well. 1116 as well, doing so much damage. And that's 2 members of J-Team down. The rest of them in critical condition. And that's 2 inhibs picked up for BYG.
Yeah, I think this should be it. Lakai should TP in now. I do believe BYG, they've probably done it here.
Yeah, Minji has picked up the Lightning Crash ultimate, and Enzo has his Enchanted Crystal arrow up again, but I feel like it's not enough. They don't have quite the damage. 1116 flashes that arrow as well. Minji going to be looking for something, anything to keep his team in the game, but BYG, they're just knocking on the doors, knocking on the Nexus. Minji finds a Lightning Crash, but crashes down to the ground himself, and BYG going to be picking up their 3rd win for the split. And that's a big win over J-Team.
Yeah, so the kind of underdog, or at least supposedly so, does end up picking up the win. And I think time and time again, we see the Yuumi just get away with the early game. I think CFO really have been the only team that's been consistent enough to really punish, you know, the weak early game of Zeri and Yuumi. And I think, I don't know, when you're picking like the Jhin or the Ashe and the Varus and all that sort of stuff, I feel like it's almost a scrim bait, you know? It's like in scrims, there's just a lot more fighting, people are just way more aggressive, and those early game snowball comps, they just come online a lot more often, right? And I think that in competitive, the game is a bit slower. People just play a bit more reserved. Having the scaling on your side, while not always is better, I think a lot of the time is just a lot easier, right? It's like up to your opponents to make stuff happen, and all you really need to do is just sit there and kind of catch the mistakes as they come.
Yeah, I mean, BOG being a team of mostly rookies, you know, they have the mechanical skill, but it definitely does come down to the execution, and giving themselves an easier team comp to play does, you know, provide dividends for them.
Yeah, 100%. And I think BYG don't really have any complaints about the gameplay. I think they were, you know, pretty much across the board was fine. I think maybe some of the bot dives could have been, you know, survived instead. But given that the map was split at level 1, which creates, you know, a very difficult situation for BYG's bot lane, the fact that Feng comes out and goes legendary on the Zeri, it's, you know, good signs.
Yeah, really impressive. I feel like they did, you know, other than that dive, as you mentioned, for the rest of it, they did respect the jungle and the mid lane of J-Team, you know, quite a lot. You know, when they did rotate those 4 men down, they were, you know, able to give up the CS that they needed to in order to ensure that they were still in the game and didn't end up even further behind. And ultimately just really disciplined play from them.
Yeah, 100%. No complaints from me. I think, actually, the one complaint I have is that Yuumi is still in the game. Like, it's just so ridiculous, I think. Yeah, not for long. I think that will be the last game, actually, we'll probably see of Yuumi for a while.
Please.
Yeah. It's just, it adds so much. And I think also, it's one thing to have a champion that's very overpowered and require a great deal of execution or coordination or something like that. But I think Yuumi not only just makes any team comp better, it just makes any team comp easier, safer, consistent. It gives everything you want, pretty much.
And J-Team, overall, you know, not able to punish that Yuumi as much as they wanted. The burden of execution was on them, and ultimately they weren't able to deliver. You know, the Varus Ashe not finding much value. They didn't really get shut down, but they just didn't find as much as they needed to find in that early game.
Yeah, I think I definitely agree. And also J-Team solo laners, I felt like never really found anything, right? Like Minji was pretty much permanently hugging his tower, and then the Udyr counter also didn't really find anything. So yeah, honestly not too sure.
Yeah, let's take a look at some of these fights once again. We saw this dragon fight as well. With BYG, you know, they kite back, and Kongya creates so much space with the Cyclone. And then once they reach the sort of slow chase stage, you know, it's just game over for J-Team. You know, they don't have enough damage to really try and contest that. And Feng, you know, just casually rattling out those Qs, dishing out so much damage. I think this is the one where he dealt 6k as well. So really huge performance from him.
Yeah, especially managing to keep both his sums throughout the entire fight. I think that if you can manage to keep your sums, it just never gives them a window. And you can see here the BYG carries, both of them putting out an absurd amount of damage. And that gold difference, it really started to balloon later in that game.
Yeah, I'm surprised that the Ashe actually did so much damage, but I guess it really just speaks to how much difficulty Sylas and Varus were having, and, you know, really getting in those fights and trying to deal out damage. It feels like BYG, the team comp, just made it so difficult for them to do anything.
Yeah, and I think MVP here, there's a lot of candidates for BYG. I think all 3 of the mid-jungle AD, Kongyue, Feng, and 1116, I think, yeah, all of them, they had pretty good games. Who will it be? It does go over to Kongyue. He found many, many engages. Also a 92% KP.
Wow.
Nothing to scoff at. 7-1 and 15. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah, I mean, he got, you know, so accelerated early on, and he really just, you know, returned the favor for the rest of his team. He was so unkillable in, I guess, like the early to mid game, even like towards the late game as well. He did get picked off that one time, which was his single death for the game. But other than that, really good play from him as well, you know, having the confidence to have that Yuumi on him and find those engages whenever they popped up.
Yeah, and I think in all of BYG's wins, Kongyo has been a pretty big part of it. Because even yesterday, when 116 was huge on the rise, right? It's a mid-jungle 2v2, right? I think we will be seeing some results on screen now. Frank Esports take out Sem9. Hellpigs take out DCG in a pretty important win. And Impunity as well, another upset over PSG Town. CFO dominate Duish Team and Megabank Beyond Gaming clean up that last game.
Yeah, a lot of quote-unquote upsets today, so definitely some very exciting matches that we've had. Taking a look at that standing, CTBC, Flying Oyster, and Frank Esports both sitting at 5-1. Impunity and PSG Talon not too far behind. And then further behind them, Deep Cross Gaming, Megabank Beyond Gaming, and Taipei G Team sitting each at 3-3. Meanwhile, Hellpigs, Duish Team, and Sem9 not having too much success. I hate that word, success. Not having too much success so far. But once again, it's still, you know, halfway through the first round robin. There's still a lot of matches yet to come.
Yeah, and I think Frank Esports being so high is not really something we expected. And they're actually on a 5-win streak as well as CFO. So those two definitely in hot form right now and looking to maintain that next week, that first place standing.
Yeah, I'm just excited to see how these standings will continue to evolve. I mean, we saw, you know, we started off the week with a lot of ties, you know, for first place. I think it was 5 or 6 teams tied like 3-1. And now we've started to see the pecking order start to take shape. And next week's upcoming matches of Hellpigs up against Duish Team for the first match, followed by Frank against Deep Cross Gaming, as well as Megabank Beyond Gaming. Finally, not the last game of the day, coming up against S9W. And as well, the last 2 matches, Impunity Esports versus J Team. And last but definitely not least, CFO versus PSG Talon.
Yeah, I mean, those last 2 games, those look really good to me. And also Frank Esports versus Deep Cross Gaming. I mean, DCG is a team that is kind of, they're all over the place right now, right? They've had big games, they've had very poor games. So yeah, that first day of next week is looking to be pretty exciting.
Yeah, lots of games, definitely. I feel like this week has been a good one. I'm pretty happy with it. You know, we saw a lot of changes in the meta, a lot of teams sort of starting to take shape of their own identity and sort of, you know, working within the mold of what is sort of already the established practice and almost at times stepping outside of that and being rewarded for it as well.
Yeah, and I think especially next week, being on 13.3, there's going to be so many different things in the meta, at least we hope.
No more Yumi.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it. And it'll be interesting to see how teams adapt, right? Because it's such a significant meta change. The teams that are on top right now might not necessarily be the best teams next week.
Yeah, I mean, especially for, you know, some key players, especially like stuff like Mission, right? Because, you know, he prefers those control mages. Might see some different success as the meta starts to evolve in this next coming patch. But of course, that's a story for next week. This has been week 2, day 3. PCS Spring Split 2023 brought to you once again by Riot Games and Carry Live. We'll catch you guys again next week.